Good afternoon, and welcome everybody to the Monday, July 13th, 2026 meeting of council. At this time, can we all rise for the playing of the national anthem, followed by the land acknowledgement. Please be seated. And at this time, I will look to Councillor Lindell for the land acknowledgement.
The land on which council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Attawandaronk, the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering place is home to many Indigenous peoples made up of First Nation, Inuit, and Métis. The Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement should remind us of our responsibility to ensure the dish, the territories on which we live and work, is never emptied, and that we take care of the land and its inhabitants in a way that ensures its future sustainability.
Thank you, Councillor Lindell. Today is a little bit different. Obviously, we were starting at 4 p.m., and that is so we can facilitate the St. Catharines Hydro Inc. annual meeting of the shareholder. So I will be holding my mayor's report until later on today. At this time, I'll be switching seats with Councillor Harris, who is our Hydro Board Chair, and he will be chairing the annual meeting of the shareholder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to call the annual meeting of City Council as the shareholder for St. Catharines Hydro Inc. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. The Deputy Clerk has advised there are no amendments to the agenda, so could I have a motion or a resolution? Could I ask Councillor Lindell for the resolution? The resolution is that Council, as the shareholders for this St. Catharines Hydro Inc. approve the agenda for the annual meeting of the shareholder of July 13th, 2026, and seconded by Councillor Deputy Mayor Phillips. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Approval of the minutes. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes of the previous AGM? I'll look to Councillor Stevens. The resolution is that Council, as the shareholder for the St. Catharines Hydro Inc. approve the minutes of the annual meeting of the shareholder held on October 6, 2025, moved by Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor Lindell. All those in favor? And that's carried. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Hearing none, seeing none. There is no chair's report. Item number 6, annual Electra update. I now call upon Brian Bentz, President and CEO of Electra Inc., to provide the annual Electra report. Mr. Bentz, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can indeed.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Harris and Director Harris. Glad to be here today and appreciate the chance to connect with you to provide an update of Electra's operations for 2025. I do want to take the opportunity to express my thanks to Councillor Harris as a director of Electra and a board member, and Mayor Matt Cisco for his ongoing engagement with Electra. We've had another strong year with stable performance and incremental value creation, continued strong competitive metrics center around reliability, affordability of our rates, and sustainability. We've made major investments to address infrastructure renewal, replacement, customer demand growth, as well as enabling resiliency and grid modernization. We've been effective in providing our customers with better electricity reliability than the sector average and other large utilities, which we'll discuss in a moment. And in St. Catharines, we continue to invest in local electricity infrastructure, underground cable renewal, and broader asset renewal. While we focus on reliability, affordability for our customers, that is forefront in our minds, and helping customers through difficult times with support. Program assistance is an ongoing focus for Electra. Our delivery charges continue to be below the sector average, as well as neighboring utilities. If we look at the snapshot of our financial operations, if we move to the next slide, in 2025, shows that, next one, please. The net income for the year, pass that one, next. Slide after that. So total revenue for 2025, distribution revenue was $825 million. Our total revenue that we receive and collect on behalf of all energy market participants is about $4.3 billion. About $3.5 billion of that is remitted to the independent electricity system operator, and that money is then distributed to the generators like Bruce Power, Ontario Power Generation, and transmitter like Hydro One. Our net income for 2025 was $144 million. That's $24 million higher than budget and $5.2 million higher than 2024 net income. EBITDA was about $400 million, and the majority of that came from our regulated business, about 97%, and the balance came from our non-regulated businesses. We spent $390 million on capital, net capital for the year, primarily focused on system access expenditures, such as new customer connections, major transit initiatives, and construction of distribution infrastructure for new subdivisions, as well as system renewal expenditures to replace aging assets and system service expenditures to modernize the grid. Our rate base, this is the assets that are approved for recovery by the Ontario Energy Board, by the end of 2025 was $4.1 billion. Rate base has grown by 5.1% on average per year since 2021, reflecting ongoing investment in our distribution system. Dividends on common shares was $85 million, and our budget was $71 million dividend, so it's $14 million higher than budget for 2025. A 6.8% return on equity and $800 million of unutilized short-term liquidity, which provides flexibility to meet our ongoing funding needs. And we serve 1.1 million customers in the province of Ontario, almost 4 million people, about a little over 20% of the entire province. When we look at our reliability indices on the next slide, we look at two measures. One is the System Average Interruption Frequency Index. That's the number of times a customer sees an outage in a year. For Electra, it's one time. The average customer sees one outage per year. You see that's close to the sector average, better than Toronto Hydro or Hydro One. And then when we look at the duration, so this is how long customers see an outage, for us, 0.75 hours, 45 minutes on 8,760 hours in the year. And again, that is higher or better than the system average, which is about an hour and a half of outages. Toronto Hydro is about an hour, and Hydro One's about 7.5 hours. So Electric compares very well to its peer group in terms of its reliability indices. In particular, next slide, in St. Catharines, we've seen significant improvement in reliability since 2018. The light green on the right is Electra as a whole, and the dark green is the West, which includes Hamilton and St. Catharines zones. And you can see that reliability indice, the average minutes of interruption, has come down from about 2 hours down to 1 hour by 2025, actually below 1 hour in 2024. The reason for that is a lot of focus on automation on the system. So putting in automated switches that allows us to isolate faults more quickly and reduce outage minutes, vegetation management, wildlife mitigation, tree trimming, etc. Looping our systems, so when you loop a system, it gives you more optionality to isolate a fault. Protection coordination, the lateral fusing, so it doesn't, again, reduces the impact of a fault on the system by isolating it to a certain area. Continued replacement of cables and insulators, and looking at several rear lot renewal projects. All of these things have contributed to the reduction in the average minutes of interruption in the West over the last 7 years. Electra is, next slide. Electra is rated by the Corporate Knights. Corporate Knights ranks the largest companies in Canada with over $1 billion in revenue on ESG metrics, including diversity, reliability, efficiency measures. There's 25 KPIs that they look at. Electra was ranked number 2 in the transmission distribution group for 2025, and number 5 in the public sector group globally based on our performance metrics. We were 5th in sustainability out of 6,700 public sector companies that were reviewed by Corporate Knights globally. We continue to strengthen the communities where we work, live, and volunteer. We've continued to support many local partnerships in health, housing, and well-being, which we'll provide more details of in a moment. In terms of our operating performance, on the next slide, we measure this by operating, maintenance, and administrative costs per customer. So on the left, you can see that Electra's OM&A per customer is $257. And when we look at the industry average, it's $345. So almost 15% lower than the industry average, 17% lower than Toronto Hydro, and again, significantly lower than Hydro One. The change in OM&A per customer since 2016, on average, 0.9%, again, compares very favorably with the peer group and the industry average. Next slide. The other metric that we look at is total cost per customer. So this would include operating, maintenance, and administrative costs, as well as capital costs. Once again, Electric compares favorably at $906 tow tax, we call it, per customer. Industry average at $1,100, so below the industry average. And a lot of that is a result of the 5 utilities coming together. And we drove a run rate, and this was filed with the Ontario Energy Board, run rate synergies of $46 million a year by bringing 5 utilities together. That's lowered our operating costs and resulted in lower rates for our consumers. Next slide. So We see that with electrification, demand for electricity is increasing. The federal government has released its electricity strategy, saying that the country needs to double its electricity generating, transmitting, and distribution capacity by 2050. The provincial government has issued a report called Energy for Generations that sees that electricity demand will grow by 75% in the next year. This is driven by economic growth, increase in housing, data centers, and broader electrification. There's significant investment that the government's making with respect to generating facilities. You've heard of small modular reactors. 1,200 megawatts of those are beginning to be built now. Darlington was refurbished. They're looking at expansion at Bruce, expansion at Pickering B. The distribution system needs to keep up with this investment rate, and it's estimated that the distribution sector, which is anything, the low voltage grid below 50,000 volts, 50 kV, will require between $103 and $120 billion of cumulative growth capital additions in order to maintain pace with the electricity growth and the investments in generation. Electra represents, as I mentioned, approximately 20% of that. So $20 billion of investment for Electra by the mid-2040s to maintain the electricity infrastructure, keep pace with electrification, et cetera. In order to do this, we're going to need what we describe as sustainable financing models. As our capital growth rate expands, we're going to need sources of debt and equity in order to fund our business going forward. And we're currently working with our shareholders, all of our shareholders, including the City of St. Catharines, on what that sustainable financing plan looks like. When we look at growth within the City of St. Catharines, on the next slide, there are significant areas of growth within the city, notably the condo developments in Port Dalhousie, the downtown core, looking at about 16 MVA. The Queenston area, multi-year phase condo townhouse development, that's projected a total of 16,000 megavolt amperes. Welland Canal development, another 7 MVA. Ontario Street and Welland development, 3 MVA. Town Line Road East, residential low-rise and townhomes, projected another 3 MVA. And then the industrial commercial development in the QEW Bunting area is another 15 MVA. So approximately 54 MVA or megawatts of capacity is going to be required in the city over the next 5 years plus. This will require investments in system expansions. And in addition to that, we have investments in rehabilitation and refurbishment across our service area. And when we look at our next slide, the filing plan that we filed with the Ontario Energy Board, so it would include the investments for system rehabilitation and hardening in the City of St. Catharines and that 54 megawatts of increased capacity. We filed with the Ontario Energy Board, it's called a custom IR rate filing plan last fall. The total spend for Electra over the next 5 years, the ask is $3.1 billion, and it's broken down into 3 buckets. The first one is $1.8 billion. That's renewing and replacing infrastructure. So this is older cables in duct, wood poles, mini pad transformers, overhead pole transformers that are at end of life. They need to be replaced. We have some duct or some cable that is direct buried that's upwards of 50 to 60 years old. That cable needs to be replaced. We've done things to extend its life, like cable injection, et cetera, but the cable's in need of replacement. So that's 60% of the ask. Another $1 billion is meeting growing electricity demand. So we expect to have 156,000 new services on our grid. It's about 500,000 people will be connected to our grid by 2031. That requires new transformer stations, feeder expansion, et cetera. You're connecting industrial loads. You have more EVs on the grid. That requires more capacity. So all of this will require approximately $1 billion in new investment, and then $300 million in grid modernization. This also would include our AMI 2.0, or advanced meter infrastructure, replacing our meters. They're at end of life as well. They were put in about 20 years ago. And so there's plans in there to replace the meters and continue investments in grid modernization, which enhance our reliability. We filed, as I mentioned, in last fall. We went to what's called technical conference, which is a public hearing where interveners review the application publicly. And then we went into what's called settlement conference with the interveners, which is done behind closed doors. It's negotiated. And we have come to a settlement with the interveners in the last, at the end of last month. And we're in the process of finalizing that ask. And we expect the OEB will ratify our rate ask by the end of this month or early next month. And we'll be providing you with the details of that plan when that becomes public. The minister, next slide. This goes to the issue we were talking about before in terms of sustainable financing model for municipal electric utilities. So as they grow, as the rate of capital investment increases, our businesses are funded 60% debt and 40% equity. So this means that as they grow, we will continue. We can access the debt capital markets and get the 60% debt to fund the growth. We need a source of equity to maintain that capital structure. And if the municipalities have that equity, they can fund it. But what we're seeing is that the investment required on the equity side to maintain the capital structure is fairly high. And that the government has recognized this. The Minister of Energy had an op-ed in the National Post last October talking about the need for a revised financing plan for municipally owned electric utilities. They formed what was called the Pulse Panel for Utility Leadership and Service Excellence, to review this financing issue. And what it would look at is tax relief if non-municipal equity were to come into the utility. There is a tax that is paid if the utility has more than 10% non-municipal ownership. There's an exit tax. It's called a departure tax. So we're looking at advocating for departure tax relief for the prospect of potentially bringing in third-party equity to maintain our capital structure. And then on the community update, in the next slide, please. In terms of capital investments, in 2025, we invested in 25 and 26 invested $21.6 million to construct and renew infrastructure, again, replace underground cables, put in the new connections and other distribution system investments in the city. We're looking at almost $100 million in capital investments, again, as part of that $3.1 billion ask. 100 million of that would go into the city of St. Catharines to renew electricity infrastructure, add system capacity, and make the grid more resilient. So that is part of that $3.1 billion ask. Next slide. Current active projects within the city include cable remediation. This investment, as we talked about, extending the life of cables or replacing cables because they are at end of life. Rear lot renewal. These rear lots, they're older design, the homes and businesses are fed from the behind the lot. These are very difficult to manage in case of storms, and it enhances reliability if we can go to front lot supply. So we're looking at converting these rear lot services to front lot. And as you said, there's a total of 4 individual projects taking place from 2026 to 2031 to convert rear lot servicing to front lot servicing. And then we're looking at the downtown feeder consolidation. Feeder upgrade will consolidate these 500 MCM cables to larger cables that can take more power and increase capacity and efficiency, and allow for the downtown growth. In terms of numbers, next slide. We continue to contribute to St. Catharines' economy of 76 full-time employees at our Vacant site location, and support many jobs through local suppliers and vendors throughout Niagara region. In terms of our community support, in 2025, our Electric Cares community support program touched many frontline agencies and institutional partners in St. Catharines and Niagara region. We put a priority for youth and families, food security, housing, mental health programs in disadvantaged communities. Our total investment in the community support programs in St. Catharines totaled $131,500 for 2025. This included 2 brand sponsorships with Sports Niagara for the Ontario Parasport Games and the 2025 Minto Cup Men's Lacrosse Tournament. And the investment has been renewed for 2026 as we support frontline social service agencies in St. Catharines. So in summary, next slide, we continue to invest in the electricity distribution system that supports each of our customers and is building for our future. We're continuing to have discussions and advocate with the provincial government on a model to provide a sustainable financing for our business and our sector, working with our municipal owners as well. Our regulatory team has been successful in obtaining annual inflationary increases for 2025, and most recently, as I mentioned, settled the custom IR with interveners, waiting for final approval by the Ontario Energy Board by the end of the summer. Our territory is growing, our assets are aging, and we must address the risk of climate change on our system, which supports 1 in 5 customers in Ontario. Our rate rebasing application seeks to increase funding for our capital investments, harden our grid, and accommodate growing demand. And we have reached tentative settlement, as I mentioned, with interveners, so that's coming. Further discussions will be necessary to ensure we do have this sustainable financing plan. We look forward to working with our shareholders, and we will continue to focus on our customers to provide them with best-in-class service and affordable rates. With that, Mr. Chair, happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Bentz. Are there any questions for the presenter? Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly a lot of good news in your presentation, but I do have concern when I look at the dividend payments to the City of St. Catharines. They'll be going down in the next few years. Is that correct?
Subject to the us getting this sustainable financing, if we can fund the equity, as I mentioned before, the 40% equity, the rate base actually grows and the dividend stream grows. The problem is, if you don't have a source of equity funding, we're rated by 3 credit rating agencies, S&P, DBRS, and Fitch. You're going to get rating downgrades, and the rating downgrades causes you to relook at your dividend policy to effectively provide sources of equity. So that's where it's coming from. So if we can resolve the equity issue, then I would say that the dividend stream should increase over time, because our rate base is growing and our investment in the grid is growing, and then dividends will flow from that. But you have to resolve the financing issue.
You say it should increase over time, but in the immediate period, it is decreasing. So when will that change from a decrease to an increase?
And the plan is, and again, working with our 7 shareholders, is to have a sustainable solution for third-party equity by the second quarter of next year. If we can get our shareholders to agree to a plan to provide equity to Electra so that it can grow, and we get departure tax relief, which I mentioned earlier, then next year, if those 2 things happen, we'll be back on track for our, I'll say normal, but actually increased dividend stream. And it's increasing because we just got our rates approved and the investment in the grid is increasing. So the net income increases and the dividend increases.
So you want to do equity financing rather than debt financing?
Perhaps I
We
can,
would do both. Yeah.
perhaps I can just interrupt for a sec. We're going to have a closed session in a little bit, Joe, and we're going to discuss it a little more in depth, and you can ask some questions, if that's okay. Does anybody else have any questions? Perfect. Could I ask Councillor Stevens to do the resolution? Be it resolved that the annual update from Electra Inc. be received. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you, Mr. Bentz. You don't really have to
Thank you.
stay on any longer, I don't think. Do you? Oh, in closed session. Yeah, you'll be in closed session. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
perfect. Thank you. Item number 7, annual resolutions, audited financial statements. I'm going to ask for Councillor Phillips to move the resolution. Be it resolved that the audited financial statements, including the balance sheet as of December 31st, 2025, and the statement of profit and loss for the fiscal year of the corporation ended on such date, are hereby received. Moved by, does anybody have any questions about it? Seconded by Councillor McPherson. All those in favor? And that's carried. Appointment of the auditor. Can I have Councillor McPherson for this motion? Be it resolved that the appointment of the auditor of the corporation be the same firm chosen by the corporation of the City of St. Catharines pursuant to their required selection process, and authorizing the directors to fix the auditor's remuneration. Moved by Councillor McPherson, seconded by Councillor Dodge. All those in favor? And that's carried. Discussion items. I'll ask perhaps Adam Smith, who wants to give us an update for the 2026 to 2030 business plan.
Thank you, Chair Harris. I'll just be very brief. So good afternoon, Council. As representative of the shareholder, I wanted to just provide some context and high-level overview of the business plan. So under the shareholder agreement, a 5-year business plan must be presented to the shareholder at the AGM each year. This year's plan is similar to prior years. It is based on status quo operations at the Haywood Generating Station, and it incorporates expected and planned downtime for projects both at the Haywood Station as well as the upstream at OPG. It also identifies funding flowed through from dividends originating from Electra. The plan was developed a few months ago, and potential shareholder impacts will be monitored and refined for inclusion in the city's upcoming multi-year budget over the coming months.
Perfect, thank you. Could I ask, does anybody have any questions, or does perhaps Deputy Mayor Phillips want to move the recommendation that Council, as the shareholder for St. Catharines Hydro Inc., approve the 2026 to 2030 business plan attached as Appendix A? Moved by Deputy Mayor Phillips, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay, we're up to the closed session. I'm going to look to the Deputy Clerk to give the reasons of why we're moving into closed session.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Council as shareholder for St. Catharines Hydro, Inc. will move into closed session pursuant to Municipal Act, Section 239-2I, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization regarding Electra's 2027 to 2031 distribution system plan.
Perfect. Could I ask Councillor McPherson to do the motion that council move into closed session for the reason noted by the deputy clerk? Seconded by Deputy Mayor Phillips. All those in favor? And that's carried. For the motion arising from closed session. Moved by Councillor McPherson, seconded by Councillor Lindell. And the recommendation is that the closed session report for the meeting of July 13th, 2026 regarding elections 2027 to 2031 distribution system plan be received for information. All those in favor? And that's carried. Confirmation of all acts. I'm going to look to Deputy Mayor Phillips for this one, and I'll read the whole thing for you even, because he was my teacher and all. Be it resolved that all acts, contracts, proceedings, appointments, bylaws, elections, and payments enacted, made, done, given, and taken by the directors and the officers of the corporation since the date of the last annual meeting of the shareholder, as the same are set out or referred to in the minutes of the corporation or in the financial statements submitted to this meeting be, and the same, are hereby approved, sanctioned, and confirmed. Seconded by Councillor Stevens. Is there any debate? All those in favor? And the best part of the whole thing, I'm going to look to the mayor for the last motion. It's the adjournment.
So moved.
All those in favor? And that's, oh, so we need a seconder. Hold on. Councillor Lindell. All in favor? Councillor Dodge did that one.
And welcome back. For those who are here in the gallery, just to let everybody know, we are continuing our meeting from earlier. You haven't missed anything off of the council agenda. However, we did have our annual shareholder meeting for the St. Catharines Hydro Incorporated, and so we had to start our council meeting a little bit early tonight, but we have not gotten to any of the things on the agenda, specifically the things I'm sure many of us are here to be a part of tonight. With that said, we will jump directly into the mayor's report. I want to thank everybody for coming in tonight. I'll start off with a couple of local events. In late June, I was pleased to join MP Chris Biddle and representatives from the CMHC, the Collective Housing Cooperative, and Elevate Living Niagara for an exciting $183 million announcement for our community, which brings 492 units of co-op housing on the former site of Hotel Dieu on Ontario Street. This project, built with support from St. Catharines City Council, will deliver more than new homes. It will help build a vibrant, inclusive community where people of all ages and backgrounds can put down roots and thrive. This investment is another important step forward and another important step toward a future where everyone in St. Catharines has access to safe, secure, and attainable housing, and where our city continues to grow as a more inclusive, connected, and welcoming community. I want to thank Drew Toth and the team at Elevate for bringing the project forward and working with the necessary partners to make this build possible. Last week, I was happy to see the official groundbreaking of the new Grimsby GO station take place, an important milestone in expanding the GO network across our region and strengthening connections between Niagara and the Greater Golden Horseshoe. For people living in St. Catharines, this investment means greater flexibility when traveling throughout the region. Whether it's a daily commute for work or a trip to visit Grimsby, improved transit connections make getting there more convenient while supporting economic growth across Niagara. Thank you to Minister Sarkaria and the province of Ontario for their continued investment in transit infrastructure, as well as Michael Lindsay and the entire Metrolinx team for their leadership and partnership in advancing this important project. We're looking forward to seeing the positive impact the new station will have for communities across Niagara, including residents here in St. Catharines. Last week, Deputy Mayor Bill Phillips represented me at another exciting announcement for the city. Thanks to provincial funding, GNMI Medical Imaging will expand its MRI and CT services, helping more residents receive publicly funded diagnostic imaging within the medically recommended time. This means shorter wait and earlier diagnoses, which will help people get the care they need when it matters most. So thank you to the provincial government for that very much needed investment. And last week, I was thrilled to see that the province announced more than $90 million to support expanded shipbuilding capacity across the province, including $11 million for Ontario shipyards and future work connected to the Port Weller dry docks right here in St. Catharines. For a city shaped by the Welland Canal, waterfront industry, and generations of skilled trades, this investment marks another step forward, and it means a stronger marine capacity, more opportunity for skilled workers, new momentum for industrial lands and waterfront assets, and a larger role for St. Catharines in Ontario's blue economy. Congratulations to the folks on Ontario Shipyards, and thank you to the province for this investment in local shipbuilding. This morning, I was pleased to join the Municipal Development Corporation, along with Member of Parliament Chris Biddle and the team from Axe Living, to celebrate the next milestone for the 6 to 8 Academy Street development. This property has long been one the city and the community has wanted to see redeveloped, and it's exciting to see the vision finally taking shape. This was supported through the Housing Accelerator Fund, and the project will help bring 30 affordable units to the housing market here in St. Catharines. Partnering with Axe Living helps bring these units to market quickly. With the demolition beginning today, the units will be expected to be complete by October. So 30 new units in the downtown by October. And earlier this month, I had the pleasure of visiting Umami Express as part of my ongoing Metrolinx visits. It's located on Welland Avenue, and Umami Express specializes in traditional favorites like donburi bowls, Japanese curry, and fresh house-made kimchi, all prepared with authentic recipes and bold flavors. And we appreciate Umami Express as a part of St. Catharines' diverse culinary landscape. I wanted to give congratulations to all of the 2026 high school and elementary school graduates. This year, I once again presented SCORE Fund scholarships to graduating high school students across the 9 St. Catharines high schools. This scholarship recognizes dedicated graduating students for their academic achievements and their school and community involvement over their high school careers. So congratulations to Kyla Sandy from DSBN Academy, Jay Patel from Eden High School, Nicola Fornelli from Governor Simcoe Secondary School, Victoria Saxena from Laura Secord Secondary School, Cole Lewis from Sir Winston Churchill Secondary School, Atlas Dixon Dutcher from St. Catharines Collegiate Secondary, Molly Armstrong and Joan Sorigui from Dennis Morris Catholic High School, Julia Kelly and Valentina Tafour from St. Francis Catholic Secondary School, and Juan David Lozano Delgado and Denasia Osborne from Holy Cross Catholic Secondary School. I want to congratulate each of the students for their hard work and their commitment, and I wish them continued success as they move forward into bright and promising futures. In June, I was pleased to celebrate the opening of Black Bear Bakery, located just down the street from City Hall at 30 Church. It's always great to see a local business grow, especially here in our downtown. In this case, Black Bear went from being one of the vendors at our downtown market to today, where their popularity and following has grown so much that they have their own bricks and mortar cafe and retail space just around the corner. Congratulations to Rain and the entire Black Bear team on this exciting growth, and we wish them continued success in the years ahead. At the end of June, I was pleased to join Rohit and the staff at Cheeky Monkeys to celebrate their grand reopening under new ownership. Cheeky Monkeys is located at 188 Bunting and has been part of the community for the last 18 years. Under new ownership now, they are excited to continue to be a place where kids can have fun while parents can relax and enjoy the cafe lounge. Congratulations on the grand reopening and their investment in St. Catharines. Earlier this month, I was pleased to join Councillor Jackie Lindell for the grand reopening of Zehrs at the Penn Center. The store was first built in 1995, and with these new renovations, they've added a Joe Fresh department, expanded beauty, toys, and general merchandise, as well as upgrades to all the fridges and the freezers to be more efficient. One thing that stood out while we were there was the years of service of the staff. Almost every department manager had at least 25 years of service, and collectively, the team has more than 1,425 years of service in the store, which makes for a great shopping experience for the more than 15,000 people that visit weekly. Congratulations to store manager Steve Ali for inviting me to celebrate the special day, and thank you for the continued investment in St. Catharines. And at the beginning of July, I was pleased to join the team at Morecore Computers to celebrate their 30th anniversary of business here in St. Catharines. This family-run business is committed to customer service, and their ability to adapt to changes in technology over the years have earned the trust of so many residents and businesses. Congratulations to the entire Morecore team on this milestone, and here's to many more years of success. In terms of upcoming events, the only thing that I have, the city's free outdoor summer concert series returns this year with 6 concerts on Wednesday nights at Montebello Park. This year's concert series features local and touring Canadian musicians, including headliners Schoolhouse and the Vaudevillian. The 6-concert series runs consecutive Wednesday nights, 6 p.m. until dusk. It started July 8th and will continue through August 19th, with the exception of July 29th. Summer eats and treats from food trucks and craft beverage vendors, as well as family games, round out this summer's Wednesday night outdoor all-ages concert fun. Attendees are encouraged to bring a lawn chair or blanket, and for more information or for the full concert lineup, visit stcatharines.ca/concerts in the park. And at this time, I will open the floor to councillors. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to update council that 2 Wednesdays ago, Tom Rankin and his team and I went for a tour of the St. Catharines Y, and it was a very positive tour. We took a look around. There's still some more investigation to go. We're looking forward to getting the water sample and perhaps pumping out the basement. I think, if I could ask through the mayor to the director of engineering and facilities, the status of the water sample.
Through the councillor to the, through the mayor to the councillor. Yeah, we received the results as of Friday, which indicate that an option for us is to put the water into the sanitary sewer so that it can be discharged to the wastewater treatment plant at the region.
Perfect, thank you. So I guess just to update everybody, that would be the next step, pump it out and tour the basement. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things. First of all, Chili and Agave on Hartsel Road is celebrating 15 years of business, and I hope everybody's at least had the chance to try their food because it's absolutely amazing. I noticed at our Canada Day celebrations, they had a food truck there, and it was pretty packed, so I'm guessing it's pretty well received. Also, sometimes I fangirl about the weirdest things, but recently, one of my favorite reporters of all times, Peter Conradi, he retired, and for me that's, good for him, good luck. He did such amazing work within the city of St. Catharines and beyond after he moved on, but he was one of the last amazing reporters who could find a story and give every different type of side, front, back, and sideways, and report the best that he could do. So we're going to miss him.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was able to represent you at the Motor Maids Conference. And for those that don't know what Motor Maids are, they are a women's motorcycle association. Mr. Mayor, they missed you. They also suggested several different motorcycle options for you if you were thinking of it. And it's possible that I'll be, working on my motorcycle license so I can join them. But it was over 400 motorcyclists from across North America. They all have to ride their motorcycle from their location. So we had folks from Florida, California. And the highlight was probably meeting the golden lifers who have been members of the association for 50 years plus. So several of them were over 80, and they rode from Florida and North Carolina, and it was a delightful. And thank you to the Nitsopolises because they had a great experience at the hotel, Holiday Inn. Thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lots of great activities happening across the city. I just want to highlight a couple recent ones in Port Dalhousie Ward. Saturday was the Grantham Optimist Softball League Family Day. There was over 600 players there. I was hoping that Marty would show up and volunteer to go in the dunk tank, but he didn't, nor did I, of course. So they did a great job. Thanks to the Optimist and all the people who volunteered to make that happen. It's also the Martindale Pond Henley course was the scene of the Central Ontario Rowing Association regatta this week, which also takes a lot of a big workforce of volunteers to put that sucker on. I shouldn't use that kind of language, should I? And then I just want to offer thanks to, we've had two pretty sudden and violent storms in the last number of weeks, and our staff really stood up and did a good job of clearing out a lot of the sizable trees and tree branches and limbs and stuff that came down. So thanks to our arboricultural staff and Mr. Christie's department. Just a reminder, tomorrow night is the Port Dalhousie Supper Market in Lakeside Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Clearly, you have not done a very good job of onboarding Councillor Mako. If he doesn't understand his role as the junior councillor is to take all of the dunk tank bullets. I also appreciate your apology for the use of the word sucker, which I think is a first in this council chamber. Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, maybe I took the easy way out. I was running the Plinko station at the Grantham Optimist Club. I'll do dunk tank next time. 2026 is a big year for community celebrations. We have the St. Catharines 150, of course. We're also celebrating 200 years of Port Dalhousie, and this is the big weekend, everybody, for our Summerfest. So we invite the entire community to come join us in Lakeside Park. It starts at noon this Saturday, runs until 10 p.m., full of family, fun activities and entertainment. There will be food trucks, a vendor fair, interactive games for kids, and a historic display. And then following the celebration at dusk, there will be an outdoor movie night in the park, and it will be the movie Hoppers, which is really popular. So something for everyone. Encourage you all to come join us in Lakeside Park this Saturday. We've also secured a free shuttle service. So it will be running from Lakeside Park to the Lions Club on that side of Port Dalhousie, and then Lakeside Park to Eden High School on the other side. We know transport in and out of Port on a Saturday can be really busy, so we encourage everyone to take advantage of this shuttle service or walking or any form of public transit just to reduce the amount of cars coming in and out. There will also be, as part of the weekend celebration, Friday night concert. The Port Dalhousie BWC is having a rock night theme, so that'll be Friday night at 7 at the old Lock 1 stage. So it's going to be a very celebratory weekend. And then next weekend is our Emancipation Day STC celebration in Port Dalhousie. I know there's a downtown component as well. The big picnic is Sunday, July 26th in Lakeside Park, and that's from 11 a.m. to dusk. Thank you to Matter of Black and the Tubman Tours Canada for commemorating our region's significant Black history. There'll be food, music, and community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mako. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This morning I was able to represent you at a company called Attached Niagara. They had an open house. I met with Minister of Energy Preparedness and Response, Jill Dunlap, from the provincial government. This organization specializes in preparing not only Niagara, but across Canada in cases of emergencies, whether they be wildfires, floods, things like that. But as well, they have some psychologists that work there to deal with residents who are undergoing severe stress and trauma from a variety of circumstances. So I was very impressed with what I saw there. They're located at 95 Niagara Street. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
I just want to thank again our staff for the great work they've done in the gardens around St. Catharines. Once again, they really, downtown looks great, and the various gardens around the city are tremendous, as well as City Hall. So again, our staff working really hard to make the city look great.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Up next is Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I just wanted to highlight the Legion Branch 24 is having their grand reopening this Saturday. So maybe before you head to Port Bluesy, stop by the branch at it's 15 George Street. I know a lot of volunteers, neighbors have been working really hard to bring that old building up to tip-top shape. They've taken it over at, I think it was this year, maybe it was last year they took over the building, but they're having their grand reopening this Saturday, and it runs from, I think, 1 o'clock to 4.
Excellent. All right, seeing no other items from council, we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda, and I'll turn things over to the clerk.
There's no amendments to the agenda. There are 4 pieces of additional correspondence that are in Council SugarSync folder and will be on the council correspondence listing on our website on July 16th. The first is a confidential memo for Insurance and Claims Risk Manager regarding the Corporate Insurance 2026-2027 renewal. The second is additional correspondence from residents regarding item 8.1 from tonight's agenda, and that's the 447 and 449 Geneva Street item. There's correspondence from residents regarding 11.1, which is the motion for the shelter. And then there's correspondence from the St. Catharines Downtown Association regarding item 10.1, which is the amendments to the sign bylaw.
Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Councillor Lindell, Councillor Phillips, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Adoption of the minutes. The council will adopt the minutes of the special council meeting held on June 17th, 2026, and the council will adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting held on June 22nd, 2026. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Kushner, Councillor Stevens, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 6, motion to move consent reports. Before we do that, I know Councillor McPherson wanted to make a comment about item 7.6.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to comment on the from the ground motion. It comes out of our FCM conference and from FCM and the mayor of yourself, along with the mayor of Newmarket, and I can't remember the third. Was it Regina? Regina. But it's over the last few years at FCM, we've had a lot of conversations about what can municipalities do and what role can they play when it comes to building non-market housing and getting involved. And the From the Ground movement is a great opportunity for us to identify, and municipalities across the country, identify land that can be used for housing. And this week the board had an email from our new president, Tim Tierney, from Ottawa, and the enthusiasm and the number of municipalities that had already signed on and were in the process of having a report come to their council was really interesting to see, and it's the role that we can play when it comes to housing. We're limited in lots of other ways, but this is a great one, and I'm very happy that we were one of the original supporters of it. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor, and I agree. It was good to be at FCM and be up on the stage presenting the idea, but it's fantastic to hear that other municipalities are heeding the call. And I will say the 2 Facer Street project that I know Councillor Townsend originally pushed forward, and then it made its way to the MDC, and now it's in the process, and we're looking at how we can partner with the Boys and Girls Club and for-profit developers and nonprofits in the community is being held up as a bit of an exemplar right now to other communities. So congratulations to this council for the decisions that we've made over the last couple of years with respect to that non-market housing. With that, we have a motion to approve the consent agenda. So can I get a mover for that? Councillor Kushner. And I will look to the clerk to read the consent reports and call the recorded vote.
Today's consent agenda includes item 7.1, engineering, facilities, and environmental services, maintenance program and funding strategy for the Port Dalhousie Piers. Item 7.2, 2027 to 2030 schedule of rates and fees cover report. Item 7.3, financial management services, budget standing committee report for the meeting of June 15th, 2026. Item 7.4, legal and clerk services, sole source for animal control, shelter and adoption services. Item 7.5, legal and clerk services, correspondence from Club Roma regarding Tiamu Festival Cup Tournament, request to waive fees. Item 7.6, Office of the CAO, Federation of Canadian Municipalities from the Ground campaign pledge, turning municipal land into non-market housing. Councillor Kushner. Yes. Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Mako.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, we are now moving into a portion of the public part of the meeting. Council chambers in all municipalities in our country represent the seed of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and to seek opinions into very complex issues, ensuring safe spaces for all in our public discourse. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another, but that we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in our chambers. We respect the right for everyone to have an opinion and remind the audience views of the public do not always reflect those of the Corporation of the City of St. Catharines. With that, we will start first with our public meeting. 8.1, Planning and Building Services, Planning Services, applications to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw, subject lands 447 and 449 Geneva Street. The purpose of this public meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public and council to understand the proposed application and to provide the public with an opportunity for input before council's decision. If a specified person or public body as defined in the Planning Act or the registered owner of the land does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or written submission prior to council making its decision, they are not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Also, that person may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeals by others without the permission of the tribunal. The deadline to submit additional written comments not previously published on the council correspondence listing was 12 p.m. today, and 6 additional items of correspondence were received. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Staff will explain the application. Members of the public wishing to speak were asked to register by 9 a.m. today. 9 people had registered. After they have spoken, I will ask if anybody in the gallery would like to speak. And if they do, they are to provide their name to our council coordinator, Sarah, just over here, before they return to the gallery after their comments. After the public comments, the agent will speak and council will have an opportunity to ask questions. At that point, the public meeting will be closed, and then council will be able to ask staff questions and will consider the application. The public meeting is now open, and I call upon Madeline Furco, planner, to present.
Good evening. As mentioned, my name is Madeline Furco, development planner with the city, and I will be presenting planning staff's recommendation for the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications for 447 and 449 Geneva Street. 447 and 449 Geneva Street are located on the west side of Geneva Street. The subject lands are currently occupied by 2 detached dwellings and accessory structures. The surrounding neighborhood is primarily residential, with detached dwellings to the south, west, and to the east on the opposite side of Geneva Street, as well as an apartment building to the south of the properties as well. North End Church abuts the properties to the north. The applicant is proposing a 4-story apartment building containing a total of 50 dwelling units. The height proposed for the building is 14 meters at Geneva Street. 61 parking spaces are proposed to service the apartment building, 23 of which are at grade, and the remaining 38 are located interior to the building. Development also proposes 6 short-term and 14 long-term bicycle parking spaces. The applicants had initially submitted applications to redesignate and rezone the subject lands for high-density residential. However, after receiving feedback from the public, revised their application. The applicants also revised their site plan to remove a proposed waste set-out area in the southwest corner of the property. As you can see, that's highlighted in yellow there, and reconfigured the parking area to permit the preservation of 3 additional trees. The purpose of the submitted Planning Act applications are to facilitate the proposed development. The official plan amendment application proposes to redesignate the subject lands from low-density residential to medium-density residential with a special policy to permit an increase in density. The zoning bylaw amendment proposes to rezone the subject lands from low-density residential suburban neighborhood to medium-density residential with a special provision to address site-specific design. The applicant has also submitted an application for site plan approval for concurrent review. However, this application is not subject of the legislative public meeting tonight. So as mentioned, the subject lands are currently designated low-density residential on Schedule E1 of the official plan. An official plan amendment is required as the current designation does not permit the proposed apartment building use nor the proposed density of 130 units per hectare. The applicants are proposing to redesignate the subject lands to medium-density residential with a special policy. The medium-density residential designation would permit the proposed apartment building use, while this special policy would permit an increase in density up to 130 units per hectare or 50 dwelling units. The subject lands are currently zoned R1, low-density residential, suburban neighborhood, which does not permit the proposed apartment building. The applicant is requesting to rezone the subject lands to the R3 medium-density residential zone with a new special provision 201 to facilitate the proposal. So special provision 201 will address site-specific deficiencies related to the proposed development and the requested R3 zoning. Firstly, the applicant is requesting reduced interior side yard setbacks along the north property line, which is here in purple, from 7 meters to the building to 2.9 meters, and then from the balcony also from 7 meters to 2.7 meters. Staff have no concerns regarding these setbacks as this lot line is shared with the church and parking area, and as such, there are no overlook concerns regarding these setbacks. Allowing the building to be located closer to this lot line permits the building to be located farther from neighboring residential uses. A reduced setback from the balcony to the front lot line is requested, shown in blue. A minimum of 5 meters would be required, however, 4.9 meters is proposed. Again, staff have no concerns as this is a minimal reduction that would not be visibly discernible from the 5-meter requirement. And then 3-meter wide landscape buffers are required surrounding the parking area and drive aisle. Reduced buffers were requested adjacent to the north, south, and west lot lines that have been highlighted in green. Staff have no concerns with the reduced northerly landscape buffer, as it is adjacent to a neighboring parking area. So as such, there's no negative impacts anticipated from this reduction. The buffer to the west requests a reduction to 2.9 meters. Staff do not have any concerns with this, as this is a minimal reduction from the required 3 meters, and we'll still be able to provide robust landscaping and privacy fencing. Lastly, a reduction to 1 meter is requested at a pinch point, just here, along the south landscape buffer. And staff have no concerns as this would be localized to this pinch point only. A buffer of 2.3 meters has been demonstrated can be provided along the rest of the drive aisle and parking area, which is again sufficient to provide robust plantings and fencing. Staff have recommended an additional provision to ensure that the 2.3 meters as shown on the plan has been maintained, and landscaping and fencing will be guaranteed through a future site plan agreement. A density of 130 units per hectare is requested, whereas a maximum of 99 units is permitted per the R3 zone. Staff have no concerns with this increase, as the proposal demonstrates the 50 new dwelling units can be accommodated within a medium-density built form that is appropriately sited in relation to the abutting lower form residential uses and provides massing that does not overwhelm the site or neighboring buildings. City engineering staff have no objections to the proposed 50 dwelling units in regards to municipal infrastructure. A minimum of 63 parking spaces are required. However, 61 spaces, or a ratio of 1.2 spaces per unit, is requested to service the proposed 50 units. Staff have no concerns with this, as the subject lands are in direct or close proximity to a number of bus routes. Sufficient bicycle parking is proposed, and the lands are located on a street that provides bike lanes on both sides of the street, which connects to commercial hubs, including Fairview Mall. And lastly, the R3 zone typically permits a building height of 20 meters for apartment buildings on arterial roads, whereas a maximum height of 14.5 meters is proposed to be introduced to limit the overall height of development on site. And staff have no concerns, as introducing this restriction will ensure that future development on site will be contextually sensitive and ensure that built form remains compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. So the proposal was circulated to internal departments and relevant external agencies, and no objections to the proposal were received. An open house to present the proposal to the public was held this past May, with 24 members of the public, the applicant's agent, and city staff in attendance. A number of comments were provided during that time and leading up to this public meeting that have been addressed in detail in the recommendation report. However, I will address the main concerns here. So in regards to municipal infrastructure, comments were received regarding concerns on the proposed impact the units will have on municipal infrastructure capacity. The applicant was required to submit a functional servicing report, which information from was input into the city's capacity analysis model. The findings of this report indicate that the proposed development would have no impact on current capacity, and as such, staff had no concerns with the proposed 50 units. Further, there is work being undertaken to improve servicing capacity, which is estimated to be completed in 2029, which will service the site and the wider neighborhood. In regards to traffic, comments were received regarding the impact this development will have on traffic volumes. Geneva Street is an arterial road, which are intended to handle higher volumes of traffic in the city. The proposed development is not anticipated to generate a significant amount of traffic that would require alterations to the road, and as such, a traffic impact study was not required as part of these applications. Comments were also received regarding concerns of overflow of vehicles onto neighboring side streets and taking up on-street parking availability. Currently, on-street parking is permitted on both sides of most of the nearby side streets. On-street parking is a shared community resource that is available to anyone. However, if on-street parking on both sides of the street is causing safety or operational concerns, traffic staff have processes to review and implement change. And in regards to noise, some residents provided comments that there are concerns regarding potential noise impacts in relation to building mechanical equipment and the garage door at the rear of the building. The building's mechanical equipment is shown to be located within a closed room, which is located at the front portion of the building closer to Geneva Street, while the garage entrance is set back approximately 16 meters from the rear lot line, and landscaping and fencing will be provided, which will provide further noise buffering. Lastly, staff received comments regarding compatibility of the proposed development. Staff are the opinion that the proposal has been designed to ensure that there is a gentle transition from the site to neighboring lower form dwellings. As can be seen on the screen, the building is located closest to the north property lines, which is adjacent to the church and their parking area, which allows for the building to be located away from the neighboring residential uses exceeding the minimum setback requirements of the proposed zones, which provides a gentle transition between neighboring uses. There are no balconies proposed along the rear facade of the building, which reduces overlook concerns. And as mentioned previously, additional trees are proposed to be preserved along the rear lot line, and new trees will be planted along the rear and south lot lines, which will provide additional visual buffering. The proposed maximum height and density provisions will limit the overall scale of development, ensuring that future development remains compatible. Staff have reviewed the proposal against local and provincial policies and are satisfied that the proposal conforms as outlined in the slide and outlined in detail in the recommendation report. In conclusion, it is staff recommendation that council approve the proposed official and zoning bylaw amendments as recommended, as the proposal is aligned with applicable provincial and local policies. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Furco. We'll now be going into public delegations. Before we begin, just a general note that I do before every public meeting when public delegations begin. I will respectfully ask that all in attendance keep their thoughts and concerns to themselves as presenters are speaking. There will be times when you want to cheer on the presenter because they're saying something you agree with. I'm going to ask you to fight that urge. There will be times when you will want to disagree and perhaps make a comment or hiss. That's happened before. I would ask you to please not do that as well. We do ask that members of the gallery keep their comments to themselves and allow the people who are speaking the opportunity to speak and answer questions from council, and that we don't show any agreement or disagreement with the speakers when they are finished. With that, I will say we have delegations this evening thus far. Registered for Ryden Raymond, Daniel Tibbs, Chris Malton, Amy Malton, Kaylee Rizzo-Harvey, Diane Shurchenko, Justin DeGordick, Jillian Barclay, and Wayne Cornelius. Once all of those speakers have had an opportunity to speak, if there's anybody else in the gallery, do we have folks out? Okay. Or any of the folks in the overflow room who wish to speak? We will give them an opportunity at that time. They just have to make sure that they give their name to our council coordinator when they are finished speaking, so we have it for the public record. At this time, I will call upon, who do I have first? Ryden Raymond to speak. Good evening. The lectern is yours.
Good evening, Mayor Cisco and members of council. My name is Ryden Raymond, and I'm here with my partner, Joanna Sneezik, and our son, Leon. I believe they're in the overflow room. We live at 32, oh, there they are. We live at 32 Ramsey Street, which is lot 15 on the building plan. And we live directly adjacent to the rear of this proposed development, where we are raising our young family. We believe if council is prepared to consider this proposal, then the direct impacts on the homes closest to the rear interface should be addressed first. My first point is the garbage set-out. The original location for the garbage set-out was to be at the rear interface in the area currently marked turnaround. Reasons are obvious why there cannot be 50 apartment units of garbage next to our backyard. I don't need to go into them. But at the open house, James Webb offered to move it to the area labeled moving, and we are very grateful for that. However, our concern is that this is just an understanding unless it is formally secured. And we ask the city to lock the revised garbage location into the approved plans and conditions so it cannot drift back towards the rear lot line throughout the development. My second issue is the underground parking access. The current plan still puts too much vehicle activity near the rear interface of the site. The plans still show 23 surface spaces, 38 underground spaces, a garage entrance, and a turnaround. For the homes closest to the site, that means headlights, engine noise, doors closing, late night vehicle movement, loud music blaring, and a garage going up and down, garage door, sorry. The garage activity is just too close to the backyards. We ask the city require underground parking access to be moved to the front of the building directly onto Geneva Street. That is where this activity belongs, not beside neighboring backyards. The last concern surrounds density and scale of this development. The revised application now says medium density, but it still asks for 50 units. That's 130 units per hectare, and it's described as a 4-story building. The applicant's own materials say medium density is generally 25 to 99 units per hectare, so this is well above the normal range. The most important part is from the backyards of the nearest homes, it will not look like a typical 4-story building. Because the land falls away towards the rear of the lot, the lower parking level becomes partially exposed, increasing the rear massing. For residents directly behind this site, the building will read much closer to 5 stories of mass. So we ask, if medium density is to be granted, the building should better reflect that by being limited to a 3-story expression from the perspective of the neighboring backyards. That would be a much more appropriate form for this lot and this neighborhood. So in closing, we appreciate the revisions so far. But if this approval is to move forward, it should do so in a form that better respects the homes closest to it. That means 1, locking the revised garbage location, 2, moving parking garage access to Geneva, and 3, reduce the scale to a more appropriate 3 stories as seen from the back residence. We ask that council keep the homes and families closest to this site front and center in its decision and ensure they do not bear an unfair share of this proposal's impact. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions for the presenter? Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter, first of all, thank you. Going through a busy phase of life as you're in with a young child, the fact you make the time to come is admirable.
Thank you.
Would you say you're opposed to development in principle on this site, or is it just this specific proposal? You seem to have some pretty clear recommendations. Do you still believe change is needed? Was just the scope of this change? Maybe just highlight that.
We are not opposed to the development in general. It's just we think it should meet these requirements.
Right, and then the garbage one is a very specific one that we
That's
can
very
bring up when
important.
we speak to staff later on. But just thank you for being solution focused and coming here tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Mr. Mayor, through you, Ryden, how long have you owned the property at 32 Ramsey?
Approximately a year and a half.
Okay, and when you moved in there, you assumed that this was a R1 residential surrounding you?
Correct.
Was there any suggestion at the time that something of this scale could come along?
There was not, no.
Okay.
We wouldn't have picked the house if that was the case.
Thank you.
Right, thank you for your presentation.
Great.
At this time, I'll call upon Daniel Tibbs to speak. Mr. Tibbs, the lectern is yours.
Okay, good evening, Your Worship, City Council members, and staff. My name is Daniel Tibbs, and I'm a lifelong resident of St. Catharines. And I presently live at 34 Ramsey Street, which is one of the houses that is most affected by this proposal. A little history of me is I worked for 36 years with the Niagara Regional Police. And during that time, I was sometimes a detective working on homicide cases. I worked fatal car accidents. I was a hostage negotiator. And I also worked for the fire department on the fire marshal's office. So I got a long list of investigations. But when I retired, I worked 10 years for a legal firm doing investigations of personal injuries. So I've got lots of experience. And you know what? I decided early in my career that a lot of things really depend on common sense more than anything else. And you know what? I looked at this, and you know, it's one of those things that hit you that just go, it ain't right. You know what? When it ain't right, it just motivated me to really get into this and do an investigation of what was happening here. So I have a number of complaints, things that just don't fit. And one of the things, I understand that for the push for residential intensification, but it can't come at the expense of basic site functionality and safety. This proposal is a textbook case of gross overdevelopment. The applicant is trying to lock in a specific zone density footprint based on conceptual design that physically cannot accommodate the essential infrastructure required to run it. One of the first things I noticed was when they first put in their first proposal, they put in that they were going to have on either side of the dumpster, which thank goodness they decided to take that out, but that was through our meetings and things that we had with the open house. So anyway, they took that out, but when they had it originally, they had two big concrete pads that were on either side of the dumpster, and those were there for the purpose of snow removal. Well, in the new design they put in, they've removed that. Now, I know they're trying to do something nice. They've made more green area with grass and things, but there's no provision now for where the snow's gonna go. So they're just gonna push it there. And one of the places there is a turnaround. Now, that's a necessary turnaround for the fire department and other vehicles like the big moving vans and things that are coming there. And if they're pushing all the snow into that area, that's not gonna be available. That's just not correct. So looking at that, they took the dumpster and it's completely gone, and they've made this waste room. Well, they had proposal for the waste room in the original thing. I'll get into that a little bit more. So anyway, when this snow is melting, it's got no place to go. And the property slopes, the proposed property slopes from Geneva Street to the back. And that's no doubt the snow is going to be there. You know, when a property this big, sometimes when they push the snow, it ends up being 8 or 10 feet. And that's not going to be unusual for this. My property has always been flooded by this property because it slopes towards my place. So now I'll just touch on the garbage problem. The fact that this overdevelopment is mirrored in the site is again shown in the garbage decision that they've made. A 50-unit building is going to generate a great deal of waste, cubic yards of waste every week. And now they don't have any plan for a big dumpster to put it in, so what are they going to do? They decided they're going to have a waste room. Well, this waste room was originally put in their plans, and it was fine because they had chutes coming down from each of the floors. They would go down there and it would be picked up and it would be taken outside to the dumpster. There's no longer a dumpster. So now this waste room has not just become a place for waste to be sent, it's a place where waste has to be stored. This is a great factor in fire department regulations and things because it has to be an all-concrete room. It has to be large enough to accommodate green, blue, and just regular garbage. So it's not probably going to be enough to do that. And a room like this, when it's enclosed, as this one will be, it has to have what's called a negative amount of air, so that when the door opens and things, the air isn't being pushed out. When you have bacteria and stuff in a room, it grows and it expands and it pushes the air out to the rest of the building. So they have to be able to have a negative amount of air pressure in the room. To do that, they have to have fans running 24 hours a day to blow it out. Well, if you look at this building, the place where the waste room is right under 3 other floors of apartments. And they even have windows in that area. So the stink that they're going to be blowing out is going to be blowing out and going up to the apartment or across the parking lot into number 445 Geneva Street. And this is not just stink, it's also bacteria that's in this air that they're blowing out. That's a real problem. But a bigger issue than this is the fact that when you look at it, when they designed this originally, it was just going to be a collection room. Now it's an actual storage room. Because of fire regulations, there's a door that opens up into the inside of the building. That door opens up where there's an elevator and a set of stairs. That is a definite fire hazard that just will not fit. The problem with that is an elevator, when it goes up and down, it's like a piston. It sucks the air up with it, and then when it comes down, it pushes the air down, and if it goes past 2 different floors, it blows it out into the hallways. So you're going to have that. And if it's a fire that's involved, it's going to suck the flames up because that acts as a chimney, and it's going to be a real bad situation for that. There's no way that the city should allow a building to have that kind of a representation of a waste room with a common area with an elevator and staircase right beside it. So I'll just get to the third thing. which is the underground parking garage. The whole thing here is they keep saying it's a 4-floor apartment. They call the building next door a 3-floor. It's 2 doors over. Well, if it's a 3-floor, because it's actually only a 2.5-story, because the main story, the first story is in the basement, then this one's definitely a 5-story at the rear. One of the things, I brought this up at the former open house, and one of the things that was there that was really important was they're showing a 7-foot door at the rear, okay? If they have a 7-foot floor, I looked at the survey gradations, and it showed that it was only going to drop 0.83 of a meter. So when I brought this to the attention of the developers at the open house, they said, oh no, it's going to drop 2 meters. And then they said, and on top of that, we have a foundation that's 2 feet. So that's going to allow enough access for it. Well, guess what? I've rechecked my things. I checked, and I had a meeting with city planning and an engineer. I brought this up to them, and their answer to me was simply that it'll be caught when it gets to the building planners, or the building permit area. Well, that's just not right either. And, oops, sorry about this. An important point I want to make here. When I brought this flaw up to city staff in a meeting, I was told that this detail isn't vetted during the planning stage and it would be caught in the building permit stage. With respect, this is exactly why council must delay or deny this rezoning. While staff states the details belong at the building permit or site plan stage, the reality is that zoning establishes the rigid boundary lines that site plan is forced to work within. If city council approves the maximum footprint, you are locking city staff into a box. When the building code inevitably forces structural changes to this garage or waste site later, staff will have no land left to work with, forcing a compromise on setbacks and safety buffers. Going back to the garage, there's another little error that they made. If you look at it, they have 2 accessible parking spaces in the garage. Well, under the Accessibility Act, they have to provide a 9-foot garage door when there's that type of thing happening. So now you've got another 2 feet. So you're looking at a minimum of 6 feet that they have to put a ramp in the back of the building. Putting a 6-foot ramp would require, coming out, you have to have 16 feet because it has to be a flat area before they enter the garage. Otherwise, you've got a vehicle coming in like this and the roof can hit. So it's got to be 16 feet of flat area. Then on top of that, you have the turning area, and that's another 21 feet or more. But the ramp itself, you're looking at another 40 feet. That's going to end up in my backyard. And that's not going to happen. So it's definitely a real problem here. Now, their measurements are incorrect, and I can show you with the zoning and survey papers that it does only drop 0.83 of a meter, not 2 meters like they're trying to get away with. So, in my conclusion, I just want to say that you should not be granting a zoning upgrade based on an incomplete architectural illusion. If this applicant cannot realistically show us right now exactly where the cars fit, where the garbage goes without violating basic site geometry, they have not designed a viable building for our community. Therefore, I respectfully request the council deny or defer the amendments applicant submits until they can submit an engineered architectural cross-section and a comprehensive site functional servicing report proving that they can physically meet regional waste, parking codes, traffic flow, and zoning in order to be able to put this all together. So again, common sense, when you look at something and it just does not right, it ain't right, this ain't right. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Tibbs. Councilor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Tibbs. Mr. Tibbs, thanks for, Dan, thanks for all the investigative work that you have done on this.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm almost deaf.
Oh, yeah, and thanks for...
I had to turn my device on here, so I got closed captioning on what you're saying.
Okay, my perfect
not
hearing
recording, it's
and my age is not so perfect either. Okay, I'm just trying to get a visual image on the changes to the garage door. So first of all, you're saying that the slope is different than has been shown in the developer's plans. It's actually 2 meters from Geneva Street to your rear yard as you go
They
west.
stated it was 2 meters from the front of the building to the back of the building that it was sloping. In actuality, it's 0.83 of a meter.
So it's not as
Not what
steep.
they're
So,
saying.
okay, so they don't have as
They were
much.
saying it was going to be flat at the bottom and they could just drive in. It will not be flat at the
So they're
bottom.
going to actually have to dig deeper than they would ordinarily have. And then you're saying that they need to be putting in a 9-foot tall garage door as opposed to a 7-foot, so that's another 2 feet.
Yes.
So then because you're deeper and you have to have this flat area for entry, you're going, and you have a certain slope, 10% or whatever it is per distance, that's going to have to cause this ramp area to be pushed more to the west.
If it ends up as a
further from the
9-foot
building.
door, they will need at least a 50-foot ramp coming out of that building with the added 16 feet for the flat spot at the bottom to allow vehicle access.
And these are legislated requirements according to your investigations? Sorry, these are legislated requirements according to your investigations?
Legislation on that?
They're rules that we have to follow.
I'm sorry, I'm very deaf, and even my phone isn't picking up what you're saying.
These are based on rules that you've, okay, thank you.
And I gotta admit, I use AI quite a bit,
Right, okay.
because they go right into where everything is, and then I double check what they say to make sure that, because AI is not always accurate.
Okay, and you're suggesting that the alternative to having the outside dumpster, this waste storage room, is also going to create issues, design issues, and potential issues for people living in the building, future residents in the building?
Yeah, it's a large building not to have a dumpster. And they saw the error in their ways, and they sort of fixed that. Magically, they made this waste room, which was originally just going to be a collection room. Now it's going to be a storage waste room. So that's not mentioned anything here in their building design and things, and it doesn't get into all the things that I was mentioning about the stink, the negative pressure, and the fact that it's against fire code to have the door open up into a common area where there's an elevator and a stairwell.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And thank you very much, Mr. Tibbs, for your presentation. At this time, I'll call, thank you. At this time, I'll call upon Chris Malton to speak. Mr. Malton, the lectern's yours. Thank you.
Sorry for reading, but with my busy lifestyle, I did not have time to go over this too many times, but it has been the pressing matter in our family and our household for some time now. Good evening, Mayor, Councillor, City staff, and fellow residents. My name is Chris Malton, and I live at 22 Bareneck Street here in St. Catharines. I'm 43 years old, married to my wonderful wife, Amy, and together we're raising our 3 amazing daughters who are 9, 7, and 4. I was born here in St. Catharines at the old General Hospital on Queenston Street. I went to school here from kindergarten through OIC. I moved away for university, traveled the world, and spent some time of my 20s couch surfing around Western Canada. In the end, it is here, St. Catharines, that I chose to return, to settle, to call home. I stand before you tonight, not just for myself, but for my daughters. They are the reason I am here. They are the reason I care so deeply about the kind of city we are building. Like any parent, I worry about how fast childhood can slip away. I want them to have the kind of childhood they deserve, one filled with safety, community, freedom, and the simple joys of growing up in a place that feels like home. This is what St. Catharines has always meant to me. The city has the amenities of a larger center, but it feels like a close-knit community. It is a place where people know each other, where memories are rooted in neighborhoods, schools, parks, and streets, and where so many of us in this room carry the same shared experiences. I grew up here in St. Catharines. I attended schools in the DSBN, I played hockey in the Garden City Kiwanis League, baseball at the Grantham Optimist Club, soccer with the Concord Soccer League, and I learned how to golf at Fairview Golfland. I still remember summer days when my brother and I would finish the third hole at Fairview, jumping the fence and heading to Nana's apartment in the Kiwanis building beside the course for a quick peanut butter sandwich before going back out to play another 2 or 3 rounds. We would ride our bikes through the empty fields where Costco and Home Depot now stand. We would stop at Walker's Creek to meet up with the neighborhood kids for games of capture the flag, splash through the shallow waters looking for crayfish, or bury a time capsule under the big willow trees that are still there today. I remember Saturday mornings at Homer Lumber with my dad, mostly because I knew I'd get a bag of popcorn. I remember renting movies at Jumbo Video, playing mini golf and arcade games at Super Putt in the Lincoln Mall. We rode our bikes everywhere, to Port Dalhousie for the carousel, to Burgoyne Woods or Lancaster for a swim. We surfed around town on skateboards and to the library here on Church Street, where we were occasionally chased off for being little punks. I can still remember rolling down the sand piles at Lock 1, tobogganing beside Lock 4, and later as teenagers sneaking onto the country club property. To this day, it's still the best hills for a crazy carpet ride. I remember the spaghetti monster at Julio's Pizza, the grape stomps and running of the grapes at Montebello, the Labor Day parades down Merritt Street, concerts on Henley Island, biking the piers at sunset, and skipping rocks across the water till the streetlights came on. I've had the honor of representing the city in championship games, proudly wearing those green, blue, and white jerseys. I've scraped my knees on these roads, broken bones in the schoolyards, climbed school roofs chasing lost tennis balls, and maybe even a detention or two from an old principal who sits here with us tonight. These are the memories that run through my mind when I think about why I continue to choose St. Catharines as my home. And these are the memories that make me want the same kind of childhood for my daughters. This is why I'm here tonight, because this city matters, because the choices we make here today shape the kind of St. Catharines our children inherit tomorrow, and those memories are why I'm standing here tonight. Because I do not want this city to slowly become something the people living in it never asked for. Tonight I am here to oppose the proposed development at 447 and 449 Geneva Street. And I am not alone here. Tonight I am also presenting a petition signed by more than 250 residents who oppose this proposal or have major concerns about it. Some of those people are here tonight, many are not, some could not make it, some are not comfortable speaking in a room like this, some feel the process never gave them a fair chance to be heard. So tonight I speak for them too. I speak because I can, and the truth is, I do not want to be here, but I want even less to stay silent while decisions are made that will change our neighborhood in ways that cannot be undone. Let me be clear, I am not against housing. We need housing, but we need the right housing in the right place, built in the right way. And this proposal is not that. The people have spoken, and they spoke clearly, even though many of them were never properly notified in the first place. The city only sent notices to homes within 150 meters of the site. Corrected, it was 130, as mentioned earlier. The property owner was responsible for posting the notice sign, and from photos many of us have seen, the signs were not exactly posted in a way that helped inform the public. My neighbor across the street did not receive notice. My neighbor right next door to me didn't get any either. And yet the community still found out because neighbors talked to neighbors, because people knocked on doors, because the residents did the work that should have been done properly from the start. And when that happened, the response was overwhelming. There was not a single door knocked on where someone said, yes, this is exactly what our neighborhood needs. What people said was this: the parking is not enough, the traffic is already bad, the infrastructure is already under strain, the building is too tall, the density too aggressive, the site does not fit the neighborhood, and there are still too many unanswered questions. They are right, because the application itself proves the project does not fit. The property is currently designated low-density residential and zoned R1. The original proposal asked for high-density R4 zoning. After public concern, the applicant revised that to medium density and R3. But even after revising it, the project still asks for site-specific density of 130 units per hectare, building heights over 14.5 meters, and a reduced parking ratio of 1.2 spaces per unit. That is proof that it does not fit. Because if this proposal truly belonged on site, it would not need to be changed, softened, or carried forward on exception after exception. The applicant's own open house memo says the site-specific policies effectively bubble wrap the scale and massing of the building. So I ask a simple question. Why is the builder not bringing forward a plan that is actually right for the site, right for the neighborhood, and right for the city? Why ask for help meeting the minimum? Why not be a leader? Why not provide real green space? Why not provide enough parking? Why not properly plan for visitors, delivery vehicles, service vehicles, fire access, and emergency access? Why not bring forward something that fits instead of something that has to be forced through? And please do not tell this neighborhood this is about solving the housing crisis. It is not. The planning report says this proposal would create 50 rental units with 10% of the units retained as affordable housing based on market rents for a minimum of 10 years. It also confirms a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. This is not a housing crisis solution. This is not meaningful affordability. This is a developer asking council to overbuild a site and call it public good. There are better ways to create housing, and I do want to acknowledge that. I congratulate the city and the mayor on the recent announcement of 159 Ontario Street project. That is the kind of project that actually addresses housing needs in a serious and meaningful way. This proposal is not even close. And let us remember what is there now. This site currently contains 2 detached homes, and the applicant's own report confirmed those homes are there and are proposed to be demolished. So this is not empty land. This is not housing appearing out of nowhere. This is existing homes being removed for a building that still does not fit the site. Now let's talk about parking, because 1.2 parking spaces per unit is simply not reality. How many people in this room are a 1-vehicle family? Not many, if any. I grew up here. I've worked all over Niagara and beyond, Vineland, Hamilton, Niagara Falls, and now Thorold. Never once have I held a job in St. Catharines. That is real life here. This area is not built around people living without cars. Jobs are not all close by. Transit does not replace the need for a vehicle for working families. When you're building 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, you're building for households that may have 1, 2, or more vehicles. The proposal including 61 spaces, including 23 on the surface, even though the applicant's own material acknowledged the standard would otherwise require more. So when parking is reduced on paper, it does not disappear. It spills into the streets, it spills onto the neighboring properties, and it spills into the daily lives of people already living there. Parking today is not just about residents. It is Amazon, it is Uber Eats, it is grocery deliveries, it is couriers, it's ride shares, and it is service vehicles. Those vehicles already stop in unsafe places in this area, including the cycling lanes on Geneva Street. This building will make that worse. More deliveries, more drop-offs, more short-term stopping, more conflict, more danger for cyclists, more frustration for residents. This is not just a parking problem, it is a safety problem. It is also a traffic problem. And traffic in this area is already getting worse. Every day I get off the QEW at Lake Street on my way home from work, and that off-ramp is often backed up almost into the live lanes. The beaches are more popular than ever. That part of the city is busier than ever. Growth in this area is increasing. The city needs to be very strategic. This is not just about today. This is not just about the next 2 years or 5 years or 10 years. These decisions shape the city that our children inherit and the city their children inherit after them. This is why council cannot just ask, can this fit? Council has to ask, should this be here at all? And then there's the infrastructure, because the applicant's own servicing reports raise serious warning signs. It says the downstream sanitary sewer from Geneva and Linwell Road to the Spring Garden pumping stations already surcharges during storm events. It also says there is a risk of surface flooding and that this development would further increase that flood risk. The same report identifies a known deficiency at the Spring Gardens pumping station, where recommended capacity needs to increase. And the stormwater findings are no comfort either. The report says that without the proposed engineered controls, runoff towards neighboring properties to the west would increase dramatically. So yes, the applicant says it can be serviced, but only with the engineered controls, only with underground storage, only with long-term maintenance, only if everything works exactly as intended. And that raises very simple questions. Who will maintain those systems? Who is accountable if there is flooding? Who is accountable if there are sewer backups? Who is accountable years from now when the consultants are gone and the approvals are over? Those are not unreasonable questions, they are reasonable questions. And they are still unanswered. That is the problem. There are too many unanswered questions, too many risks, too many exceptions. Too many signs that this project is being forced onto a site that does not suit it, and the impact is not theoretical. I will have this building overlooking my property. That is real. For me, for my family, for my neighbors, this is not a planning exercise. This is our home, this is our street, this is our neighborhood, this is our future. Council is supposed to represent the people of the city. So tonight, be the voice of the people, not the voice of the applicant, not the voice of the consultants, not the voice of a plan that only works if you keep bending the rules. Be the voice of the people who live here, the people who signed this petition, the people who knocked on doors, the people who speak up, and those people who could not be here tonight but are counting on you. Reject this proposal as it stands. Reject it because the parking is inadequate. Reject it because overflow parking will spill into neighborhood and into cycling lanes. Reject it because traffic is already increasing. Reject it because infrastructure is already under strain. Reject it because servicing documents identify known deficiency, sewer surcharge conditions, and flooding risk. Reject it because the height of massing will overwhelm neighboring properties. Reject it because it does not respect the established character of the neighborhood. And reject it because there are still too many unanswered questions to approve it responsibly. Most of all, reject it because the people you represent have spoken. Please listen to them.
All right, thank you, Mr. Malton. I'm sorry. When I said no clapping, I meant no clapping. I can clear the chamber, and I don't want to do that, but I will clear the chamber if folks do not understand what I mean when I say we don't make comments, we don't clap, we don't cheer. Questions from council? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Malton, for your presentation. I'll now call upon Amy Malton to speak. Ms. Malton, the lectern is yours.
Okay, perfect.
And while Ms. Malton is preparing to speak, I will prepare Kaylee Rizzo-Harvey will be the next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. Normally, I'm speaking in front of primary students, the occasional staff meeting. So here we go. I've never actually done this before. Add that to the resume, right? My name is Amy Malton, and I'm here to express my opposition to the proposed development at 447-449 Geneva Street. I support responsible growth and recognize that St. Catharines needs additional housing. However, this proposed 50-unit development is simply too large for this site. It does not meaningfully address the need for affordable housing, and it is not compatible with the established low-density character of this North End neighborhood. Growth should be thoughtfully planned and directed to locations where it can be accommodated while ensuring that current and future residents have safe, livable, and well-supported communities. While others have and will speak to planning and technical concerns, I would like to focus on the areas of quality of life, education, and daycare. I am no stranger to higher density living. I grew up in a high-rise condominium community in Pickering, where I experienced firsthand that high density housing can be successful when it's thoughtfully planned out. What made this community work was the generous green spaces, mature trees, walking paths, gardens, and places for families to gather right on site. Those spaces support physical and mental well-being while creating a strong sense of community on site. The proposed development at 447-449 Geneva Street offers visually none of these features. It maximizes building footprint, removes much of the existing landscaping, encroaches on the private green spaces of existing neighboring residents, and provides little meaningful outdoor space for future residents. Although in this proposal, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units are clearly shown, intending for families, there is no dedicated space for children to play or neighbors to connect on this land. St. Catharines already has successful examples of responsible growth. Throughout the North End, many 2- and 3-story apartment buildings include mature trees and generous green spaces that fit comfortably within the North End neighborhoods. I recently visited the new condominium development at 212 Lakeport Road, where families were enjoying a community Easter egg hunt in a large green space behind the building, which was not encroaching on already established residences. This demonstrates that growth and quality of life can exist together when developments are designed with residents in mind. As both a parent and a teacher in the North End, I am also deeply concerned about the impact this development will have on our local schools. I am a proud teacher at Port Weller Public School, and for the past 2 years, I have taught grade 2. Although primary classes are intended to be capped at 20 students, I have had classes of 22, 23 students. My class is currently sitting at 20 for this coming year, and that doesn't account for families moving into the area over the summer and over the school year. Beyond class sizes, today's classrooms are more complex than ever. Teachers work hard to support students with a wide range of academic, behavioral, social, emotional, and learning needs, but resources such as educational assistance, special education supports, and mental health services are already strained enough. The proposed development includes many family-sized units, making it reasonable to expect that children will be attending our neighborhood schools. Growth of this scale should be accompanied by planning for public infrastructure that supports it, including schools, transportation, recreation, and community services. These concerns are also personal. My own children attend school in this community at Parnell School, and I see firsthand that even with dedicated teachers, who I know personally, students sometimes receive less individual attention simply because educators are balancing so many complex needs. Every child deserves the support that they need, but they also deserve a system that is properly resourced. Childcare is another essential service that is already under tremendous pressure, especially in the area that I live in. As a parent of 3 children, I know firsthand how difficult it is to secure licensed childcare. We were fortunate to obtain space through the YMCA childcare program at Parnell School, but many families who I have spoken to as I was going around with the petition have not been so lucky. While speaking with neighbors about this proposal, I heard from several young families who said they have been unable to find childcare and don't know how they will return to work. Friends of mine who own Parents Peace of Mind daycare at Henley House location constantly tell me the wait list is so long that most families who are on the wait list will never receive a space. Yet, this proposal includes many family-sized units without any corresponding plan to expand schools or childcare services. Housing is only one part of building a complete community. Families also need schools, childcare, green spaces, and other essential services. Approving significant residential growth without ensuring these services can keep pace, places unnecessary pressure on families, and on the community as a whole. For these reasons, I respectfully ask Council to oppose the proposed development at 447-449 Geneva Street. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and of course, thank you for working on behalf of the residents of my community and St. Catharines as a whole.
Thank you very much, Ms. Malton. I will say you've just proven that if you can speak in front of a group of small children, you can also present to council.
Thank you.
And Councilor Harris said, hear, hear. Councilor Mako.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the presenter, I appreciate your point around green space. Maybe you could talk about that a bit. Are you saying that you're not opposed to development in general, but this has too much concrete, not enough green space on site? Would that be fair to say?
So where I grew up, it is a 13-story high-rise building. There are 2 in the lot where my parents still live today. It is a beautifully landscaped area. I grew up there as a child and as a teenager. I don't know how many of you have teenagers right now, or even like 10-year-olds who act like teenagers, but they need some space to go out, get away, play with their friends. And honestly, I have lived in denser communities, shall we say. Yeah. But yes, on-site green space is so important to develop relationships amongst the people you are living with.
And from your past lived experience, that is possible. And
of course, yes. But sorry, to go back to your question, I don't see the current plan with that. And I think to make sure that green space is available, then the current plan should be reduced in size dramatically.
Thank you. And one other one, just about parking. I think that's one topic we haven't talked about much yet. What is your opinion on parking on the overflow streets in the surrounding neighborhood? The staff report seems to say it would not cause additional issues. What would be your lived experience living in that neighborhood?
Thank you so much for asking me. My original speech had incorporated that, but I was under the impression I had like 5 minutes, so I like powered through this.
Teachers, stick to your
Oh my
time
gosh, we talk way too much.
Hey now.
Parking. Okay, so from my personal experience, my children are very, very active. Luckily, across the street, we have been lucky enough that our neighbors have put in this like full-size basketball net, and so my one daughter's over there playing. I have another daughter who's like firing pucks in the driveway, and then they're always like riding their bikes and that kind of thing. I'm on Baranook Street, so I do not have sidewalks on our street. And cars already fly down the street. To talk about parking, I am very happy to have community around. We have the church at the end of the street, and we welcome them to come on Sundays, park. We know that this is a short amount of time. My own daughter, she should be at soccer practice at Lynn Lake Park, and once again, we welcome families and communities to have soccer practice there, to have soccer games there. That is wonderful. That's what it's all about. As I said, I grew up in Pickering, very dense. I came here for this type of life for my children. I went to Brock and then I got a job here, but I'm so grateful to now call this my home. It's been 22 years and I don't want to live anywhere else.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Moulton, for the presentation.
Thank you.
Up next is Kaylee Rizzo-Harvey, and after Ms. Rizzo-Harvey will be Diane Shurchenko. Ms. Rizzo-Harvey, the lectern is yours.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council and fellow residents. My name is Kaylee Rizzo-Harvey. I live just a few streets away from the proposed development at 447 and 449 Geneva Street. I've lived in St. Catharines my entire life. It is longer than it looks, I promise. And now own the home that I grew up in. And so I care very deeply about the future of this neighborhood. First, I would like to thank the developer for listening to the concerns raised at the previous meeting. I do appreciate that changes have been made in response to community feedback, and I recognize the willingness to work with residents. I also want to acknowledge that St. Catharines needs more housing. However, what our community urgently needs is more affordable housing, and I'm not convinced this proposal meaningfully addresses that need. While I appreciate the revisions that have been made, I remain concerned about whether a 4-story building is the right fit for this location and its impact on the surrounding neighborhood. I also believe that the potential impacts on traffic, parking, and drainage deserve careful consideration before any approvals are granted. I am not opposed to development. I simply ask that growth be appropriate for the neighborhood, supported by adequate infrastructure, and provide meaningful benefits to our community. I respectfully ask Council to carefully consider whether this proposal is the right fit for this location. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rizzo-Harvey. Are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. At this time, I'll call upon Diane Shurchenko to speak, and after Ms. Shurchenko will be Justin DeGordick. It is,
I've been warned.
It is the coolest part of the entire chamber.
I don't know. I think you guys are pretty cool. Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you so much for listening to all of us. I submitted my personal 4-page letter to all of you. I'm here as a mom and a grandmother. As I look around at all of you, I find it hard to believe that there would be any of you that would not have a grandchild or a child, young or old. I'm not going to tell you how many children I have or how many grandchildren or great-grandchildren. My husband and I have lived at 26 Baranook we're arguing over the number of years. It's been at least 32 years. When we moved there, we wanted to no longer be a statistic. We didn't want to be those people that were moving every 5 years, just flipping houses. We wanted to go somewhere where we could have memories with our kids. I've had a child get married there. We've had many dedications. We have a pool. We have many parties. We enjoy our neighborhood. I got to go around and talk to some of the neighbors around this proposal. And like you've heard tonight, I'm not going to give you news you haven't already heard because everybody's covered my points. Amy even answered my questions. So I'm just going to say, you know, we care about the future. We are all in agreement that housing is important. We do not believe that this particular proposal is good for our area. I have grandchildren that live next door to me. That doesn't happen very often, and we get along. And Amy and her husband live just 2 doors down from us, and their children play with my grandchildren. And I want you to know those rollerblades, those skateboards, those bikes, they make it off the driveways. Like Amy said, there is a park at the end of our street, and there are soccer games. There are other things that go on, and so our streets get lined both sides with the families that attend those, and we carefully go down the street. On Sundays, there's overflow parking for the church, and so on Sundays, there are times it's hard to get out of our driveway, but we do it carefully. And I'm a grandma that is all about being a grandma. Don't mess with my grandkids. So I'm really careful about their safety, and I'm not ever afraid to tell them that they're out of line and to keep them safe on the streets. So I'm going to read just a little bit here. Children regularly walk, bike, and play throughout our community and use nearby parks and recreational facilities. Increased density without corresponding infrastructure improvements, you've already heard, will generate additional traffic, increase parking pressures, which we already understand, and create more vehicle movement on streets that are already busy. Baranook is a very busy side street. The park near our home is heavily used during evenings, weekday and weekends. Nearby streets are often congested with increased pedestrian activity. As Amy said, we don't have sidewalks down our street. Anyone that walks down our street, their dogs, with their family members or with children playing, have to go down the street. There's no safe sidewalk for them to be on. As a parent and a grandmother, I worry that additional residential intensity in the area will further strain these community spaces and create additional safety concerns for seniors, myself being one, children, and families who rely on them. I'm also concerned about preserving the character of the neighborhood that attracts families such as mine to this area. One of the families on our street just moved from Burlington to get away from density where they could not do anything because of the density. listening to one of the gentlemen speak tonight, I'm concerned about health as well. I was a registered nurse, and we live in a time where we are all subject to so many things in the air and around us. Growth is important, but it should occur in a way that respects existing families and ensures that company infrastructure, parks, roads, and services can adequately support additional residents. Council's decision today will shape the neighborhood that future generations inherit. I respectfully ask Council to ensure that growth is balanced, responsible, and compatible with the needs of the families, children, and grandchildren who call this community home. I therefore ask you to reject the current proposal before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Churchenko. Are there any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you again for your presentation. At this time, I'll call upon Justin DeGordick to speak, and up after Mr. DeGordick will be Jillian Barclay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, for hearing myself, hearing everybody tonight. I really appreciate people who were before me that had a lot of detail in why this doesn't work for different reasons. I'm hoping, respectfully, that a lot of those details are largely irrelevant. Because at the end of the day, what I'm seeing here is that, this should be rezoned to medium density. Why? On top of that, as we saw from what was initially submitted, is that it was high density, and then they ended up amending it and resubmitting it as medium density with a lot of special provisions. So when I see little things, it says, okay, the balcony can't be more than 5 meters. It's 4.9. Yeah, it's not a big deal. But when every single thing, well, this is under, this is under, this is under, like, we're way beyond low density. So for me, my biggest thing is that it should be rejected, not just because of all the issues that it causes and that it doesn't fit medium density. It shouldn't be medium density at all. Do they get it just because they ask for it? My biggest concern as a resident is parking. I live on Fay Crescent. I've lived in St. Catharines my whole life, the General Hospital as well, where I was born. And I bought my house in 2007. I currently live there with my wife and my 3 children, who are all 3 years and younger. We frequently walk down Fay and down Berenick to Lynn Lake Park. And when there's cars on the road, it's that much more difficult to make sure that they're following what they're told and they're being safe. When cars come by, they sit down. But 1.2 spaces for 50 units here is quite a lot. That is going to spill out onto Thompson, onto Berenick, onto Fay. And like people have already said, 1-car families doesn't really exist. And even 2 is kind of the minimum here, because then you also have people that live with older or adult children that have to get to work. I also worked for Cogeco for 10 years doing installations in primarily apartment buildings, and I can tell you from firsthand experience that not everyone sees that everyone needs 1 bedroom to themselves as an adult. Whereas there's multiple adults sharing a bedroom, or a living room is turned, sectionally into a bedroom. So there's a lot more parking that's needed than what's here. And the alarming thing I'm hearing here that I wasn't aware of tonight is that, they say, well, if it becomes a problem on the streets, what's gonna happen is there's a department that's gonna look into that and enforce some rules. Well, that's the biggest thing I don't want to happen. What I love so much about St. Catharines is the ability to park anywhere and not be bothered. Respectfully, of course. No one's parked on the streets forever. I've got quite a lot of parking in my own driveway, but if for some reason temporarily I need to park on the street, I have guests, I host a party. Same with everyone else on my street and the surrounding streets. It's nice to see, oh, someone's hosting, there's cars everywhere. That's great to see. But if it turns into, oh, well, there's too many people parking on the street, so what do we need to do? No parking signs, no one can park there. We need to charge for parking. Lakeside Park is already bad enough. I don't want to have to pay for it on my own street or not be able to park on my own street or have some kind of enforcement blitz where, you know what, for whatever reason, I had my car on the road for a couple days, I didn't check it, I didn't think about it, and I got a couple tickets, maybe even towed because it's been 3 days. So with that, I do ask council that to not only oppose the proposed development, but also to oppose it being rezoned, period. There's plenty of opportunity for housing in this location for it to be in low density and work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeGordic. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you.
This time I'll call upon Jillian Barclay, and I will also let Wayne Cornelius know that Wayne is up after Ms. Barclay. And it's entirely possible that Ms. Barclay may be in the overflow room, so does someone want to go? We'll just take a look. We'll pause for a moment. Okay, so we don't have Ms. Barclay, so then I will go right on to Wayne Cornelius. Is Wayne Cornelius here? You've been called up to pinch hit, sir. And the lectern is yours.
Hello, everybody. Chris hit a ton of my points, and so I don't want to reverb a lot of the stuff that's already been said. I'm Wayne Cornelius. I was born and raised in St. Catharines. I've lived in the North End for 58 years. I've bought 2 houses, all in the North End, because of single-family dwelling. That's the way I wanted to raise my kids. That's why I bought my. Most of the people I know that live on Berenick, live on Fayda, did the same thing. Look at your codes. Okay, things aren't going to change drastically. That's why we bought. Now we have 2 houses. A gentleman from Hamilton, well, I'll buy those 2 houses, come down, and now I'm going to go 50 piece. I'm going, you know what? Laws are laws. I was raised by a police officer, and my dad was a pretty strict man. The law is the law. This gentleman, in his property, there's a lot of property there he could have built to low density, what we are zoned for. St. Catharines has laws for a reason. Our bylaws are there for a reason, to serve our community. He doesn't even live in our community. He doesn't pay taxes in our community. We all pay huge taxes, which I am not a complaint. I love what we have. Berenick Street has no sidewalks because everybody parks in their driveway. Everyone has mentioned Lynn Lake Park. The city has done a wonderful job. It is used all the time. We have soccer there, tennis there. That park is used perfectly. Tonight I sat out front before I came here, sitting having a sandwich, and I watched 3 families walk down the street, all with strollers, all with 2 kids. Now you're gonna put 30 or 40 cars on there because this place, which really annoys me, 1.2 parking spots. Well, I work for General Motors, and I can guarantee you, we don't make a 0.2 car. So where do those cars go? We now have 30 or 40 cars that will go on to Berenick or Fay, like the other gentleman said, that should not be there. I've watched when we do have weekends or some soccer tournaments and that, and you watch parents trying to walk down to the park. You got 2 little toddlers and a stroller, and you're trying to go out around a car, and as people say, we're a cut-through into the whole subdivision from Geneva Street. So it is a very, very busy street. Safety scares the heck out of me. I've watched little kids, a dad's trying to hold this one, that one goes that way. There shouldn't be all these cars for a complex that shouldn't even be there. The gentleman, okay, I got a nice property here. My mother lived on Lakeshore Road. They tore out a couple houses. They put beautiful, nice. It wasn't an eyesore to anybody. This is just going to be a gigantic eyesore to everybody. There is so much that what is wrong with this building. I could go on for hours, and I don't want to reverb like everyone has said. One of the main things, online shopping. We're going to have Amazon going into that place every day. You know what they park like? They're not going to be able to get in. It's going to be a safety factor on Geneva, because they're going to be stopping on Geneva to get in there, because the parking is ridiculous. It's crazy. Bottom line is what I want to get across. Bylaws by this city are put there for a reason, not to be broke. This gentleman came in, we'll break it. He went high, oh, they'll go down to medium now, and we'll sneak it in under there. I just wish upon our councilors that you will agree with me and say, no, this isn't right. It was a waste of money for our engineering staff, all the crap that, like, I mean, you know, like as councilors, you know the backgrounds. There's a lot of time that our engineering staff, no, this is low density. Come in with a low density, and then maybe we'll build it. I wish for it to be rejected because it's not for this community. It's wrong. Like, we listen to all these people that have paid their taxes, bought their houses, a lot of young families. We're like it's grandfather city right now. So there's a lot of young people coming in. They paid a lot of money for their house. This will drop the value of their house $100,000 easily, because some guy came from Hamilton wants to get rich off us. Well, get rich off of your Hamilton people. Would any councilor here want a 5-story building in their backyard? I don't think so. To be honest, I don't think so. I don't want it in my front yard. Like I said, I was sitting there having my sandwich tonight looking out. I will be looking directly at a 5-story building now. It's wrong. It's way overboard. Just trying to get rich off of our backs. I just hope that you can understand what all the people here are trying to say, but safety is a huge thing with people walking down Baronic. And I can tell you right now, that's where they're going to be parking. We got, what, 60 parking spots for 50 units? You have to designate so many for visitors and that. So there are only going to be one car, and nobody has one car. So I'm just hoping that we say no and tell people in the future, stop wasting our engineering staff in that. Low density means low density. We have a beautiful city, a beautiful community. That park is gorgeous. That's one reason I moved into the neighborhood. I hope you understand. I don't want to sound like a grouchy old man, but it's not right. It's not right at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cornelius. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your presentation. So at this time, I know I have some speakers who did not register but did wish to speak. I believe my first speaker has just entered into the chamber. Ma'am, did you want to speak? You were in? Okay, wonderful. So you're going to be the first one up. And I would ask, once you're finished, if you can just make sure you mention your name to our council coordinator once you're done. Okay, so the lectern is yours.
Good evening. We live at 463 Baraniak Street. That is the house that is right on the corner of Geneva and Baraniak. We were among those to receive the 130-meter notice. Unfortunately, there was no room in this room, so we, along with 13 or 14 other people, have been in the antechamber or in the overflow room. So I feel that I'm so impressed with the points that people have made, and they've really managed. I particularly was appreciative of, I can't remember Amy's spouse's name, but saying that he spoke for people who couldn't make it, because for us to get here tonight with my daughter in a wheelchair, with limited wheelchair accessible parking, and it took a lot of work to get here. So I'm sure there are other families that maybe it just took them too much work to get here as well. So I love that representation for the families that maybe either don't speak English or are working 12-hour jobs, because we have a great community, we have a great mix of people. So I'm going to really quickly speak to just 3 points, because most of my concerns have been associated with traffic on Baraniak. And in principle, I was a little bit concerned about the representation, although Amy did cover it really well, so this is why I'm going to try and speak to it from a different angle. I was concerned about the representation of the concerns that were made at the May meeting of it being phrased as concerns about parking spaces. It is not. For us, for me, it's really not. I can't drive. I have narcolepsy, and I asked this at the May meeting, and I'd love to see it again. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do this, but I asked at the May meeting, everybody who is a 100% transit user, exclusive transit user, raise your hand. Only takes the bus. And I can tell you that service will not be sufficient. It's not sufficient for us already at every 30 minutes, and on the weekends, sometimes every hour, and ending early, sometimes at 8 o'clock at night. We are bringing in, well, let's say 3 people per flat, 150 people. The buses don't even serve the people who are there, who are working commuting hours and everything else, let alone the people trying to get to church on a Sunday morning when the buses don't run. So any appeasements made saying, well, there's transit access, really, unless you're on the bus and you ride the routes, which I would suggest everybody does, it's very difficult for me to see how that's going to be considered an option even for people who have car. So that's the first thing. The second issue I wanted to bring up is, and again, this all goes back to traffic flow and safety, because we were told that there's not enough safety concerns to merit a traffic study. So at the previous meeting, I brought some pictures of what.
Don't worry about talking to me. I just want to make sure the counselors at home can hear you, and you need to make
okay.
sure you're
I'm
speaking
sorry.
into the mic. No, that's okay. You can ignore me like
trying to
everybody
cover the
else does.
streets.
It's totally fine. No, it's totally fine.
It's taught me well, you know.
I live in the same situation in my
exactly.
home, so.
You can just keep circling. Then, yeah, well, that would add a new dimension. So yeah, I also wanted to speak to, I brought pictures of what it would look like if there was traffic on both sides of Baraniak. And I can tell you flat out right now, my daughter's special needs bus that picks her up every day in our driveway cannot get down the road safely. Particularly one thing we noticed was in the winter, because the clearance just wasn't the same. If the bus does get down the road safely, pray God nobody's walking their dog or their kids to school at the same time, because there is no room. I also brought in pictures of what the corner of Baraniak coming off of Geneva, and anybody who's done any traffic studies knows that when you're coming off a 50-kilometer-an-hour road, decelerating to a 40-kilometer road, there's a perception distortion and there's a time lag, where it's going to take you a little while to get your speed under control because you're coming off fast. And honestly, who does 50, right? 55, whatever. So you're coming through, and that corner right there, we already have it's so bad that people are walking on our property, on our neighbor's property, because they don't feel safe walking around that blind corner. So traffic now, if you add into the double parking on both sides, that's going to extend that traffic concern all the way down the road to the park, which is one of the things that Amy mentioned. The other thing I did want to talk about traffic flow was, and this was kind of surprising to me, is because of where the driveway is going to come out of the proposed building, it's going to come right across the bike path, or the bike lanes. That is the other way I travel every day, and I travel with my daughter. We're very noticeable in the neighborhood. We have an electric wheelchair bicycle, which if you can picture an ice cream cart with a wheelchair in front instead of ice cream with somebody pedaling in the back, that's us. We're quite noticeable. But already we've noticed, post-COVID, I'm sure you guys have noticed too, the huge concerns about traffic safety and about people just not yielding and speeding. And it's just, my big concern is now, most traffic flow studies are based on that 7:30 to 9:30 time window in the morning or in the evening, right? When the most volume is going in and out. Well, that's when the kids are on their bikes in those bike lanes. That's when I'm on my bike in the bike lane, trying to get from point A to point B. And now you have what may only be, let's be optimistic and say, there's a bunch of people like me who don't drive. There's not that many of us, but whatever. 100 people coming out to go to work out of that residence. You now have them all adding to the volume on Geneva, adding to those traffic concerns. And again, my biggest concern, if the question is, would I be okay with this development if it was medium dense, if it was more like the apartment complex that is a couple houses down, if it was more like the townhouse complex that is an infill, that is a couple spaces down where there was less people, less cars. Yes, because I obviously am in favor of accessible and available housing. I have a vested interest in it. However, to say that it's being built within the dynamics of a neighborhood that is almost entirely comprised of bungalows When at the May meeting, we were told the standard was 2-story, that it was being compared for making sure that it was uniformity in the design. Well, we don't have 2-story homes in our area. They're almost all splits and bungalows, so it stands out even more. Anyways, the long and the short of it, at the end of the day, my biggest concerns are traffic related, and it's not because of parking. It's about safety, and it's about the neighborhood. It's about the people who live on that street, the people who are going to live on that street, the people who want to access that park, everything. And right now, I don't feel that those concerns about the outlying neighborhood, let alone those who didn't get the 130-meter notice, are being reflected in this proposal. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your presentation. At this time, is there anybody else in this room who would like to add comment? So, ma'am, if you want to come forward. Is there anybody else, just so I can get a sense? Are there any other hands in the room? All right, so this will be our last speaker, I think, from this room. And for those folks who are in the overflow room, if you want to head to the lobby outside of the council chambers, we will try to get to you if there is anybody else in the overflow room who would like to speak. So, ma'am, the lectern is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Nothing new that I'm going to bring up to date. I'm just going to repeat everything that has been said. I did send letters out to all the councillors with my concerns, but I'm not very good on the computer. So a lot of them came back undelivered. So I want to repeat everything that I said before. And of course, the concern is of this new development at 447 and 449 Geneva Street. With the special, although it was rezoned to 3, R3, the provisions, they're not part of the R3. They're asking for extra. I don't understand why. Like, as everybody says, this is a single-family neighborhood. And now we're going to put 4 stories, but in actuality, 2 stories in the front to fit in with the neighborhood. That's exactly what Mr. Webb said. It's to fit in. But at the end, where the parking garage is, this is where my backyard is. It's going to be with the height of the entrance and the 4 stories. It's actually 5 stories. And it's only the front that's going to fit in with the neighborhood. What about the other parts? Where is the concern for these neighbors over there? I recognize that St. Catharines needs housing, and we need it, just like everybody else does in Ontario, everywhere, really. But the development must respect what the existing neighborhood is. It has to blend with that, not to us try to live with what they're bringing in. And the needs, I think, this needs to be redesigned. I know it's going to be hard for them. They should have, I had mentioned on May 9th or 7th, was it, that it should be, the parking entrance should be at the front to eliminate all that traffic. On Lakeport Road, there's an apartment building that they built, and the first thing you do is you go in and the cars disappear. Here, they're going to go from Geneva Street, a whole block around, turn around, and go in. Like, it doesn't make sense. The only reason it's that is because the space is not enough, and so they want the 5 or 4 stories to have these 50 units. 50 units means that at least there's going to be 2 people in each unit, some of them 3, 4. So it's going to be at least 150 people extra that now has only two houses. That's not, that's too much. There's lots of other spaces in St. Catharines that can be done. where, like Ontario Street, where they're doing affordable housing. Here, there's only 10% that is affordable housing, and only for 10 years. After that, who knows what it is? So it's a money grab, in my opinion. I don't know what else. Maybe I can tell you we've lived decades on Ramsey Street. We've never moved because we liked it. We know our neighbors. We call them. It's like a family. And is this high density, is that going to impede all this? Like in a lot of homes have experienced rainwater flooding and sewer backup. That property over there, as Mr. Tibbs said, is higher on Geneva Street and lower towards our backyards. We have flooding in our backyard because of that. Now, take care of that then, instead of, I don't know, like, how's it going to be? 50 toilets being flushed. Noise pollution. The garage doors being opened for 50 units, up and down, up and down. 50 units of air conditioning running around. Is that noise pollution? I would say so. The lights around it, I don't know, they said they were going to fix it so that it doesn't go anywhere. It's still there. You want to sleep in your bedroom and you're going to have lights going on your bedroom window? Like, you are imposing on my peace of mind. I've been there for over 50 years, and now this comes in. Also, there was a thing about that there was, excuse me, that there was they didn't do any research. The drainage and sewage capacity remains major concerns. Although the city has accepted the developer's report regarding sewer capacity and water supply, many residents have experienced the backup and drainage issues in recent years. And I can't find it here, because there was no, for the traffic, the impact, there was no research done on what the traffic will impact. During the meeting, I understand that a traffic study was not conducted because it was deemed unnecessary. Why is it unnecessary? As all the other people said, there's a lot of traffic on Geneva Street, a lot of traffic. And this is going in and out. There's a bus right there that's going to impede others turning. It's going to be a disaster. Now, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm not reading all of it, so, but with the R3, it was supposed to eliminate, I guess, lower density, but everything stays the same. It's still 5 stories. It's still 50 apartments. It's still not enough parking. There's still not change for the drainage and the sewer, the infrastructure. This neighborhood has been there for about 55 years, I saw. Well, now it's starting to age. It's starting to pick up all these things. Shouldn't we think about this before we put something, a 50-unit apartment? Shouldn't we decide? Because after the fact, who's going to take care of that? Us, the tax owners. We're going to be paying more taxes to fix this. Is there a reason why? Why not, as the other lady said, have like, I don't know, townhouses or something that blends in together and it's harmonious and it's got landscape. It's everything that we all have. We don't want increase in traffic, already a busy street. We don't want further drain and sewer systems back up. And we don't want increased noise pollution in our neighborhood. The noise pollution's going to be from these doors going up and down for 50 or more, 50 units, but there's going to be all this going up and down. The noise pollution with the air conditionings. Like we all know, we all run our air conditioners because it's very hot. Now, is this going to pollute even the air with all these air conditioners? That's all because a lot of them have been addressed, all of my concerns. All I know is that I've been living there, and north of Scott Street on Geneva, all the residents are all single family, way down up to Lakeshore Road, except for a few apartments. There's one just a house after that that's 2.5 stories. It's deemed as 3, but it's really 2.5. So it really blends in. Why not something like that? Just redesign this if you really want to do something. Don't do a cash grab. And as elected representatives and fellow members of our community, I hope you will carefully consider how this proposal will affect the people who have built their lives, raised their families, invested in their neighborhood for decades. I ask that you place yourself in our position. Would you have similar concerns if this was in your backyard? Think about that. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Seeing no questions, thank you again. Ma'am, I know you came from the overflow room, so it's your opportunity to come up now. Ma'am, if you just want to make sure that you give your name to our council coordinator on the way out. You can come right through those gates right there. It's totally okay. The lectern is yours, and I just remind you when you're done, please stop with our council coordinator to give your name.
I won't take up too much of everybody's time. A lot of what I wanted to say did get covered already. My name is Karen. I grew up in this neighborhood. My parents specifically bought a house on Ramsey when they were starting a family with myself and my sister because they wanted to live somewhere quiet, somewhere peaceful, somewhere safe where we could play outside, play in the snow, and not have to worry about cars. Both my parents grew up in much busier areas, and when they first came to St. Catharines, they both immigrated from different countries. They were living in apartment buildings, places that were much busier, and they went out of their way to find a place that would be the kind of home that they wanted to raise their children in. I've seen across the years, as I moved and then moved back and have been around, the people that have been in our neighborhood, our next door neighbors. Their parents live across the street and they moved in there and started raising their young family there. The people who live on our other side, it used to be a wonderful older woman named Margaret, and when she passed, the family that moved in were from Toronto, who had come with their baby and now have their daughter as well. They came from the city to a small area, to a suburban area, because they also wanted to be able to go out and push their stroller and not worry about cars and not worry about congestion. I think a lot of the points that people are making have been really on the nose, and I don't have as many specifics. I understand the need for more housing. I first moved out when I was about 20 during COVID. I ended up moving back in with my parents as everybody was sort of getting shut out of the unit we were living in. And post-pandemic, I didn't make enough to be able to afford rent to move out again. So my parents have continued to let me stay there so I can save up money until I can buy something else similar to what my sister and brother-in-law did. So I do understand there is a need for more affordable housing in the city. However, this plan does not do that. If it were going to be set up properly, it would be a unit that would actually fit the area that the city has put in, something that is not imposing on the rest of its neighbors, something that keeps the spirit of what all of these people paid a not insignificant amount of money for to own homes in an area that looks like this. And it would accommodate people who actually need affordable housing. Not 10%, the whole thing. I saw what some of the other plans were at other places where there's been proposed affordable housing, and I think those have been some really wonderful ideas, and I don't see why we wouldn't be able to incorporate something like that here on a much smaller scale. Most of what I wanted to say, other people said a lot more eloquently than I can. In particular, the gentleman that had so many details about the particular bylaws and safety regulations. So thank you for that. I wasn't even aware of half of those. But I just want to say, I know that this is important. I know things need to get done, but we do need to do this in a way that keeps the spirit of the community and is actually benefiting us. It's not fair for the people of this community to have to lower their overall quality of life so that somebody who doesn't even live here can impose housing regulations on us that we didn't ask for. And my final concern is that if this regulation is moved from low density to middle, are there any provisions also put in place that somebody can't just choose another area of the neighborhood and buy up a few houses and then build something else there? Like, are there restrictions in place that if we allow it to be a middle and those provisions are now gone, that additional buildings can be built now? So those were the points I really wanted to bring up. Thank you very much, everybody, for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Not seeing any questions from council. Thank you again.
Thank you.
I'll make one final ask. Is there anybody who would like to speak on this issue? Sir, come on forward. And the lectern is yours. The arrows on the left-hand side. Councilor Mako, do you want to help?
That's okay. I'll spend more time than trying to get this up than what I have to say. I am totally unprepared. I only found out about this. Amy came to our door maybe 3 days ago. And it shocked me because my wife and I, well, first of all, my name's Tony Bocha. I live at 24 Fay Crescent. I have lived there since 1992. We have had some changes in our neighborhood since then. And I'm sure anybody who lives in that neighborhood knows what I'm talking about. I mean, a few houses on our street have sold to people from out of town without even seeing it, and have had put apartments in their basements. And I know that's allowed now, and that's fine. So we've had a little bit of change. So we're all kind of got a little jolt to that, and we're getting used to that. We don't like it, but we got used to it. We walk in that area almost, my wife does every night. I try to walk with her once in a while, but we walk by that proposed site a lot. And when we heard about it, we went over to see where it was. And this proposal site sign was literally held up by some driveway pavers this high off the ground, and there's all weeds around it. You couldn't see it. And had we saw it and knew about it, we would have been at the first meeting. So I feel like I'm coming in this at the end, and I hope it's not too late. A lot of the concerns I heard about, that I heard tonight, I didn't even know, I don't know all the legal terms, but it sounds to me like this shouldn't be where it's proposed to be. One of my main concerns personally is the parking. I know everybody's concerned about that. That's my main concern. Where I live on the part of the street, there's no parking hardly in front of my house anyways. And from time to time, we do get somebody parked there and it blocks our driveway. And that's just for parties like was said, it was mentioned, or on Sunday for church and stuff like that, we don't mind. But I want to tell my residents, people that live around me, this sort of thing happened. I own a business here in St. Catharines, and this sort of thing happened with parking behind my plaza, where I have my business. And from time to time, some of my clients would park on the street, or people who didn't want to, drive after they drank too much. They left their cars there overnight, and it wasn't a lot, but it did happen. So the neighborhood didn't like this, and they contacted the city, and lo and behold, they took away most of the parking on that street. Even the residents that live on it don't like that. My point is, and so I think someone brought that up, is if this happens, if there are parking concerns, this could happen. Our street could go to no parking. And we all like to use parking on our streets if we have family or friends over. So that's my biggest concern, other than the fact that if you look at the picture of this building, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit the whole dynamics of our neighborhood. So I'm hoping, and like somebody said, you can picture yourself living there so close to a building like this, because I don't have small children anymore. They've grown up and well, we still have our oldest living with us, but for the most part, ours have grown. But there's a lot of young families moving in that play hockey on the street and spend time outside. And this is gonna add a lot more traffic. And our street is fast. We have a lot of traffic coming down our street. We're a shortcut from from Linwell to Geneva. They either use Bernick or they use our street. And that's just gonna get worse too. So I just felt the need to say that. I hope you guys consider, if I'm sure you've been to the site. If you haven't, go take a ride around there and see what we're talking about, because you have to see it in person. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Boccia. If I could just ask you to see our council coordinator. I'm going to ask one more time. Is there anybody else who would like to have their comments made? All right, seeing none. At this time, I will call upon James Webb of Webb Planning Consultants Incorporated to present. Mr. Webb, the lectern is yours.
Apologies for turning my back.
Everybody always worries about turning their back to the mayor. You are not the first, you won't be the last, and I promise you most of the community tries to shut me out most of the time anyway, so it's totally okay.
Good evening. For the record, my name is James Webb. I live in Hamilton. I'm a registered professional planner, and speaking to you tonight on behalf of the owner of this property, two properties, Mr. Lado Dem. He's here tonight. He's actually in the overflow room. Lado's from St. Catharines. In fact, Lado lived on one of these properties and has owned it for 66 years. So he does form part of the community. He's lived here. He understands the neighborhood and has perspective to understand what this neighborhood is like. The last speaker made a really interesting comment that I think if we were to take all of the comments tonight and put it into a narrative, what's this about? It's about change. The neighborhood, the residents live in a stable residential neighborhood that has existed for a significant period of time. But Lado reminded me that before you came, it was the Bartle farm when he lived there. The farm became a subdivision and there was change. And now, the way that the neighborhood has evolved, there's new change for a range of reasons. The way that the city has grown, the manner in which planning policy is now directed by the province, and the manner in which this municipality, this city of St. Catharines, has adopted a planning policy framework that is permissive towards what Lado would like to do with this property. Next slide, please. Thank you. Just by way of background, we've been at this for a significant period of time. Lado engaged with an architect in Hamilton, Lintac Architects, 3-4 years ago, and he began working on development concepts, influenced from the outset by a policy framework that said this is an arterial road, and arterial roads may accommodate high-density development and explicitly apartment buildings. There's a framework that's permissive to that type of development, and that was the point at which Lado sat down to say, okay, I want to entertain some sort of redevelopment that I'm going to retain ownership of as a rental building and develop it in a sustainable, appropriate way. original building, I can tell you, was significantly larger. And if this was another developer, I can tell you quite clearly, 4 stories would not be on the table. They'd be going for 6 or 8 or more. The number that we've chosen, in fact, is manageable and we think is an appropriate fit. So when we began, this is the concept plan that we submitted to the municipality just before Christmas of last year. 50 dwelling units in total. You can see from the image that the site is quite awkward in terms of its configuration. It's not a nice, neat rectangle. We have all sorts of angles to deal with, which results in a lot of our issues with respect to compliance with certain zoning regulations, because it's not easy for us to deal with. But we've come up with a design that we think fits. And first, it's the massing. Like where is the building on the site? How does it orient to the street? And importantly, how does it relate to the residents to the rear? Because they have a direct interface. We have a rear yard to their rear yard. The building has a 2-story podium at the street, as you can see, that's directly aligned with the street frontage. That's an urban design objective such that you have a building that's appropriately scaled to the street. It has activity space that's close to the street edge to allow the interaction between the public realm and the private realm. And above that 2-story podium is all outdoor amenity space. No, it's not green space necessarily, because the site is tight. We don't have the benefit of large single-family lots. So we are incorporating amenity space in the form of rooftop amenity space that will be for the benefit of all those residents. To the rear is the 4-story, and I'll come to that, is a 4-story apartment building, standard center corridor, total of 50 dwelling units, mix of dwelling sizes, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom units. This is the plan that we presented at an open house that was, I will say, very well attended. It was a clear indication of the neighborhood, how people feel about their neighborhood, and they came and they were respectful, and I think that we had a very good exchange with the neighbors in terms of how did they feel about this next iteration of change coming to their neighborhood. We listened, and I can tell you quite clearly the issues were essentially the same and similar issues to what we're hearing tonight. Next slide, please, if I may. Thank you. There was concerns about infrastructure. Is there adequate water capacity? Is there adequate sanitary capacity? Yes and yes. Validated by our professional engineers, validated by the city professional engineers. No concerns with respect to infrastructure. Stormwater management. Matter of firm principle, I cannot drain any surface runoff onto a neighboring property. Engineers address that through grading plans and make sure that there will be absolutely no drainage leaving this property onto the adjoining properties. Building height, we characterize it as a 4-story building because that's how the city's zoning bylaw measures height. There's definitions in the bylaw, and quite clearly, at a certain dimension back from the street line, we're at 4 stories. We're not shying away from the fact that, yes, at the rear of the building, it does have the appearance of a 5-story building, because that's how we manage an entrance into the parking garage that's at the rear of the building. But the height for the purposes of the zoning bylaw is 4 stories, 14.5 meters. The rear interface became of significant concern to residents because our initial plan, the architects just thought, that's great, we'll just put our garbage enclosure at the rear of the property. Immediate response from the neighborhood was, that's not an appropriate location for that, because now we've got this nuisance factor introduced into our backyard. So we've removed it. All the garbage is now stored internal to the building, designed by professionals, designed by experts, subject to private waste collection. There's no concerns, as one of the earlier speakers alerted to, in terms of potential risk, fire hazard. That's just not an issue, fully addressed to the satisfaction of the city through a subsequent phase, the building permit. By adjusting things at the back, we are now able to save more trees. We removed that garbage enclosure. We do need a small area to allow trucks to turn around, full vehicle maneuvering. But in doing so, we were able to push that internal to the site. The neighbors were concerned that our original tree preservation plans were removing a lot of the significant vegetation. So with that change, and I'll show you in a moment, we're able to save more trees. Affordable housing, yes. the project, the owner is seeking funding under CMHC. That requires that 10% of the units be held as affordable housing, which has meaning under their act, their regulations in terms of what affordability means. It's not just affordable to relative to something else, it's affordable to the market conditions in that immediate area. And it has to be held for a period of no less than 10 years. The whole discussion about high density versus medium density, I think came about, as I said at the outset, your policy framework says high density development shall be considered on arterial roads. That was the framework and that was the starting point for us. As we got into the discussion, especially the discussion with the neighborhood, there became concerns about using the high density designation because in your official plan, there's no height maximum and there's a minimum density. The neighbors were concerned that we were using that approach to do a bait and switch, that we'd come back later and seek more density. And that is the fundamental reason why we made the change during the process to amend the applications from a high-density project to a medium-density project. You heard a lot of conversation with respect to parking. To be absolutely clear, our request is 0.05% reduction. The zoning bylaw requires 1.25 spaces. We're at 1.2. That's 2 parking spaces less than the standard. And I can tell you, based on my work in countless municipalities, that is a very high standard compared to what other municipalities are using to try and encourage development, but we're meeting that. We're at 1.2, combination of surface parking, underground parking, barrier-free parking. The number, in our opinion, is appropriate based on the scale of the development and the mix of the units. Next slide, please. So that's the updated site plan. You can see in the bottom left-hand corner, that's where we've shifted out the garbage, replaced it with a truck turnaround movement. Essentially, the development remains the same in terms of its siting. The massing of the building and density are 2 conjoined issues. Appreciate that this massing we could do essentially with no modifications to the R3 zone. We're requesting some very minor tweaks, but the massing of this building at this size, put the number of units aside, we can build this size of building under the R3, and I think it's just a modification with respect to a balcony encroachment and a side yard at a setback pinch point. The number of units we feel is appropriate based on a range of issues. Next slide, please. As I said, at the rear of the property, through the change in the location of the garbage, the removal of the garbage enclosure to entirely now indoor storage, we're able to now preserve more trees. Initially, all the trees along the rear lot line were to be removed. This change allows more breathing space at the back. The arborist confirmed that without hesitation that they can now preserve that mature vegetation. I looked at it tonight. It's there, it's good, it's a mix of deciduous and coniferous trees. It will provide screening, but we're going to supplement that with additional landscaping, solid board fencing around the perimeter of the property to ensure that issues of headlight, noise, trespass are eliminated. I think I'm going to keep my comments relatively brief because I think there's a lot of questions that you'd like answered. As I said, I agree with the policy direction that's in your official plan. A prior city council adopted an official plan that said high-density development and apartments may be permitted on arterial roads, subject to, not an absolute blanket, but you need to go through an evaluation process to make sure that the massing of that building, the number of units, is appropriate. And the word that planners love is compatible. Compatibility can be defined in so many ways, objectively through studies, sun-shadow studies, wind studies, sanitary capacity studies, water studies, but subjectively as well, because at the end of the day, compatibility is about the ability for new development to exist, to coexist with existing development But the fundamental test is demonstrate that there shall be no adverse impact to the existing area. That's the test. Just to touch quickly, again, we had a very fulsome conversation with the neighbors back at the beginning of May. I responded to the question with respect to garbage. Absolutely, that will get detailed at the site plan approval stage. Without question, they will be concerned with the size of it, the location of it. How does the pickup get dealt with on a daily or whatever frequency basis is required through private collection, not municipal? There was discussion, and we had a lot of discussion back at the open house about the size of the garage entry. I've confirmed with the architect, who is an expert, he works in the building code, the height of that entry meets code. It's 2.1 meters. And there was a lot of confusion at that meeting about, well, how do you get there? How does the grade work? Well, the building is raised up. I believe it's less than a meter, so that ceiling height of the garage is actually about a meter above grade. And the building grades, as you can see in this drawing, it falls off towards the rear of the site. If you look at the upper slide and that angle down, there's enough height there that we can make sure that we meet code. So the garage entrance has been designed appropriately. Yes, it will have a door on it. We're aware of the concerns with respect to potential noise and nuisance impact, so the architects are already looking at ways to mitigate those concerns. I touched on storm runoff. I heard a lot of comments from the neighbors tonight and at the prior meeting about, that they really do have a unique neighborhood. It's comprised entirely of single-family detached homes, but this is why your official plan policy says in these designations, you will encourage a mix of housing types because not everybody can afford a single-family home. There are children of people that live in the neighborhood who need that first step in the housing, and that's rental housing. So as much as we want to encourage similarity and no adverse impacts, we need to provide, your official plan says so, we need to provide that mix of housing, and we need to do it at the appropriate locations, at an appropriate scale, taking into consideration that full range of issues. I think, Your Worship, members of the committee, I think I'm going to end my formal comments there. I'm here to answer any questions you have about the project. Yes, it's been a great discussion. We've done our best to listen to the neighborhood in terms of accommodating their concerns and their issues. It's about change. We think that we are fully aligned with your policy framework in terms of allowing appropriately scaled development on locations such as this. We still have to go through site plan control, which is the final planning mechanism that then makes sure that everything that we say that's on these pictures actually forms part of a registered site plan agreement. Matters of site lighting to ensure no trespass, grading, landscaping, all of those issues become embedded in a registered site plan agreement that my client, Lado, the owner of the property, is required by law to follow. And the municipality backs that up through the collection of financial securities. He doesn't get his money back until the project is built in accordance with the approved drawings. So, Your Worship, members of the committee, thank you very much for taking my submissions tonight. I'd be pleased to answer any questions, and following which we would respectfully request that you endorse or adopt the recommendation of your professional planning staff. And I should take this opportunity to thank Tammy and Madeline for their extensive help through this review process and bringing us here tonight. With that, thank you very much, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Up first, we have Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thank you for the presentation tonight. You said you've been sensitive to the neighbors' concerns and requests, and it sounds like, out of the result of that, you've decided to move the garbage internally. I do have a question, though, and I'm actually surprised none of the residents, I don't think any of them brought this up. Why in the back of the building is it simply a chain link fence rather than a board fence?
What, we got to get...
Because all around your building, you've got board fencing, which wouldn't board fencing provide some more privacy for those residents? Chain link just seems like and I'm not sure if it's a planning thing, but it almost seems insulting to the residents to consider a chain link fence.
Through the chair, thank you for pointing that out. That is a typo. That is an underlying layer from a plan of survey which was not removed from the plan. So please ignore that. It will not be shown on the final site plan drawing because also on the site plan, there is a reference in a couple of locations around the perimeter to, I believe it's a 1.8 meter high privacy fence. So
it won't be a
paying
chain,
attention
just
to the
because
details, absolutely
all
you are
of the
correct. It needs to be
details.
eliminated, and apologize for the confusion.
Okay, so thank you for that. I mean, I'd like to see that updated, of course, just to ensure that that is not going to be a chain link fence. Other questions tonight from residents were like the entrance in the back. Is there no possible way of making the entrance off of Geneva into the front of the building?
I believe that the architects looked at a range of opportunities in terms of where it could go and ultimately ended up at the back just based on the grading of the site, trying not to lift the building any taller. If it does come from the front of the property, the urban designers won't be thrilled with this because you don't want one of the more prominent features of the building to be a garage entrance. So we believe that the location of the back can be appropriately mitigated.
My other question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter, the height has been certainly a concern, and I know the owner you've said who's familiar with this area, he's lived here for a long time or had property for a long time. Knowing that he knows the area, hearing what we've heard from residents tonight, they want to see something a little bit smaller. Has there been conversations to maybe bring the size of this development down a little bit?
Through the mayor. All those discussions essentially happened at the outset when we were going through the initial development concepts. We contemplated taller buildings. We had preliminary meetings with city planning staff, Mr. Ritchie, Tammy, and Madeline, and felt at that time that what we came in with essentially was the best option in terms of the desired height.
So there's no interest in bringing the size down. It's you're set on 4 stories.
This is the proposal that we are putting forward, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hypothetical question. We've had the residents say bylaws are bylaws. And if we had enforced that when you had come to the city of St. Catharines, what could you have put in on that site if all the bylaws were enforced?
Through the mayor. You're referring to the bylaws as in the zoning bylaws, but
Yes,
if I may,
no side yard changes, et cetera, et cetera.
yeah. We are seeking the modifications to the zoning bylaw because we don't just look at the zoning bylaw in isolation. We look at the official plan as well. Recognize your zoning bylaw is somewhat dated relative to contemporary zoning standards. I've yet to process a planning application where we were able to meet every single regulation of the bylaw, which is why we have the Planning Act and the ability to make the modifications. In this case, the modifications we will submit to you are relatively minor. The density issue is precipitated because we agreed to recharacterize the project as a medium-density project. We didn't need the density modification on the basis of a high-density project, which was what we initially came in with.
Okay, I appreciate your answer, but my question is still, if the side yard restriction was met and the other restrictions were met, what could you have put on this
essentially
property?
the same footprint. Again, through the mayor, to respond to your question, appreciate where that side yard setback, it's a pinch point. We'll just chamfer off that corner of the building and we'll comply. So again, if I may, if we could just go back to the site plan, the non-compliance is literally one small corner of the building. I'm not even going to try and do that. At the top, where the 2-story podium meets the 4-story building to the back, the side yard setback for the balance of the building is over 5 meters.
Okay, so
It met the R4 requirement, which was 3 meters, but because we now agreed to put it into a different category, the R4, it has a side yard requirement of half the building height. So again, we were meeting the requirement. There's a pinch point. That's the necessity of modification. We could just tamper that corner off and we'd meet the bylaw under the R4.
okay, I'll rephrase my question another way. what if we're prepared to approve this with the understanding that all modifications would have to be satisfied? All.
Essentially, a
Side
zoning
yard,
bylaw,
backyard.
just to, if I may for clarity, just a zoning bylaws to the straight R3?
The variances that you've been granted or that are being recommended, what if they are not recommended?
We would be in disagreement with the decision of council.
And what kind of density could you put on?
I can't give you an answer on that. I have not looked at it to the extent to be able to give you clarity on that. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter. I did want to start by saying thank you for being open to feedback. I was at the public open house, and you did make some changes following that to the location of the garbage and high to medium density. So it seems like you are actively listening. So that was appreciated. The first question I had was about the request for a special policy amendment to medium density, up to 130 units per hectare. Regular medium density is 25 to 99. Could you just speak to what was the rationale? Why was there a special amendment needed? Why could not have just been a medium density application?
Through the mayor, as I said at the outset, this project was OPA and ZBA's high density.
Yes.
We didn't need a density amendment under high density. The density provisions in the official plan say that, there's no limit. It's actually, it's a minimum of 85 units per hectare. It was only in our agreement to appease the neighborhood that we weren't just shooting for the stars and calling it high density and then coming back and changing it later. We agreed to shift the designations, the amendments to the medium density category, and that puts us into a new framework. They're not the same. Clearly, they're not the same. The medium density has a maximum of 99 units per hectare, and it says generally.
Right.
So because of that, because of our agreement to essentially put a cap on it, we can't meet the 99 at 50 units. So through staff, we agreed to now to modify our official plan amendment to include the site-specific policy to allow 130 units per hectare. So from shifting from one to the other to try and appease some concerns, yes, we've landed in some new issues, but that's the remedy.
I think I understand. So if we had just a medium density application, it would have to be less than 50 units.
Correct.
And that's not the bar, I think, to the previous councillor. You weren't willing to go.
On the basis of what we started with, and again, your official plan policy framework that speaks to high-density development, no, we felt that the numbers that we were coming in with complied with the policy framework, not just the ranges, but also there's additional criteria that you would have to satisfy in order to meet the requirements of staff, which we have. The staff report has evaluated, the staff have undertaken their own professional review and confirmed through their review that they agree that it conforms to the official plan.
Thank you. Next question, perhaps refer to slide, I think it's 8 on the presentation. One more, maybe 9. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you. Bottom left corner, what are those white buildings through the mayor to you?
Yeah, so full disclosure, I'm not the architect. This is done in a software program called SketchUp. So the white to the above, that's the church. It's just a replication of what existing development looks like without the benefit of detailed scaling.
Yeah, I was confused because the rest of that existing housing is not there, so the scale
Well, it's
makes
actually
it,
there, but it's flat.
Yeah, just scale-wise, it amplifies the height without.
Yeah, so what the image is meant to do is give some perspective as to the size of the building relative to what's around it. But again, we don't have the detailed dimensions of how tall the church is, how wide the church is.
That helps, thank you.
So it's meant to be informative, and apologize if it creates more
Yeah,
questions
that
than
explanation
answers.
helps. My next question is about snow plowing. One of the former delegates mentioned this question too. With the changes to the concrete pad, where are you anticipating the snow would get plowed to in the winter?
All of that will be addressed at the site plan approval stage. It's not something we would be dealing with at zoning. It's not a zoning requirement, but we've looked at it. We've got areas in and around the site where we believe we can do snow storage. It's private snow plowing. We don't have to rely on the municipality, obviously. If there's excess snow, it gets trucked off site.
Okay, and so that's
But it is a requirement. It's something that planning staff will look at the site plan stage.
okay. Thank you. And regarding garbage, there is a fear that this plan could change in 5 or 10 years. Is there any way to quote unquote lock it in?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, your staff will tell you, but site plan approval is legislated under the Planning Act. It requires us to enter into an agreement with the municipality. It requires us to post financial securities. If we were to change any element of that, we would have to go back for a revision. And we certainly appreciate the perspective of the neighborhood. They don't want it in their backyard. So the architect is more than confident that he can accommodate all of the storage requirements interior to the building. On garbage collection day, there's a roll-up door. It literally just gets pushed out, collected, truck turns around and leaves.
Okay. And final question through the mayor to you is regarding the water runoff. You did emphasize you don't see any issues. How can you guarantee there'd be no water runoff? We're having a lot more of these extreme weather events with high intensity rains over the course of 1 or 2 hours. That's generating quite a bit of damage. What would be the guarantee, and how are you coming to that conclusion that there'd be no issues with water runoff to the surrounding properties?
Again, I'm going to keep going back to it, but it's site plan control. We are required, and we already have submitted to the municipality a stormwater management plan and a grading plan that shows how we will control all runoff from the building itself, from the roads, from the adjacent landscaped areas, such that it's collected. We're proposing actually the full length of the driveway is actually a stormwater tank, such that we can hold all that amount of runoff and then release it at the pre-development rates. So the initials are P for professional, Eng. Those are the guys that have to sign the drawings, submit the drawings. They are then reviewed by your staff to make sure that what we're designing will not in any way have an adverse impact on the adjoining properties.
Thank you for your patience answering all of our questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the presenter, a question I have, maybe I assumed wrong. I thought through staff when we do developments like this on arterial roads that we would prefer that the 4 stories would be on the main road, tapering back to the lower stories into the neighborhood. Any kind of talk you had with staff about that?
I don't think so much it was with staff, but our own design team. So competing objectives. At the street edge, you want to try to mimic existing conditions. So along that street, Geneva Street, it's quite varied, but predominantly lower profile. So our thought was, let's do a 2-story podium at the front to mimic that, as opposed to something significantly taller that really would represent a change in the harmony of the building heights. The 4 stories is pushed to the back, but I want to be clear about this. The reason that we're comfortable with it is the setback is massive. It's a 15-meter setback minimum from the north, from the corner that's closest to the rear, expanding up to 20 meters. One of the tools that we use as planners to assess the impact of height is the 45-degree angular plane. If you can just picture literally, if you draw an angular plane from a point, if you go 10 meters this way and 10 meters up, that means you're below the angular plane. In this case, the building, we're at 15.5 meters at the back. There's only one very small corner. Otherwise, the entirety of the building is below that angular plane. And for us, that confirms that that amount of height satisfies that what's regarded as an appropriate test of building height and compatibility as being appropriate.
And then I would also assume maybe because of the amenity space on the front, it would be better on the front of the property than people sitting up on a party patio in the back as well, I guess.
Yeah, and I believe that with staff that did note as well that there are no balconies or openings at that rear face. And it's a very narrow building orientation at the rear of the site by design.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Webb. You have stated about our official plan basically having no restrictions on arterial roads. And I just did a quick look at this, and it says it's not common practice for municipalities to have unlimited maximum heights on arterial roads. And you come from another municipality. Could you tell me, is it common practice, or are we particularly
If I may, before I answer that question,
Yeah.
I think a point of order, I don't believe I said there's no restrictions. What I said is that the official plan policy is permissive to high-density development on arterial roads, but then I provided that key subject to. It's not a blank slate.
Well,
It doesn't
it's-
say
we-
municipalities will permit high-density on arterial roads. It says municipalities may consider it, and then it outlines in policy 8, I believe it's 823 and 833, it outlines very clear criteria that you then need to satisfy. And that's what I
Right.
said was that range of subjective criteria and objective criteria. That's how you assess whether or not a project conforms to the official plan.
Okay, our official plan has no limits in terms of maximum height on arterial roads, which is that normal practice across Ontario and other municipalities? Because it seems very permissive, and it's not something that I've agreed with over the years.
I can't think of another example where that is in fact the case. Usually in Hamilton, for example, they would have a height, but they don't have a density. So every municipality treats it different. The city of Brantford just adopted a new official plan that is absent height and density. They rely entirely on urban design considerations to determine whether or not a project is acceptable. So, maybe this is why Doug
Would that
Ford is-
include some community involvement in the decision-making in those cases, if it relies
Well,
on?
absolutely. I mean, it's a public process, so absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you. In terms of the garage entrance and the ramp, and you mentioned that Mr. Tibbs suggested it should be 9 feet in height. We're using old imperial measure here. And I look up 2.1 meters, and that's 6 feet 11 inches, which appears to be the standard in Ontario, but in other jurisdictions, like in the United States, and we don't like to take sometimes our rulings from the United States, but I think it's 8 feet 2 inches tall to allow for these larger vehicles that require for accessibility purposes.
Through the chair, fortunately, because of the timing of that speaker's comments, I was able to interact with the project architect. He is an expert on the building code, AODA, design principles. 2.1 meters is the requirement, and we meet it.
So you're just meeting the minimum requirement, though?
We are, and if there's concerns that we should be doing more, we can look at it at the site plan approval stage.
thank you.
But again, it's not a zoning issue per se.
Okay, and then Mr. Tibbs also mentioned that the lay of the land is different than what you have surveyed. What if Mr. Tibbs is correct and you have to go deeper for the ramp, and therefore you're going to have to extend the ramp further? What is it, you're going to have to go back to the drawing board, or what will happen there?
Respectfully to Mr. Tibbs, in the time from May 5th until now, we engaged with our Ontario land surveyor, the person responsible for verifying grades, civil engineer who's responsible for the grading plan to understand how existing grades and proposed grades will work, and the architect. And the architect has sent me an extensive and lengthy email to say he has absolutely no concerns that the manner in which he's designed the entrance at the back of the building is in fact fully compliant. So we have used that time since that meeting back in May. We were aware of the issue, and it was almost comical between Mr. Tibbs and the architect going back and forth on it, but it was a good point that necessitated us to go and do that review. And based on that and the amount of time that's expired since then, we've used that time well to confirm there are no issues.
Right, okay, so the May 5th pre-public hearing, you heard what people had to say, and the biggest issue is just generally the massing and the scale of the property. It was 51 units then, it's 51 units now. Why did you not do something more to appease the local residents?
I think that, respectfully, we spent a significant amount of time looking at this project. In my opinion, this is potentially an underutilization compared to what it could be. You could go bigger on this site, but the client instructions and the design in terms of, again, trying to be sensitive to what was around us. Appreciate we have a church next door and a parking lot, an older, low-rise, multiple dwelling to one side of us. We felt that the height being proposed at the time, the massing of that building was appropriate.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Webb, for your presentation. Can I have a motion to close the public meeting? Councillor Harris, Councillor Phillips, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Public meeting is now closed and council is called to order. Persons wishing to receive notice of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. At this point, there is now a recommendation on the screen. This is the staff recommendation. Have a mover and seconder for this. Councillor McPherson, Councillor Harris did have himself logged in, so Councillor Harris, before we get to a mover and seconder.
Sure. I guess.
Will you move this?
I'll move it, but I was actually going to refer it back to staff.
Do we need to have it moved before it can be referred?
That's why I pressed the button first.
Okay, so Councillor Harris is making a motion to refer, non-debatable. Are you going to provide some additional instruction as to the reason for the referral, and can we put an end date on this?
Sure. We could put an end.
We have a
end
council
date
meeting
on
on August 10th.
Sure, August 10th would be good. I just wanted to refer it back to staff to engage the developer to address the concerns of all the residents, perhaps the garbage, the grading, the fencing, the privacy, the parking on the road, the snow removal, pretty well everything all the residents spoke about.
Right. So we have a motion to refer, which is non-debatable. Councillor Phillips for clarification only.
Just wanted to ask Director Kate timelines. So we have timelines in order to do that without violating the timeline set out by the province.
Through the mayor to the councillor, this application has already passed the timeline under the Planning Act.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So there is a referral motion on the floor. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. So to the folks who are here, no decision has been made this evening. Councillor Harris and council have chosen to refer this back to staff to work with the developer to see if there is a compromise position. This is to come back at the next council meeting, which is August the 10th. And so you will be seeing this coming forward on that council agenda. But at this time, no decision has been made this evening, just for clarity for all those who are in attendance this evening. At this time, we will move forward now to the balance of the agenda. As a reminder to councillors, we do have a number of additional presentations and public speakers. There are no presentations per se this evening, so we will move to 10.1, Planning and Building Services, Housekeeping Amendments to the City's Sign Bylaw 2012-154. And before we move forward, I will look to the Director of PBS for a correction in the report. Ms. Kate.
Through the mayor to council, as we go into discussing report PBS 97-2026, we're here. The recommendation includes that council approve the proposed amendments attached as Appendix 1. I did want to clarify that there are two items of this bylaw that we wish to clarify. Specifically in the bylaw, we're looking to replace section 5.6J with the phrasing that is now on the screen highlighted in red, and that we wish to replace section 5.6K also with this section on the screen now in red. Thank you.
Okay. A request was made if we could have a brief recess for those who may need to freshen up. So I will set a 2-minute recess, and I would ask that everybody be back within 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had an introduction, and I appreciate the planning director providing the additional information, which is now into the recommendation. Do I have a mover and a seconder for this? I'm going to let Councillor Townsend take the mover slot, because I know this has been something Councillor Townsend and I have talked about a lot in the past. And I let Councillor McPherson take the seconder spot, because I know this is something that Councillor McPherson has recently become a convert to the cause of Councillor Townsend and myself. And so we'll let her have some shine. Councillor Townsend.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank staff for the report that came forward. It's very well thought out. It aligns with other municipalities, and it paves the way, I think, for St. Catharines to generate some revenue off some signs. And again, I appreciate staff putting all this work into it. I do have one question, and it's to do with third party. It's one of the big questions that
Councillor, I'm actually going to ask you to pause on the question. I'm going to let you come back and speak again. I was so excited this was coming forward. I forgot that we have 3 delegates we need to hear from first.
This is great news.
So, Councillor, I'm going to give you the opening speaking slot, and I'm going to let you speak again, but I think you did a fantastic job of opening the report. I was so excited, like you, Councillor Townsend. I was so excited, I jumped right through my script.
I'm excited for the delegates. Thank you.
I am excited for the delegates as well. But he will be the opening speaker, and that's my fault. I do apologize. We are proceeding. At this time, I do have several delegations. I have Anthony Casalanguida, Gerhard Grand, and Joanne Atkinson, who will all be speaking to the report. And so we will begin with Anthony Casalanguida to speak, who is speaking on Zoom.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Your Worship and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Anthony Casalanguida. I'm a VP Retail for Layad. I'm here as a business owner of the city, representing Niagara Penn Center, as well as a resident of the region that I'm proud to call my home, and I believe deserves thoughtful, forward-looking governance. I stand here before you today to express my strong support for the review of the city's sign bylaw. This is not simply an administrative exercise. It's an important and timely step in ensuring that the city keeps pace with a world that is changing rapidly around us. Technology has fundamentally transformed the way advertising works, feels, and functions. Digital displays, LED signage, program message boards, and dynamic animated content have become common features for our cityscapes and streetscapes. These are formats that in many cases could not have been anticipated when our current bylaw was written. As a result, there are gaps, areas where regulations are unclear, inconsistent, or simply silent on technologies now are part of our everyday life in our city. Updating the signage bylaw will bring meaningful benefits to both our business communities and our residents. For businesses, large and small, clear and current regulations provide the certainty that we'll need to invest with confidence. When the rules are easy to understand and consistently applied, entrepreneurs can focus on what they do best, contributing to our local economy and serving our community. Outdated or ambiguous regulations, on the other hand, can create confusion, discourage investment, and place an unfair burden on those simply trying to do the right thing. At the same time, a modernized bylaw protects the character of our neighborhoods, our streets, our commercial corridors, our public spaces. These are shared assets that belong to every resident of the city. Clear standards help ensure that signage enhances our environment rather than it detracts from it, preserving the visual identity and appeal of the community we all value. We also want to take a moment to recognize the importance of public engagement process that has been built into this review. Asking residents and business owners for their input is not just good practice, it is essential. People who live and work in the city understand its character, its needs, and aspirations better than anyone. Their voices must shape the outcome of this review, and I'm encouraged that the city has made public feedback a central part of this process. Your Worship, members of council, the sign bylaw review is an opportunity to demonstrate that the city is proactive, not reactive. It is a chance to put place regulations that are clear, fair, and built for a world we all live in today, and the one we are moving towards for tomorrow. I urge council to embrace this process fully and look forward to seeing the results. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions of the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you again, Mr. Casalanguida. At this time, I will call upon Gerard Grand to come up, and I will apologize to Mr. Grand because when I was reading out the list of speakers, in my notes it says Gerhard, and I sat here and thought, oh, have I been calling him Gerard for the last 15 years incorrectly, and his name's actually Gerhard? But it was a typo from the clerk. So.
To be fair, Your Worship, is the etymology of Gerard is really Gerhard,
Okay.
which means warrior.
Okay.
Literally, it actually means hard spear, but that has some other connotations.
Then I would like to thank the clerk for the spelling error because we learned something here this evening. So, Mr. Grant, the lectern is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council and citizens of our beautiful community. I'm going to be, I actually gave more of a technical submission for staff to review. And like the prior speaker, I actually embrace the work of refining our sign bylaw rules to account for technological changes. And actually, my basic point, as I've reviewed it in detail and looked at specific changes that I think are appropriate for the legislation as initially drafted, part of the goal is actually be clear to the community, be clear to the business community that invests a lot in it, ensure that from a permit standpoint and from an enforcement standpoint, you have measures that are workable that you can actually implement as opposed to being murky. So some of the challenges here would be, at first, this is, in my books, it's a first pass, and I'm actually suggesting let's get it back to staff. Let's engage more with the community in a detailed technical way as to what we're trying to achieve. So, what I thought I learned a lot from the early discussions on Geneva, where people are looking for the nuances of what's appropriate in the neighborhood. So part of what I'd look at over here on a few broad strokes is to define electronic signs distinctly from standard signs is kind of missing it. That's the medium, not the message. You want to control the message. You want to control, for example, lighting issues. You want to look at things like lux or luminescence in a neighborhood. So if you're in a residential neighborhood, you don't want to light up the sky at night and interfere with people's standard sleeping time. So some of the ways you deal with it, if you actually look at, I'm on Glen Ridge, where I've got a Petro-Canada station. I'm also on Merritt Street. I'm also on Scott Street. I'm on Martindale, and I'm here at 1 St. Paul, and the tower beside it, which will soon be designated within 4 weeks as 4 Ontario Street, where we're finishing off 183 apartments. And what we're really trying to encourage is people living downtown. So you want the nuances to respect that. So if you think about sign technology, standard signs are actually today primarily LED signs. The screens we're dealing with are also LED signs. The only difference is the old technology is, oh, let's not put a limitation on the brightness of the old technology. Let's not limit the wall size of the old technology. But actually, if you look at the old technology, behind that screen in a programmable LED sign, and if you look at my building on 1 St. Paul Street, we've got one at the corner of Ontario Street and St. Paul Street, the original corner of St. Catharines, Shipman's Gore, and that building's basically been a 3-story building in various forms since 1802. And part of what we've got over there is early pictures from the St. Catharines Historical Society showing that corner in 1871. What I think you'll notice is we actually programmed the lighting level. So if you look at it during the day, you can't even see the sign unless you admit 4,000 to 5,000 nits. Nits sounds like something you pick out of your hair. It's not really, but it's the idea that's the power you're projecting. But that's not what you see. What you see is balanced by the lighting environment, or if you're in a downtown district where we've got 60 restaurants and we've got various activity, the level of light you set should be appropriate for that ambience. So part of what we're looking at is my Petro-Canada sign, for example, in Councillor Kushner's ward, as it's out there at night, when it's on, it's putting out about 1,800 nits, which is substantially higher than what this regulation says for standard signs. Now, you don't perceive all of that, but if you actually look at perception, it's brighter than the standard that's set here for a programmable sign. So part of what we want to look at is you look at relative luminescence, and one of the things you get from programmable signs, of course, which I'm a big believer in, is look at how good that is for business. They may have a special, and the limit over here is don't change your sign more frequently than 8 seconds. I don't have a problem with that. Our sign panels are actually changing about every 40 seconds to every 90 seconds, in that range. So we respect that. We respect the lighting that's behind it. But if I'm setting something up for tenants and they have an ability to do a promotion on Taco Tuesday and only do it for that day. So we're talking actually here about first-party uses, the ability of a business, particularly our restaurant marketplace, which should be celebrated in St. Catharines with like 4 Michelin restaurants that are doing amazing jobs that they write about in Toronto press and get people coming down here, is if they can adapt and present their message effectively, you're giving tools for business that's dealing with a high tax burden, that's dealing with a high wage burden, and the cost of food burden, as well as if they've got to use Uber Eats and skip the dishes, what they have to pay on that level. So what we're trying to do is let's restore the vibrancy of it and regulate the message, not the medium. Because when you understand LED signage, you actually see programmable LED signage is easy to enforce. You can set a program in the background and you can give to the enforcement officer a log of how you've run it. And that log would confirm compliance with lighting standards. And I can tell you, you can actually comply with lighting standards under the new programmable formats that are out there. They can be abused, but the abuse can be detected more readily than any other sign. Whereas standard LED signs today that are behind a polyurethane panel that takes a long time to produce, and every time you want to change it, you've got to go through a protracted permit process, while your business may go out of operation because they can't get approval. Whereas if we can get something that's adaptable, cost flexible, and controllable, we love that. So my little pitch here is, we've started a process that I think staff has done a remarkable job of looking at what's in different municipalities, how we move it through. And my little pitch would continue in key corridors. What you'll see in Niagara Falls, you'll see in Toronto, and you might have noticed it with FIFA, but you'll see in all major municipalities where they're trying to build an entertainment district that's primarily business. In those districts, I'd add the ability where there's low-speed traffic to put in those corridors in select areas, video under certain constraints should also be permitted. Some of the nuances that are missed here, for example, are if I'm on property on Merritt Street or Martindale, and you've got an LED sign at the front facing the street with the permissible light levels, changing its image typically only every 40, 50, 90 seconds, or keeping an image for hours, and having the right level of lighting, that lighting is all pointed toward the street. Now there are bylaw concerns to say, well, if you're within 20 meters, now if you're within 40 meters of residential. So you can have residential at the back of you that can't possibly see the sign, and electronic signs actually have, on average, a much lower general luminescence level than the old signs with the LEDs behind polyurethane panels that brightly light up an area that you can actually notice. So a couple of those things are the nuances to know let's regulate it right. And in some cases, we're under-regulating traditional signage, we're over-regulating the new signage. The other thing that you'd look at is, if you put, on a size level, if you put a wall sign up, we want to limit you to, I think is it 10 square meters? No, it's 3 square meters, I believe, is the limitation on the overall size of a sign. But if I put up a traditional well-lit panel with massive LEDs at the back, emitting actually a lot more light, you can do that. So you're permitted to do it, you're permitted to let out more light, as long as you use the old technology. I hope that what we can do is embrace the new technology, but do it with great intelligence. And the work the staff has done to date is very good, because it takes time to understand where this technology is going, how do we deal with it. And part of what we want is a more nuanced approach that urban areas like that are protected, their lighting patterns aren't disturbed. But of course, if you're living in downtown St. Catharines, as an example, we're trying to encourage that. That's why I'm almost finished 183 apartments. I can tell you that the typical person that wants to live in a downtown corridor expects a different experience than in residential neighborhoods. So what we're calling for in the sign bylaw would be a nuanced distinction between electronic third-party signs and electronic first-party signs, but treating all electronic. When you put light behind a sign, whether you can program it or not program it, the one advantage of modern exterior LED signs is you can actually control the light output, and you can actually meet those goals, which you can't under traditional signs that don't do that. Beyond that, we want to help in certain corridors of St. Catharines. I'd only look at one thing. Basically, the flat programmable feature that if a tenant wants to project on a Tuesday or a Friday their specials, they can do that, not flashing, but just with a flat image, which is easily monitored, easily programmed, and easily audited. So we think we can achieve all the objectives, and we're partway through the process of modernizing sign technology, and we should go on that road. We just don't quite have it right at this stage, and a little more study and a little more interface. And what we're very seriously interested in that prospect of building the community, in particular, building downtown St. Catharines, but also for the commercial tenants in all our plazas, having the right levels of light and giving them the feature that they can really, without undue strain, comply with the spirit of the bylaws as they emerge, but also have adaptable sign policies that help them sell and make money and support a not insignificant property tax load in order to do all of that. So my overall pitch is, of course, downtown, but only in the lines of what we permit. We'd love to see, and we're investing in, a more aggressive approach to bring people back to downtown St. Catharines, to make it safe. And certainly my One St. Paul building, my permits are already in. We're building a banner within the traditional sign boxes of all high-end LED signs that will fully program to be within lighting standards and that aren't going to be turning around all the time. We'll lobby for the right to have...
Mr. Grant, could you wrap up, please?
Sorry. Thank you. That's it for me. Any questions? Otherwise, I'm out.
Questions from Council. Councilor Harris?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to the presenter. You sent an email to Councillor Cushion and I with 8 amendments that you suggested. Do we address any of those amendments in what staff have come up with here?
What I saw addressed over here, that there was a comment on interpreting one of them, which is to say, if you have a series of tenants wanting one, can you put more than one sign on a building? And I got a comment coming back that, we wouldn't be construing it in that fashion. So that one I got commentary on.
Would it make sense that perhaps we approve this tonight and we refer your recommendations back to staff and perhaps they can come back at a later date with a report on what you suggested?
What I would hope here is that when I see the embracing the modernizing of the rules here, the modernizing of the rules has actually imposed significantly more constraints on it. And on a very practical matter, when you file sign permits, and the experience we've had is we file a sign permit for a tenant that needs to get open, and 7 or 8 months after they've closed the business, they get approved. And if the list goes on to include areas where we filed for certain signs more than a year ago, went through a whole series of amendments, got it approved on January 2nd of this year. Okay, well, it's approved, everything's there, give me the sign permit. And these businesses have high tax loads, so you're looking at a property that pays $400,000 a year in property taxes. And we're not getting the approvals. And then we're actually fined for having an illegal sign up there, and we're going to a hearing, but then the sign's already been approved, but fines are coming in the meantime. So some of this is, if we want to set up a process, the process should be enforceable, should be effective, should be efficient. Justice delayed or permits denied, because you actually have to open businesses, you've got to get the funding and move it through. So this one that says, reduce your sign size, maximum sign size to the 10 meters squared on a wall sign, where you don't have the same restriction or 15% on standard signs that you could put in the area with LEDs at the back, is really counterproductive and does a great disservice to the business community. So I'm a great believer that get it right, don't pass a law that doesn't get it right, take the time to not put restrictions in, well, you gotta be 40 meters back from a residential zone that can't even see the sign, but we can put an equally bright or brighter traditional LED sign that costs a lot more, takes a lot more time to change, you can't control the light at all, that we should pass that? I don't think so. That would be a disservice to the business community that is struggling with a lot of these issues.
Okay, so I think you answered it. You'd want us to refer this and come back, or?
I want to, what I'd like to see is with the amendments I've suggested and what other people suggest, we refer it back to council. Right now, you can already do an LED sign now under the existing bylaw. We've got 4 permits on them issued to date. And they look at all the issues with no new issue reviewed here by this legislation. This legislation is introducing greater restrictions than are necessary when all the issues are already being reviewed. So I'd suggest you can put these signs up now. You still look at, they don't want the messages changing. They want to know that you're just projecting flat images.
I guess, Mr. Mayor, through you to the presenter, I'm just for process, perhaps we approve this and it comes back with your amendments, because I would have to ask for a friendly, I don't know what the best. Okay.
Questions to we'll stick to questions to the presenter. If you have thoughts
I
about
have
an
no more
amendment.
questions.
Okay.
I have no more questions.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend. Oh, no, Mr. Grant. We got a couple. We got a lineup. Councillor Townsend is up next.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation tonight. I think as I look through this and what you're saying, a lot of the things you're saying is already included within the changes that staff have made when it comes to like lighting, brightness at night, how quickly it gets changed. Like a lot of the things you're saying are already included in the staff changes. So I'm just trying to, I haven't seen the amendments that you've mentioned to Councillor Harris and Kushner, but
I actually released them at the last hearing and everyone got a copy of them.
Oh, okay, I didn't receive one, I apologize.
And I think Sarah handed them out to everyone.
But yeah, I would just say like a lot of the things you're saying are highlighted in the changes that staff are making. Can you maybe, I haven't seen any ones
I'm seeing the first one here that limits it to, for example, 15% or 10 square meters. And what I said over here is that you can put up an electronic sign with LEDs at the back that aren't programmable, and you can go to 35% and you don't face that overall size restriction.
So you're saying that should be increased?
I'm
from
saying it don't
15%?
change the existing one, because you're not changing it for the current medium. The message is, so the message, if it comes through a programmable LED screen, gets constrained, or instead just put up a big polyurethane panel, and you can make that 35% of the face and substantially greater than 10 meters. You can be 30 square meters, and it can be brighter than anything else, but that's permissible. So
Okay.
you're permissible if you go to the old technology.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you. Through to the presenter. This may be a little bit beyond your scope, I'm not sure, but appreciate all the information you've shared with us tonight. With the new technology, programmability, et cetera, and by the way, I still think in foot candles, not nits. I don't know what a nit is. Can we darken the sky when we want to make it a better situation for insects and birds? Is there, I mean, this may not be applicable to St. Paul Street, but other areas of the city. Is this technology potentially friendlier to nature?
Yes.
It has the opportunity to be friendlier to nature.
As an example, in a regional say if you're in a quieter neighborhood, if you've got a typical LED sign that's permitted now, that is a polyurethane panel backlit, that's going to be at the low end 3 times brighter to 6 or 7 times brighter, and it's not programmable. Whereas what you can do, and you reflect it in accordance with as the evening moves on, you can be at that nit level that they reference here, 300 nits, is just the output of actual light, because you've already got the contrast, so you can program it to reflect neighborhood dynamics, which you can't do right now with backlit electronic LED signs. They're both electronic, but the current technology is programmable and actually allows you to be attentive to those neighborhood issues that are real and should be respected.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we deferred this as suggested by Councillor Harris, how long would it take for you to make suggested amendments?
Now, I made a series of suggested amendments that I included in the last council hearing and now what I haven't done is updated those, and I'll have them updated by Thursday or Friday of this week.
Okay, then if that's the case, I'll be supporting deferral.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Mr. Grant, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Apologies, I'm not sure why my microphone turned off there. Thank you for the presentation. At this time, we did have Austin Scheinel registered to speak, but he withdrew earlier this evening. So at this time, I'll call upon Joanne Atkinson to speak.
Do you have enough? I have more here if we need some.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Cisco, City Councilors, staff, guests present. My name is Joanne Atkinson. I'm a lifelong resident of St. Catharines, and I live in Port Dalhousie Ward. I'd like to thank you for moving this matter from what was on the consent agenda in June 22nd meeting to tonight's meeting, where obviously by what we've seen tonight, there are some areas that need further discussion regarding what were to be simply housekeeping issues pertaining to the sign bylaw. I also had the opportunity to meet with a couple of the staff members regarding this, and it helped to clarify some of these matters for myself. this is our year when we're celebrating our 150th anniversary as a community. And one of the things that I continue to feel is that we do not truly value what we have here in St. Catharines. We have had countless studies that have been produced by expensive consultants to tell us about the beauty of St. Catharines, not just in terms of our built heritage, but our iconic St. Paul Street. It's a one-of-a-kind in North America. I do not believe there's another one like it. And yet we continue to not show value for that street. And yet we are sitting here with other cities around us who are valuing the beauty of their towns. And so I look with envy at Ancaster, at Niagara-on-the-Lake, at Stratford, to name a few, and see what they've done. And I can say they are not overwhelming their city with signage, and because they're respecting their built heritage and realizing that people come and value this. I have had many people visiting me. I'm part of a nonprofit organization that brings people to here and been in exchange. And as they look at St. Catharines, I love seeing it from their eyes because they're amazed at what we have here. And yet I don't think we truly value it. Some of the people have. Our architects produced a wonderful video, the Domestic Gems, and it was held in awe by the architects at international conferences. And we continue to see places like Goderich talking about being the prettiest town in Ontario. And when you go and you take a look at them, and then I come back and see what we have that I don't believe we're really valuing. So we have world-class amenities, we've got beautiful built heritage, but I don't believe we're really taking it seriously. So I did what people tell me to do, become part of the people that are involved. And so for the past 20 years, following my retirement from teaching, I've been involved in the Clean City Committee, I've been on the Downtown Revitalization Committee, I helped establish the Anti-Graffiti Committee, and I've also been involved in Adopt a Road to try and improve the garbage and litter on our streets. I've also served in leadership positions on organizations in our community that are trying to enhance and make St. Catharines better. During this time, some of you will say, well, what do sign regulations do? It can make a great deal. It's not so much the first-party signs, it's the third-party signs that I have concerns of, because you have no control, and I repeat that, no control over what they want to advertise. And some of the things they are advertising, I don't think, as a grandmother of 7, are suitable for children. I've had some embarrassing questions asked to me by my own grandchildren about certain signs, and I had to quickly come up with an answer to that. We are concerned about that because there are also signs that get placed that don't show what I think are levels of tolerance and acceptance. And I think that's an important Canadian value to retain, not have some billboard advertising otherwise. I was involved in the sign bylaw that was established in 2012. We had extensive consultation, and there were many people and groups that presented to that. At that time, as I say, many people presented, but since that, a lot has changed. One of the issues was the sign variance. Before that, if you wanted a variance, it had to go through council. The public, as myself, would be aware of it and consider whether it seemed reasonable. Now it's going directly to planning, so none of us have any idea. As well, in the present sign bylaw, we didn't permit video signs. And yet what has happened is we see these digital signs that are appearing up everywhere. And we've seen write-ups in the paper where people have acknowledged that this is illegal, that they're skirting the laws, and yet nothing has been done about it. So this is upsetting to me because I think laws are laws, bylaws are bylaws, and we need to accept them. They were put in there for a purpose. Enforcement has also been another concern. What happens is that staff, I realize, spoke to them, they're overwhelmed. We need more bylaw enforcement officers. 2 people to deal with all of the enforcement of many things is not enough. And signs sometimes get down in the priority list when you're dealing with noise bylaws and other things that are part of their responsibility. So we've had a situation where it's a catch me if you can attitude. And that's why some of the things you see that they say are permitted, they're not. They never were, and we were concerned as to how that happened. In Port Dalhousie, we had a situation where on a weekend, someone came in and put big posts to erect a billboard. Citizens were upset. We went to take a look at it, find out on Monday morning the whole thing was illegal. No permit had been issued, and yet they thought by doing it they were going to get away with it, and were quite upset when they found out that they had to pay a fine and remove those illegal posts. We also had a situation where we wanted to do a pilot project. They talked about this. This was going to be just for 2 years, and yet fortunately that was defeated. So I think we have to understand that a lot of places that are formerly are beautiful places to live have looked at what are we putting on our streets. You don't get a second chance to make a first impression, and that curb appeal matters. When the issue came up about the Meridian Center and the PAC with revitalization, former councillor Mark Elliott is quoted as saying, "The city made a conscious and deliberate decision not to include digital signage in the fronts of the Meridian Center and the PAC to avoid establishing a precedent for the rest of the city." We've become what the author James Kunstler refers to as the geography of nowhere. We've got this magnificent inventory of historic buildings representative of many architectural features, and yet we would rather take that building and put a big sign on it advertising something that we may feel is not in good taste. The Garden City of Canada, as we tried to say we were, there have been some great things made. I applaud the people in the Green Committee and some of our people for planting flowers, but no amount of flowers or trees are going to compensate for all kinds of illegal signage that simply see our court as a way to advertise various products. So what are the issues in this present situation? Number one, we are talking about penalties. What was presented in these housekeeping matters was to have the advanced monetary penalty system, and from talking to staff, that seems like a much clearer way to go. It's more efficient than what we have presently. Right now, so you know, it's all based on citizens phoning and complaining. So consequently, you're vilified if you try and report it, when in fact, I think it should be proactive, and that's the job of our bylaw enforcement officers. The other regulations that we have, excuse me, we're talking about issues the other people talked about in brightness and dwell time and some of these things, but what happened was they've simply gone ahead and done this, and it was never allowed in the present bylaw anyways. So it's kind of better to ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission than to ask for forgiveness. We have simply allowed this to happen, and we've got ourselves, I think, in quite a difficult situation. We're talking about the issue with homes and home-based businesses. We're saying we're going to improve the setback in residential areas, but a lot of people already are setting up businesses in their homes, and they have their signs on their property advertising what they want to do. The other things that was mentioned briefly was about the wall signs. The wall signs that we have, they're now saying go from a 35% to a 15%. Well, that's very commendable, but they're also saying they want to take static signs and turn them into electronic or digital signs. Well, if you happen to be in an apartment living downtown St. Catharines or many other areas where these signs are, you may not want lights flashing into your room at a certain time of the evening, and they're simply saying that that can be done. They're trying to change the sign definitions. There were just so many things that were in this housekeeping report that I felt it had to be discussed. This is far too important. Too many of the people, and I must say, the wind beneath my wings today are the people who have passed on, that worked so hard. The Ben Hannons, the Eleanor Lancasters, Ken Fleet, and I could go on indefinitely of some of the people that have just given so much of their time, volunteer time, to help improve the beauty of St. Catharines. You are now the guardians, the stewards of our community, and I ask you to take this really seriously. Signage is an important part of it. One of the issues, when this came before to the Downtown Revitalization Committee, it was the one that preceded the one I was on, the members decided that they did not want video signage, particularly not third-party digital signage, because they felt it would undermine the objective of promoting heritage in the downtown core. We have phenomenal buildings. I don't think you realize how many we have as compared to other cities in Canada. And I've traveled fairly extensively. I take great pride in my citizenship, but I like to see other cities and what they're doing. We have a great, great inventory. So to destroy that look by putting a lot of video signs on, I don't like. The other part, it went to the Heritage Committee. That's the City Heritage Committee. And they also felt the ghost signs that were on the wall would be detracted. It would be a detraction if you change that with cultural signs. Really, with handheld devices, we can get all the information we need. I go to Stratford, I go to Shaw, I go to the PAC. I can get all the information I need about what's performing, what the price is, when it opens on my handheld devices. We also, as I say, talked about one thing that was good was the election sign. They've now made a separate thing on that, so that is good. So in summary, I concur, I think, with some of the other people here. I think that we really want to make sure that what we're advertising is compatible with the surroundings. It's not just taking a wall and putting anything on it. There's geologists who I know that think some of these walls are amazing because they have stone that no longer is available. So they look at the stone. Some people don't care, it's just a building, but there's a lot of people that do, and they know a great deal. I'm also a member of the Historical Society. So I think if we could do that, I think it would be good. I think we need far more bylaw enforcement. I think we need to give them the tools to do it, meaning more money for that. And I think that once we have more bylaw enforcement and a clear understanding of what we want our city to look like and how we can partner, I think there's a lot of ways we could work very proactively with the sign companies, but not in a way that's going to deteriorate and downgrade what I think is one of the most beautiful cities in Canada. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. And I would, any questions you would have, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Atkinson, for the presentation. At this time, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Ms. Atkinson, for coming in tonight. Appreciate that. When it comes to billboards in the city, as these companies start moving towards digital billboards, are you suggesting that we should not allow those companies to transition their billboards to digital?
Well, when I was working on it with Sandra Burrows, who was the chief building inspector at the time, the whole intent was to minimize billboards. They were only going on vacant lands in areas that were no longer slated for development. So to now come in and start saying, oh, well, we're just going to take this and switch it, that never was the intent. I think they knew that you don't go through Stratford and look at billboards. You don't go to Niagara-on-the-Lake and look at that. You need to look at what is beautiful with these cities. They don't just happen. They need people that care about them, that manage them and say, this is not aesthetically attractive. Unless you're going to Las Vegas, I don't go to a city to look at how many billboards it has and what kind of third-party advertising. Some of it is very offensive, and I have no control. And I talked to that about the planning people, because we take that to the Supreme Court and they'll say, sorry, it's the freedom of speech. But we're authorizing it once we say put a sign up. And we get very little. We get a one-time fee for that. The person whose property is on gets a monthly stipend. The rest of the profit goes to the sign company. And I don't see this as a big revenue generating. If anything, I think it diminishes the value of St. Catharines.
Thank you. Through the mayor, are you aware that cities, if they do sign deals with these sign companies, that they can actually ban certain ads and limit what can be displayed on those digital billboards?
Well, I'm not sure. I talked to the director about this in my meeting, and I got a sense that it was very, very difficult. My own brother has been involved in council in Oakville for many years, and they went to the Supreme Court. They don't have any billboards at all in their city. There may be a few on the arterial roads up in the north, but there's absolutely nothing in their corridor. And their business development company came and spoke to our downtown association then, and I think that I'm surprised because the Downtown Association did not support these digital ones in 2019. So I don't know what the big change has been, because I think people that look at our buildings, realize what we have here. You can't replicate the buildings that we have. You go to cities like Warsaw that were leveled after the war, and what did they do? They built up, people volunteered to build it back to the way it was. They got volunteers to do it because they wanted to retain that history. We've got that history, and we're willing to just wipe it away by people that don't care.
Thank you, and I want to go back. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Atkinson, when the billboards that we do have currently in the city, when companies like Pattison or Lenovo come forward and ask to transition them to digital, we should not allow that in the current billboards, because it is happening across communities. I guess that's my question.
Yes, personally, I wouldn't, because I'm not really big on third-party signs, as you can say, because of the loss of effect we have, and we do get very little remuneration from it. And as I say, I wouldn't want to tell you some of the ads I've had to try and explain to my grandchildren that were pretty offensive. And that's what's on our city, and those are the things people see. They don't look at the buildings or the flowers or the plantings or the trees. They're dominating the look of St. Catharines, and we have a chance to do something better here.
Okay, thank you.
A lot better.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Ms. Atkinson, for your presentation. Can I get a councillor to move the motion to receive the delegations? Councillor Harris, Councillor Stevens, all those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. So I do have a mover and a seconder, and I did promise Councillor Townsend he would have the first speaking right, so I will come back to Councillor Townsend to kick us off.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to echo the work that staff have put into these changes. What the reality is a lot of these billboards that we currently have are going to be changed and transitioned into digital. I think staff have done a nice job controlling the brightness at night, the flashiness, the limits to not having videos. I think it does pave the way forward. And when you do look there, Stratford, Niagara-on-the-Lake, these communities, there are some digital signs that are not within the downtown core, of course, of Niagara-on-the-Lake. I think staff have done a nice job with limiting certain areas of the city where these signs could be installed. But I want to thank Tammy and her team for putting together a report that still gives the city control and still does ensure that staff have the opportunities to put certain limits in place when it comes to these signs. So again, I just want to thank the staff and Tammy's team for doing such a great job on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question to staff. I've had some questions, and I just want them to hear you say it for clarification. If someone has an existing digital sign now, it would be allowed or grandfathered, but under some conditions, to the director?
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes. Section 2.15 sub B of the proposed bylaw allows for signs that have been lawfully erected or displayed prior to passing this bylaw can continue in its state.
And if it wasn't lawfully installed the first time, they could come and ask for a variance, possibly go through that channel, or have to remove it?
Through the mayor to the councillor, for a sign not in compliance, the options would be to bring it into compliance, apply for a variance, or remove the sign.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Williamson.
Am I good? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Kite, in regard to, I happen to philosophically agree wholeheartedly with Mrs. Atkinson, and that I think that protecting our built heritage and the aesthetics and the cities that are doing it right are the ones that she mentioned. Will we still retain some control or the same degree of control that we've had in terms of protecting the beauty of our built environment with the changes that are being recommended?
Through the mayor to the councillor, the one thing I do want to raise is that the scope of this review was very limited by council. Council asked us to look at only commercial properties as well as city properties. So this is not, the permission to allow for digital signs is not necessarily citywide. It's very scoped to those two areas, and that was deliberate by council and deliberate in our recommendation coming forward to council as to what those limits would be around lightness, brightness, move-in copy through and those sort of things that are captured in the bylaw. So yes, we have tried to balance what council has asked us to do with the feedback that we've received, both from the sign community as well as from the residential community in putting this recommendation forward.
Thank you. In terms of enforcing our bylaws, are we, do we have the staff to be able to go out and, because there seems to be a proliferation of these chloroplast signs that just appear all of a sudden. And they usually have phone numbers on them, so it shouldn't be difficult to actually police them.
So through the mayor to the councillor, like all bylaws that the staff, that our bylaw enforcement staff have to enforce right now, it is a challenge. It is something that is being triaged as complaints come in. It is a reactive style of enforcement. That being said, the next step moving forward, should council approve this, is to come forward with an AMPS framework for issuing tickets moving forward, as opposed to having to go through the court system to gain compliance. But yes, our bylaw enforcement staff right now are under-resourced for the number of bylaws that they are currently enforcing, and would have to take a triage effect with complaints that come in.
Okay, thank you. So does that mean, like, are we doing a sweep once in a while just to take down?
Through the mayor to the councillor, no, we're not. We respond to complaints as they come in.
Can I go and lift some out of the ground? Thank you. We know the answer to that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to support this motion. As you mentioned, I am a convert. I was actually on the Heritage Committee at the time when they made the recommendation to not support digital signs. But the reality is that, you know, they are, as Councillor Townsend pointed out, we have lots of billboards around that are going to be converted over time. I have heard very strongly from the business community in the downtown that it is something they would like to see. There's the letter of support from the Meridian Center, and I think perhaps, you know, I think the one thing I hear a lot from people who are coming into the downtown is, wow, weird, you don't have any digital sign or any sort of signage out in front of your performing arts center to let people know what's happening. Same for the Meridian Center. As much as you may see it on your phone, there is something to walking traffic and pedestrian traffic. I would like to thank staff as well for the report. I think it really balances the future. It supports giving us a say in how things develop and move forward, and I hope all of council can support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We heard Mr. Grand talk about downtown revitalization, how important signage was, and then we just heard from Councillor McPherson that she's talked to a lot of business people. And my question is, have we formally heard from the Downtown Association what their position is? Yeah.
There is a letter in correspondence today.
Right, in Sugar Sink.
Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Director Kate. There is a section, I think it's Appendix 4 of the bylaw, mentions the protection of residential areas. I'm wondering if you could just speak a bit to how this bylaw will protect excessive lighting on residential households. And the reason I asked that question is there is another memo coming. It was supposed to come tonight, but I think it's delayed by a bit, on the feasibility of a nuisance residential lighting bylaw, because we've had some residents say their own neighbors have excessive lighting. It's not a digital sign, but it's the impact of the excessive lighting. So maybe I didn't know if there was any alignment for the memo that's coming with just the impacts on residential households as you review that part of the bylaw.
Through the mayor to Councillor Mako, staff have implemented additional setbacks from residential, which are increased from the current bylaw provisions. So that is fairly consistent through other municipal-like bylaws for signage, which is anticipated to reduce the nuisance complaints regarding setbacks to residential.
I remember when I did get that complaint and I was having some engagement with the manager of bylaw, he said the challenge was it's really hard with residential nuisance lighting complaints to gauge when enforcement would be needed. So I'm just trying to understand, you know, the difference between when it's a digital sign or a household just with like really excessive lighting on their property that's affecting their next door neighbor. What would the difference be in terms of enforcement, I guess?
Through the mayor to the councillor, so at this time, our recommendations are only around digital signage, and we are trying to maintain distance from residential areas, which are defined as residential zones. The memo around nuisance lighting has different attributes to it, considering recent case law that's around it, and we'll have to respond back to you on under separate cover on at another time on those matters. I can't compare the two right now because I don't have the data to do so.
I appreciate that. At first, I thought the memo was coming tonight and we could kind of align the two, but if it's coming at a later date, I'll reserve my questions for that date. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions or comments, I will just briefly say I echo the thanks to staff. I appreciate Ms. Cathay explaining the scope that was actually intended with this report. I think sometimes when we deal with these issues, we get to start to get expansive around the horseshoe, and the reminder that we did scope this very specifically to what was dealt with in the report was important. I do hope council can see fit to move forward with this. I think there are adequate protections within the bylaw and the changes, but I do think this is the right step forward for all the reasons, and I'm not going to repeat them. We've had this debate a number of times around this horseshoe, and I hope we can see fit to support these small changes. So I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Yes. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Mako.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Item 10.2, Planning and Building Services, Bylaw Enforcement and Licensing, creation of a new vacant building security bylaw and a dedicated downtown bylaw enforcement officer. Before discussing the report, I will look to Aaron Ohosky, Deputy Chief Administrative Officer, for introductory comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to council. This report, we've received some questions about, so just wanted to provide some opening remarks for clarity. The report seeks to do two things. Number one is condense the timelines on which the city can, act on securing vacant buildings under the vacant building bylaw that are not under compliance. In this report, it refers to enforcement on a citywide basis. We've got questions on whether it was downtown only or citywide. We're talking about citywide. The report also seeks to follow up on a commitment in the CAO's downtown stabilization report from January for increased property standards enforcement in the downtown. So it seeks to do both of those things. We've received questions in terms of, can we do these things without adding additional resource complement? As it relates to the vacant building enforcement only, we can. If we only proceed with the condensing the timelines around enforcement for vacant buildings, there is a possibility to explore implementing that through fire services on a one-year pilot to see how capacity goes. So that's definitely an option. Another option, one that is not necessarily recommended by staff, but it is an option to do this without adding additional resources, is to stop enforcement for certain bylaws that are listed in the report. Again, this isn't recommended by staff, but we did get the question, can this be done with existing resources? And that's an option for council. There was a number of other considerations when this report came back or came to council initially on April the 13th. In terms of working with police and a number of other items that were asked for. A memo has been appended to this version that responds to those questions and asks for increased information. So I hope that's a helpful context.
All right, thank you, Ms. Housekeeping. Prior to discussion on the recommendation, council will hear delegations from Saleh Waziruddin and Alexander Miller. So at this time, I'll call upon Saleh Waziruddin to speak via Zoom.
Sorry, Mayor and Councilors, that was, I think, on my own end. I had myself muted there. I'm just pulling it up here. Mayor and Councilors, I'm
We're reading
Saleh.
you 5 by 5 now.
Great. Mayor and Councilors, I'm Saleh Waziruddin, President of the Park Towers Tenants Association. I live in one of the larger buildings in St. Catharines owned by a REIT, the corporation that owns 4 other buildings in the city. One of the options staff is proposing, or at least listed, is to stop enforcing other bylaws to fund the enforcement of the vacant building bylaw, alternative 2, which you just heard about. Specifically, one of the bylaws proposed to take out of enforcement is the Vital Services bylaw, which is supposed to protect tenants like me. When the Vital Services bylaw was adopted in 2022, it was because a tenant had no heat, and it took 3 months to get their heat back under the Property Standards bylaw. The Vital Services bylaw was brought in to get these fixed within 24 hours, either by the landlord or directly by the city with a bill passed on to the landlord, because no one should be without heat in the winter. The city can take action to protect tenants and then get the costs covered by the landlords. The manager of bylaw enforcement went on the radio, Tom McConnell's show on 610 CKTV, to talk about how great it is that the city will now have a Vital Services bylaw to protect tenants much faster. But the next year, when a tenant from a building across the street from me under the same corporate landlord tried to get the bylaw enforced for hallway heat, this council voted closely to remove hallway heat from the Vital Services bylaw instead of enforcing it. You can't say to the public, we have this great bylaw, but when it comes time to enforce it, you decide to favor the corporate landlords by stripping protections away. Now, one of the options before you tonight is to effectively away with the Vital Services bylaw altogether by not enforcing it at all. This is going backwards to where we were 5 years ago, where it took 3 months to get the heat back on in the winter. When hallway heat was taken away, the manager of bylaw enforcement said there were many more cases than expected, about 60 that year. I did a Freedom of Information request, and the city's own data shows since 2022, there have been 381 calls to have the Vital Services bylaw enforced. That means heat, hot water, hydro. Some of these were commercial units, but most were tenants like me. Of these, 273 had to do with heat or gas, almost 3/4. Of these, 50 were in buildings with more than 20 units, and 22 were in REITs, corporations that sell shares in the stock market. But these are just the tip of the iceberg. Most people don't even know to call the city to enforce this protection, or even when they do, they're too scared of the landlord. In my own building, at least 2 seniors in the Tenants Association don't have heat in the winter, but didn't want to complain, and they're not included in the city stats. But what would be the point of getting them to complain if the city won't even enforce its own bylaws? The city should be going even further with Vital Services, not effectively scrapping them. Vital Services bylaw enforcement should be beefed up to meet the demands, as somebody else suggested tonight. It should be publicized to capture more complaints where people don't have the basic necessities to live. This is an area where it is in the city's jurisdiction, not some other level of government. The rest of Ontario and the world is going in the opposite direction. They're moving forward. When I was here 3 years ago to speak against removing hallway heat from the Vital Services bylaw, Councillor Townsend asked if there were other protections that weren't covered by the bylaw. And I told him there were. The opposite problem in the summer: protection from the heat, which kills people, causes injuries. Toronto is looking to make cooling part of their Vital Services bylaw, and it's already done by so many other places around the world. Our Tenants Association couldn't even have a potluck this summer because the common areas are too hot. But it's not just the bigger cities. The same year you decided to remove hallway heat from protection instead of enforcing the bylaw, Aurora added a Vital Services bylaw, and they have half the population of St. Catharines. Last year, Caledon added it as well, again, half the population. Just on Friday, Owen Sound started the process of adding a Vital Services bylaw, and they have fewer people than Thurl. Staff has said St. Catharines is the only municipality in Niagara to have a Vital Services bylaw. That's because Niagara is behind the rest of the province and country on so many things. It's nothing to be proud of. St. Catharines should be leading the way. There are other bylaws staff is proposing to stop enforcing, or is in the list, to stop enforcing the fund enforcement of the vacant building bylaw. The sign bylaw, which you just talked about, and the graffiti bylaws are important because there are white supremacist groups postering and tagging on public property here. They're promoting mass deportations, which they're trying to rebrand as remigration. They don't just mean deporting migrants, but also citizens, including those born in Canada. They don't consider people like me to be Canadian. We've seen how in other places this movement has escalated to violence, like Northern Ireland. These groups are committing crimes in violating the sign and graffiti bylaws. The city has a legal obligation to hold them accountable. I know of at least one pro-Palestine poster removed by the city on private property under the sign bylaw. It would be wrong to stop enforcing these bylaws on white supremacist groups, postering and graffitiing just to fund enforcement against vacant buildings. Please do not choose alternative 2. Instead, you should be funding more enforcement of the Vital Services bylaw and publicizing this protection to all tenants in the city, because we know it's badly needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wazirudin, and thank you, as always, for hewing very closely to the 5-minute time limit. Are there any questions for Mr. Wazirudin? Seeing none, thank you again for your presentation. At this time, I will call upon Alexander Miller to speak. Mr. Miller, welcome. The lectern is yours.
Hello, I just want to say thank you to the council, Mr. Mayor, staff, and everyone that's here showed up today. I want to specifically talk about the new, the updated vacant building security bylaw. I just want to start off with what I think it does well. Currently, what is being laid out, I appreciate the lower times for people to register these properties, because I do think it is a big public nuisance for the city of St. Catharines. But tracking these properties, I also feel sorry, a little nervous, helps us understand the larger impacts of these properties in regards to the city of St. Catharines and the minimum aesthetic standards that the city is trying to force with these particular vacant properties. That being said, the current and amended bylaw does not address the actual issue. The safety concerns such as arson, vandalism, properties slowly falling apart over time, and other assorted crimes that happen within these vacant properties are only symptoms of the larger issue. The main issue is the vacant property itself. And right now, we don't really have anything that's addressing that problem exactly. What we need to be doing is suggesting a vacant property tax. During a housing crisis, we cannot afford to have vacant homes and properties counting in the hundreds while people are struggling to find affordable housing. In fact, the issues of vacant homes are so widespread that people I speak to throughout the city of St. Catharines, there's almost a sort of apathy when it comes to seeing these properties. And in some cases, unlike Queenston Street, for example, you can walk 5 minutes and find, I believe the last count I had was 6 vacant properties that are scattered throughout that landscape. Just recently, Guelph City Council passed their version of a vacant home tax of 4% of the home's total evaluations. And the straw that broke the camel's back for them was 50 vacant homes. St. Catharines is almost triple that number with all the combined vacant properties that we do have. If enacted, our own version of a vacant home tax, we could use the money collected to help with building more affordable housing to not only meet, but to exceed our housing targets to make sure we're helping people with our affordable housing in general. But because these homes so far have been stagnant and dilapidated, and then with forcing people to comply with a vacant home tax will breathe new life into these communities and also have a slight microeconomic benefit with contractors being able to work and repair these homes to bring them up to standard to help close the gaps in a lot of our communities. Whereas leaving them empty only results in a negative result and does not benefit anybody. It creates a disjointed community and creates gaps where we shouldn't have any. But we can't talk about large derelict properties without addressing the largest elephant in the room, the GM plant. The thing about elephants is that they travel in herds, and every vacant property is just a neglected elephant we haven't addressed yet. Secondarily, I wanted to quickly touch upon the dedicated bylaw officer for downtown. which I agree with having this particular dedicated bylaw officer, but I think we need to be doing more proactive enforcement, specifically in regards to the vacant properties that are scattered amongst the downtown landscape. And to echo Saleh's previous delegation in regards to the proposal to potentially remove certain particular bylaws, such as the vital services bylaw, which I feel, if anything, we should be having discussions about what we should do to enhance it to include not only a minimum temperature for rental units, but a maximum temperature. If we remove this, that puts people directly into harm's way, and we're not helping the citizens of St. Catharines. Thank you. That's all I have for today.
Thank you, Mr. Miller, for your presentation. Seeing no questions, thank you again for your presentation.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Can I get a councillor to move the motion to receive the delegations? Councillor Townsend, Councillor Phillips, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Can I get a councillor to move the recommendation? I believe Councillor McPherson was moving this. Do we have a seconder for this recommendation? Councillor Lindell. All right, speakers to the motion? Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the fire chief, I was intrigued by the enforcement fire department option. I'm wondering if you could speak to that, because would it be within current staff complement? So that option would not require any additional staffing. And I'm wondering if you could also speak to the interior inspection of buildings, because I believe some of the issues we've had with vacant buildings has not just been about ensuring the building is secure from the outside, but what's happening on the inside. Would your fire officer or prevention officers have the ability to do an interior inspection of the building as well if they suspected a breach?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Currently, fire staff on the weekends, we have a vacant building list that we've worked with our bylaw department. They work through the list. They don't get through the entire list on the weekend, but every district goes out Sunday morning and looks at a number of vacant buildings, and we can just confirm the status of whether they're secured, unsecured. Then there's a process in place in which the officer notifies an email grouping, which would be both fire prevention and our bylaw friends. And then depending on what actions need to be taken with what they were observed, then Monday morning when staff report in, they get to work. So what would happen now is that same process would take place, and then instead of the folks in bylaws, it would be fire who would, the prevention unit would then take the complaints from the officer, and then they would investigate and have a look at the status of the building. And then to your point for interior inspections, those would have to be done through the owner. We just can't let ourselves in and trespass, but we would have to work with the owners of the buildings to gain access to inspect them.
Thank you for that. But if the owner gave approval, your fire staff could go in and actually check out the interior of the building as well?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor, can I just pause you for a second?
Sure.
Can I get a motion to extend for 1 hour? Councillor Lindell, Councillor Dodge, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Thank you, Mayor. The reason I was intrigued by that option is we are really looking at our financial position as a city and adding any dollars. As they say, every night is budget night. So really just looking into if there was a way to do it within existing staff complement. That's why that option caught my attention. And you're saying it would not require the addition of any staff at this time.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that's why we want to try to pilot project to see exactly how time consuming this becomes. Staff feel that with the work that the suppression crews do during the weekend and then the information, they think that they would be able to accommodate it on a short-term basis. I don't believe that it's a long-term solution for what we're trying to accomplish, but it would give us a baseline of the type of work and the labor intensity that's required for it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mako. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so along the lines that Councillor Mako was talking about, we saw that option too somewhere in a memo or email, or I can't remember where it was. We would have to defeat this if we wanted to do that, or like where was that other option available? It was, I read it somewhere. Somebody? Okay, but it's not like here.
Through
so-
you, Mayor, if you look at page, I believe, 3 of 9 of the report, you'll see alternative option 1, 1-year pilot with vacant building security bylaw only, and that's the one implemented by fire services as a 1-year pilot per the chief's question. So should council wish to go with that option, that's correct. It would be to vote this down and instead proceed with alternative option 1 if that is the will of council.
Okay, thank you. Because I know, like you say, there's no financial implication, although we're taking it from the tax stabilization fund. So if we're taking money from there, we have to put it back in there eventually. So I don't agree with this motion. I'm not going to support it. I think it was a knee-jerk reaction to a lot of the fires and everything that happened. And I think as a pilot program and to check it out a year and come back with a more formal plan, that we go with option 2, that with the fire services. But that's my opinion.
Councilor, just for clarity, you mean alternative option 1? Okay, I just wanted to make sure so nobody's, because alternative option 2 would be the non-enforcement of the multiple, okay. I didn't think that was what I want, so I wanted clarity. Councilor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This approach to vacant building, so question to, and I don't know who it would go to at this point. If we were to go with the option of fire services, would it lengthen the time of actual enforcement before we could enforce things?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Again, this is going to be new to us, so I don't want to say we're going to be able to do it more quickly than we've been doing in the past. I think our bylaw folks, in working with them, they move quite quickly, and so I think they do a heck of a good job there. I think our fire team would be able to hopefully replicate that. Again, it's going to be new to us and a bit of a process, so we'll see how we land. The other thing too is I know we just spoke that there's not going to be any cost. There will be some equipment that we'll have to purchase, obviously, to be able to perform those inspections, so there will be some cost attached to it.
Okay, thank you. So, I mean, the vacant building, and I'm going to talk specifically about downtown. The one thing that we heard, the mayor and I have heard, as well as Councillor Ratzlaff, from businesses downtown, residents downtown, is the focus on the vacant buildings. And it doesn't have anything to do with the fires that happened, to be clear. It has to do with how people feel when they're downtown and there are vacant buildings. And there are properties that are not tended to. And the idea that we would have a bylaw officer specifically looking at the properties, being proactive when it comes to long grass, when it comes to those things, I think is the one thing that I've heard repeatedly from residents, and they've been asking for this. And being able to deal with it, and it's, I know that the bylaw team works really, really hard, and they're the ones who are on top of it, and I do hope that everyone can see clear to support this motion. It's from the residents. It's not a knee-jerk reaction. It is one that has been asked for repeatedly, as I said, by businesses, by residents, and it would be a step forward for the vacant buildings in the downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McPherson. Councilor Williamson.
Thank you. I maybe not specific to this, but we've had the old jail in Port Dalhousie had the copper roof taken off over a 3-week period, and it kind of happened in slow motion, which is embarrassing that it was allowed to happen. The Welland House, of course, is gone. The Standard is gone. But the 2 buildings that, in Port Dalhousie ward, Lincoln Fabrics is the regular one. Are we doing anything? I talked to a young NRP officer at the site a month or so ago, and they said that they're in there every 2 weeks. Is that building currently secured? Through whoever would like to answer. Through you, Mr. Mayor.
So through his worship to the councillor, typically I don't speak to specifics as active, reactive for this site-specific thing. I think this is something I can follow up with the counselor at a later date, but if there's more general question, I can definitely speak to the process.
Thank you. This is a real-world problem, Lincoln Fabrics, because we don't want to lose that keystone building in Port Dalhousie. And then the YMCA Drive, is there better proactive enforcement of that? We know the story of what's happened to the inside of the Y, and when you strip the wiring out of it, meant that people had to be going into that location for weeks at a time to make that happen. Is there checks to see that it's been secured?
Through his worship to the counselor, when we receive complaints about buildings, vacant buildings that are open to breach, we absolutely respond and issue orders. And what's happening with what's been described and brought before council here is once we resolve a file, we have to start the cycle again. And that cycle goes under the prescribed standard under the Building Code Act, which is that 19-day period. What's being proposed here is to truncate those timelines so that a much more rapid response could come. So when a building does get breached, it's not waiting 19 days plus appeal. It's going to be dealt with immediate the next day, get it done right away, and action can be taken to help preserve those buildings.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I appreciate it. I think that your question and the answer very much clarified, I think, the issue for many people. Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Manager of Bylaw Enforcement. You've got the area on your memorandum and where it would be. Is there a way to expand it a little bit over to the Queenston Street, Niagara, Salvation Army area?
Through the mayor to the councillor, of course, we can follow council direction should that be the will of council.
Excellent. That would be a direction I would like to make. But I honestly believe that it is important in that area. It's horrible how many vacant buildings there are over there as well. But I also, after having a really wonderful conversation with you earlier, see the need for this because not only does it help the downtown area, but now it frees up bylaw officers to fill in on complaints that maybe they would not have had time to do at all, where they can catch up on things that are, visible in other parts of the city, like, property standards, things like that. So I think we should be supporting this, and I think it's a good idea as a pilot project for now and Queenston Street.
Councillor, so I'm going to jump in and say, as the chair, I don't think that's a direction to staff. I think that requires an amendment to the motion to indicate what the downtown area actually looks like, or perhaps a passing of this motion as it stands and asking staff to follow up with a further report on the feasibility of expanding this zone from the indicated area to encompass what you're asking for, which, as I'm saying it out loud, might be the better course of action, is to approve what's been presented and have a further request. Would that be acceptable? Yes, sir. Okay, I didn't need the sir, but I appreciate it. Okay, so then can I ask Councillor McPherson, would that be an okay amendment? So if we could add an amendment that staff report back on the feasibility of a small expansion of the downtown area that the officer would be responsible for to encompass the portion of the Queenston neighborhood. Okay, excellent. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question to our Manager of Bylaw Enforcement. As far as hiring is concerned, you've indicated that for $275,000, we'll be hiring a bylaw enforcement supervisor and a full-time contract bylaw enforcement officer. I guess my question is, why does one full-time contract bylaw enforcement officer need a supervisor when we must have other supervisors for your other bylaw enforcement officers?
Through his worship to the councillor, so this isn't a one-for-one scenario. There are currently 10 bylaw enforcement officers in the city's bylaw enforcement division with no direct supervisor. Sorry, I am the direct supervisor. There's no intermediary in that portion. And when we're talking about the expansion of staff, we're also talking about an expansion of span of control, and especially in a very highly technical, highly skilled field, it's capacity at that point.
Will this person as well be on the road as far as doing bylaw inspections? Or will he be solely an office person managing time and reports?
Through his worship to the councillor, the intent here is a fully mobile unit for direct field supervision, which is part of the ask and capital asset here, as well as those assets would include a vehicle for that supervisor to be mobile, to not only be providing support to the staff levels out there for higher risk situations that they may be exposed to, but also frontline support, support out there for residents and the public requesting or demanding an escalation to their matter, which does happen very often, multiple times, if not a week, in a day, and it does free up capacity at that point.
Okay. Thank you. I understand now.
Thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the manager of bylaw enforcement. How many fines have you levied over the last year, fines? Like how many on vacant buildings or everything in general?
Through his worship to the councillor, at this point, I don't have that number exactly off the top available to me. If this is something, it would have to be compiled in terms of everything overall. I don't have that exact number right now.
Do we have any numbers of how many fines have been issued and what's actually been collected?
Through his worship to the councillor, once again, we could get that number. Ultimately, most of the penalties that we issue are under the city's administrative monetary penalty system, which if they are not paid by the individual at whatever level of screening, hearing, or otherwise, then it gets added to the tax roll of the property, which eventually does result in collection.
Okay. Maybe I'll ask for that as a report as part of this too, to come back to council. Is that okay for direction?
So we could add as a further amendment that staff report back on a number of fines, collection rate, et cetera.
Okay.
That capture it?
Sure. And the next question I have is when we're talking about fire or bylaw, and you come across a vacant building that has a lot of glaring issues, who has more power to enforce, I guess, anything with those buildings? Does the fire chief have more power, or does the manager of bylaw enforcement?
Through his worship to the councillor, I can speak for my portion. Ultimately, you would have to be looking at what type of legislation you're enforcing. I do not enforce the Fire Protection Prevention Act. That's under the purview of the city's fire chief. However, when it comes to things such as vacant buildings, which are under our property standards bylaw, that is definitely within the purview of bylaw. With respect to a vacant building security bylaw, once again, we could do that as much as described here to council. The fire department can do it. The difference in the two, the chief alluded to it a bit, is that our process is much more enhanced and refined with respect to conducting these things. We issue our orders on site. We have automations that are already integrated for issuing orders to comply. We have an established penalty system, penalty process. Also, with respect to securing vacant buildings, we have an established process with contractors that establishes when the board-ups are done, how it's supervised, as well as the collection of that, which is the adding to the tax roll. We have enforcement admin fees that are in the city's rates and fees bylaw. For any enforcement costs that are conducted, we add that as well in addition.
Okay. Would you like to comment too? Or?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. The manager of bylaws accurate that we obviously enforce the fire code and the Fire Protection and Prevention Act. We're talking two different pieces of legislation, so they have theirs, we have ours. I don't think it's either or. I think it's an and piece. So they do theirs and we do ours.
Okay.
So
guess
I don't know if that answers your question.
Sure. I guess through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to just touch on what Councillor Mako was mentioning. I guess the idea of being a councillor is you kind of want to watch out for the taxpayer. And I kind of understood that the fire chief mentioned that you wanted to do a pilot project or it wasn't going to cost anything. So I'm just wondering, why wouldn't we go with the fire route where we don't have to buy any new vehicles, don't have to have a supervisor, and just try it for a year? I don't know if you can answer that or if anybody wants to answer that.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, definitely options that were requested and put on the table for council to discuss, and it's ultimately the will of council, and we're happy to execute whatever you wish us to do. Okay. I think all the options provide some legitimacy to what we've proposed. When you look at the solution with the bylaw officers, that's a focus for them. For us, of course, we've got all the other fire prevention duties and community safety things, as well as looking at vacant buildings, where they'll be looking at that vacant building would be specific for them, so it's more targeted. But then again, for, like you said, for us, there'll be nominal costs for capital. So that's definitely an opportunity for us to look at. So it just really is depending on the will of council.
Okay, so I guess just maybe the mayor could clarify for me. So we would have to vote this down and then go with the other option that's not going to cost the taxpayer anything.
So if you wanted to go with alternative option 1, yes, you would have to vote no to this and then put forward a new motion endorsing that. Okay. I think the question you're asking, and perhaps we can look to the deputy CAO, is for an explanation why alternative option number 1 was not what was the differentiating reason that staff are recommending the recommendation on the screen?
I get hangry.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to council. So for 2 reasons. Number 1, some of the reasons that the manager of bylaw enforcement touched upon in terms of it being kind of a more refined process that we already have in place. I think the other reason is that this report sought to do 2 things, which was the citywide vacant building security bylaw, which does truncate those timelines that we know members of council have been looking at. In addition to that, also the dedicated downtown property standards enforcement, and then again with the request that the downtown area be redefined. So with the option that was proposed by staff, it would not include the dedicated downtown at this time, maybe expanded further property enforcement officer. It would just be the vacant building security bylaw through fire services on a pilot to assess how it goes from over the next year.
I'm going to jump in for a process comment, and maybe the clerk can clarify. Rather than voting down this entire bylaw, could I suggest that we vote on the first clause first and separate the second, third, and fourth clause as a separate vote? And if council votes that down, then someone could make an amendment to the motion to go with alternative option number 1.
I'm confused.
Through the chair, I'd actually recommend the opposite. I would vote on how you wish to fund it first and then decide, based on what your funding plan is, whether or not you want to proceed with the bylaw, just to prevent a situation where you have a bylaw approved with no.
Can I make a suggestion? Perhaps we, I'm the chair, so I suppose I could do this. If someone would like to make the alternative option number 1 to replace clauses 2 through 4, I think we want to keep clause 5 and 6. I think we have to have clause 1 or else none of this makes any sense. So replace clauses 2 through 4. Someone make that amendment with alternative option number 1. Then we will have a debate. We will have a debate on alternative option number 1. It will be voted up or down. And if council votes no to it, then we vote on this.
Through the chair, it's essentially making an amendment that's not friendly and would be considered and voted on.
That's my point.
I guess.
So Counselor, do you want to make an unfriendly?
I would like to make it.
Okay.
I understand the idea of downtown, but there's lots of places in St. Catharines that are absolutely a mess that need bylaw enforcement, right? So like, I get that downtown, but I look at all the student housing and stuff, so, okay, go ahead. I'll do it.
Okay, so Counselor Harris is making an unfriendly amendment to replace clauses 2 through 4 with approving alternative option number 1. Correct? Correct. So at this time, we need a new speakers list. And if anybody wishes to speak to this, if you vote yes to this, because we're going to vote on alternative option number 1 before we get to the rest of the motion, then we will remove the portion that's been crossed out. Okay?
So we're voting on that. Where's Cushman?
Can we please highlight the one, that one? So we are voting on the highlighted clause to replace what has been crossed out.
So I do just want to, I'm hoping to look to the deputy CAO to clarify whether the clause related to the expansion to the Queenston Street area is relevant if the highlighted is approved. Sorry.
Through the mayor, I think it would not be, because the vacant building security bylaw is citywide. So the feasibility of expansion of the downtown area only applies if we are proceeding with a dedicated downtown bylaw property standards enforcement.
Okay, so we can put a strike through on that clause that's highlighted right now as well. So everything that has strike through it would be replaced by the highlighted clause. We will vote yes or no on the highlighted clause after councilors have had an opportunity to read it, contemplate it. If you have any questions or concerns, now is the moment. Councillor Phillips.
Just a quick comment. If my house is on fire, I don't want a bylaw enforcement to put it out. And if my building is vacant, I don't want a fireman to tell me how bad it is. So I think you're going to get, there's job descriptions here, and in my mind, we have bylaw enforcement officers that are trained to enact a role. And we have firefighters who are fantastic at putting out fires and saving lives. I think we should leave it that way.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Phillips said everything I would want to say. I do appreciate fire services. You're great at what you do. But I think, again, that it doesn't focus on the problem that we're trying to address. And again, it is, we need to shorten the timelines. We need to have a focused and dedicated team who understand the various bylaws, the infractions, and the issues as well that already have a process in place. Yes, we may need to spend money on staffing and a vehicle, but at this point, we also need it to be done quickly. And I don't really see how this helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you two, I'm not sure who, but is this a feasible option that's being put forth right now? I don't know who would answer it. I'm just asking the question. If it's feasible, like, if this isn't going to work, then we're wasting our time voting on it.
So I would suggest that the staff put it in as a viable alternative option. I look to the deputy CAO to speak specifically to the question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. It is a viable option. It's one that I think is less proven than the one we put forward, and it doesn't include the dedicated downtown portion. So you will get the portion related to the vacant buildings security bylaw through fire services as a pilot. We would report back at the end of the year period to let you know how that went.
So in you saying that, would there have been a way that we could have had kind of a bit of both, this as well as something additional that might not have been as costly? that would have been something that could have worked? Was that looked at as an option?
Through you, this was the closest we could find to that. Right now, fire services and bylaw work together. They could take that on without, as the chief said, nominal capital investment. If bylaw was to do it, because of the span of control, having 10 bylaw officers and many bylaws comparatively under-resourced to other GTA municipalities, if we were going to do it through bylaw, we would need the additional resourcing, and we could also do the downtown property standards dedicated. So to answer your question, Councillor Dodge, this was the best alternative we could find that incorporated the expertise of bylaw as well as some of the available capacity through fire services.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chanya, you are chomping at the bit, so I will turn things over to the city solicitor for a moment.
Thank you so much, through you, Mr. Mayor, to council as a whole. I apologize that I'm jumping in without being called upon. I'm just listening to all the comments, and I'm trying to rationalize from all the angles that you as councilors are coming from. And I really understand and appreciate Councillor Harris's comments with respect to the taxpayers and the money that we are trying to save in the moment. I truly believe that every single member of our fire department are amazing. But when it comes to something like this, and it's going back to the very beginning of the discussion that the fire department, they work under very specific legislation, the Fire Protection and Prevention Act and the Fire Code. So when it comes to reacting to legislative requirements, their hands would be sort of tied when it comes to achieving compliance, and they may have to revert back to prosecutions, for example, under the Provincial Offences Act, in the Provincial Offences Court. When it comes to Manager Chudoba's team, under the property standards, the timelines and the appeal process is so lengthy that by the time we get to a point that they can actually achieve compliance or remedy the situation, you're looking at 20 to 30 days that go by. With respect to having a dedicated bylaw and a dedicated bylaw enforcement officer, what you're essentially doing is, yes, you may have to come up with upfront cost, but the timelines would be shorter. The amount of taxpayers' money that we would have to spend on prosecuting to achieve compliance would be smaller. So you may have to come up with upfront cost, but in the long term, we would gain, and it actually would be more efficient. So from a legal perspective, I would sort of recommend to go with the bylaw angle as opposed to the fire angle. But as it was said before, it's the decision of council. But I thought I would have to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chanya. Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of Legal, that's great that you just came up with that. I'm just wondering why that wasn't in the report, since we have a report that says that's a viable option. You know what I mean? Like, we're talking about this, and it probably should have been in there, or shouldn't even been in the report in the first place, if everything you're saying is accurate.
Through the mayor to the council member, could it have been in there? You are 100% correct.
No.
Perhaps going forward,
I probably wouldn't have wasted all this time.
Councillor, let the director finish his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Perhaps going forward, I will make an extra effort to check and double check in reports and potential legal implications. In this particular instance, if it was missed, I apologize, and I will do best efforts in the future to make sure that no time is wasted.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have no further comments. At this time, I will look to the clerk to call the roll on the unfriendly amendment. So we are voting only on the highlighted parts, and if it is approved, it will replace everything with a strike through.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Mako.
Yes.
Councillor Lindell.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Councillor McPherson.
No.
Councillor Phillips.
No.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
No.
Councillor Kushner.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Counselor Stevens?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco?
No.
And that's lost.
So back to the main motion. At this point, I don't believe, so we will, oh, wonderful, we have a clean version of the motion. Thank you to the council coordinator. We had, Councilor Harris for a second time.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the staff provide information on the number of fines, recovery rate, and I guess the length of time it takes to prosecute as well, maybe included in that? Like overall, since we actually hired a manager of bylaw enforcement to date?
Length of time to prosecute. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other comments, I will look to the clerk to call the roll on the entirety of the motion.
Counselor McPherson?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell?
Yes.
Counselor Dodge?
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Counselor Townsend?
Yes.
Counselor Mako?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
No.
Counselor Kushner?
Yes.
Counselor Phillips?
Yes.
Counselor Williamson?
Yes.
Counselor Stevens?
No.
And Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, moving on to item 11.1, relocation of shelter to a new location. Before we get started, I did want to provide a little bit of clarity this evening. I need to be very clear, especially to folks in the audience. We are not here to decide on the future location of the shelter. This council, city council, has no decision-making authority over the location of a shelter, as this is entirely a decision of the regional government. With this in mind, I want to thank Councilors Lindell and Stevens for bringing this motion forward tonight. With council's support of this motion, I can advocate for the community safety and shelter operations plan at the regional level. The motion tonight would also be relevant for any future shelter locations planned for the city of St. Catharines or elsewhere. The requests that are contained within this come from lessons learned from the Riordan shelter, and these requests have been brought to ensure that the region proactively deals with these lessons in any future shelter operations. The goal of the motion is to ensure that the interests and the safety of the residents, both those in the shelter and those in the surrounding neighborhood, are kept in front of mind when this shelter and shelters in the future are contemplated, something that many members of this council have asked for in the past. Approving this motion tonight provides me with greater support when this motion comes to the region. As a reminder to councilors, voting no on this will not stop the shelter, but would make it harder to advocate for safety measures in the neighborhood and in any other neighborhoods where the region chooses to place shelters. With that, we do have 3 delegations to speak. Councilor, did you have something? Councilor Harris did? No, okay. You're just getting in queue? I got you. Okay. Councilor, we'll hear delegations from Catherine Sibulak, Marilyn Arosa, and John Lapoida. So at this time, I will call upon Catherine Sibulak to speak. Is Catherine here? Yeah. Okay. And the lectern is yours.
Hi, I'm Catherine Sibulak. My voice is going, so Kristen is going to speak for me and our community. Okay, Kristen?
Yeah, I guess. I sent an email in. As a homeowner in the community, I live right behind the park. That's right there where the encampment is supposed to be directly across from. Less than 50 meters or around 50 meters from our, our park Douglas Park, thank you, where our kids play. My kids go over to play. Little League baseball is played there. Our biggest concerns is safety. Like, our children ride bikes in this neighborhood, feel comfortable going around the corner to their friend's house. Our pets walk in that park. It's clean, it's nice, it's safe, it's comfortable. I've been living there for 10 years, raising my kids there, ran a home daycare in the neighborhood. Our major concerns are that safety. What's to stop drug dealers from coming down to this end of town? What's to stop people from coming into our properties, and not saying that will happen. We're all for helping these people, come back into society, but we don't feel like this is an appropriate place for them to locate to. There's not a lot of resources for them nearby. It makes it more difficult for them to get to wherever they need to go, which is closer to downtown. It makes the whole neighborhood feel unsafe. And, I want to be able to have my kids walk home from the bus stop without any fear of, being harassed or whatever, right? Or stepping on anything or picking up something, or, as my son says, getting kidnapped or stepping on a needle. Like, he's scared. He's 10. He doesn't want to go play at that park anymore, That's not fair. This is his childhood. He should be able to walk to the park and play with his friends. My daughter should be able to go walk around the corner to her friend's house to play without any worry, So, we're just hoping that you hear from the people who live in this neighborhood that our concerns and that we are afraid. And I know there's a lot of unknowns. I know there's a lot of potential security measures that are going to be put in place, but how do you guarantee that? You can't. We just don't want to see our quiet, safe neighborhood come into disarray. And again, not saying that it will, but we don't know that. And, we've put in roots there for 10 years. I've lived in St. Catharines. I was born in St. Catharines. I've lived in different areas of the town, but I've always come back to this ward because it's safe and it's quiet and it's friendly and welcoming. And I want my kids to enjoy that too, and grow up in that, and have our pets be able to run in the park without us having to, okay, hold on, let's check the park for needles or whatever, or have to throw garbage away or whatever. I don't know.
That's not our responsibility.
It's not our responsibility,
for a clean
but
sweep or anything like that.
it's going to be when we bring our kids to the park and our pets to the park, because we have to check that before they go in it.
That's Jackie Lindell will have a motion set that she's going to bring forward. I have read, and I'm 100% behind you. And I believe all you councillors should be agreeing with this. You should have learned from Riordan Street. It's a complete mess. I don't think it was the right protocol. I know they need help, all right? But putting them in our area where the infrastructure is going to start with the twinning of the Garden City Skyway, it's not a safe zone for them either. Mm-hmm. They're 0 to 200 meters away from the infrastructure starting. They are less than 50 meters away from the Douglas Park at 141 Bunting Road. They are 850 meters away from Jean Sauvé French Immersion. I ask that yous stand together as well with Mayor Cisco when you bring it to the Niagara region. We don't want it, all right? There's nothing there for them. I have researched everything where they are on North Street, the Church Street, King Street. That's where everything is. Knights of Columbus is their soup kitchen, all right? We have nothing for them. Sure, you can say to me that you're going to bring the medical, the counseling to them, all right? Or you're only going to put 50 people there that hopefully maybe, what's the percentage you guys got out of Riordan? I don't know what that is, that you're going to put them over to 320 Geneva Street that you guys are building now for them, a center. Plus, if they get a job that shows that they are improving, great. I believe in that. And then you're going to move them to the co-op behind. Where we are in Douglas Park, Meriton Ward 1, we've already dealt with it once in Ward 1, all right, on Riordan. I believe there should be another area for them to go to. Something closer, downtown. You're talking about all these vacant houses and stuff like that. Why can't they go there? A safe house. That's all I have to say. I'm just trying to keep my cool, okay? I have grandchildren, and to me, the park is off limits now. Once you bring them into the park, they're going to migrate out of that. And where exactly at 154 Bunting Road are they going to go? All right. The first section is right beside humanity. MTO parked their diesel engines there and everything. How do we know that land's not contaminated? You can't put those people on that land, as well as 191 Welland Avenue. I guess the city offered for them. So was that land contaminated? Why can't they go there?
So the city didn't offer any land.
You guys didn't offer them that?
I don't think we own 191.
That lot is there. Why can't they go there? The police station is right there, better control. You have Tim Hortons right there.
So we don't own that land.
So the Niagara region can just pluck them wherever they want.
No, ma'am, I'm saying, that you said that the city offered land. The city doesn't offer land that we don't own.
You have no land that you can offer them?
I think that we've gone through the process. I know the city
To me-
presented a number of different properties.
And they said no. Where you're
this
putting
is-
them is no good either.
And I understand, I definitely understand your position.
Okay?
Are there any questions for the presenters? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for the presentation. At this time, I'll call upon Marilyn Arosa to speak. Ms. Rosa, the lectern is yours.
Okay, my name is Marilyn Arosa, and I moved here from California for my kids' safety. Okay, I've been living in Canada for over 27 years, and my kids had grown in here in St. Catharines and lived in 1 Muckville Crescent, where is just across where it's going to be built. They're going to put the shelter. I have grandkids as well that I could wash my dishes and watch them in the window safely. I have no worries. They could all run around, and people that's coming from Sunrise Cafe, they're having their brunches, their breakfast with their family. They go to the park and play. Every weekend, there's a baseball game, adult and children in that field. And that's going to be taken away when this happened. I'm concerned of my kids' safety, my grandkids' safety, and I'm wishing and hoping that it will not happen in that area. There's no place for them there. It's a busy area. There's a lot of cars that goes passing there. Accidents could happen there anytime. They could be walking around and not knowing what they're doing. Needles is going to be picking up in the park. Garbage is going to be there. There's a home, there's a business area there that's also going to be the vandalism and everything else. So I'm concerned of the community safety, and especially for just the area. I just hope and pray that it's not going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Much appreciated. I'll now call upon John Lapoita to speak. Is Mr. Lapoita here? Okay. Yeah, he may have left at this point. Okay, not seeing him. Can I get a counselor to move a motion to receive the delegations? Councillor Lindell and Councillor Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Moving the motion, I have Councillor Lindell and Councillor Stevens. And so I'm taking speakers at this time. Councillor Lindell has indicated she wants to speak last. Councillor Harris.
Yeah, I guess maybe I'd direct this to the CAO or yourself, Mr. Mayor. What options do we have with the region? Should the people that spoke tonight reach out to the regional councillors and express their concerns? Should they call Ron Tripp on his cell phone? What should they do?
So my suggestion and what my office has been recommending to to members of the community is to express their concerns to the regional councillors. They can do that. The easiest email is region@stcatharines.ca. We've set up an email that will forward concerns to all of the St. Catharines regional councillors. They can also go on the regional website and forward their concerns. I will say, I've been through this process a couple of times, and at least with the last shelter that was relocated, the shelter that was established in the southern part of Welland on Ontario Road, folks came and delegated to regional council, but the shelter was put in place.
Perfect. And I also, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Jackie and everyone involved, it's great that you came up with this motion. I'm just wondering, because Councillor Kushner and I have had the longest standing shelter in our ward, and we've experienced numerous problems in our ward to the point where you can't even cut your lawn without shutting your garage door because something will get stolen out of there. I'm just wondering if there's any way we can incorporate the South Ridge location in that in this motion.
So, and thank you to the CAO for saying this. As I mentioned at the beginning, the intention is for this suite of requirements to be implemented at all shelters in St. Catharines. That is the intention.
Can we
It
put
references in the be it resolved clause, but there is nothing specific to any individual location.
I think it would be good to have that location in there.
So, Councillor, rather than, here's why I don't want to put a specific location, because then we would have to come back if any other shelters are established anywhere. My preference would be that we indicate somewhere with a clause that this is applicable to all shelter locations.
Existing shelter locations.
I think all shelter, because we don't want to just worry about existing. We want future shelters as well.
How does that sound, Councillor Kushner?
Okay.
Perfect. That's
Okay.
all I have.
So, well, I would say, I would look to Councillors Lindell and Stevens and ask that would an additional be it further resolved clause that this list of requirements be applicable to all shelters in St. Catharines be appropriate? Okay, so we're gonna add, one more. I would actually put that at the front of the be it further resolved clauses, but be it further resolved that this list of requirements be applicable to all shelter locations in St. Catharines. Councilor, does that capture what you were hoping for? Okay. All right. Councillor McPherson is the last of the councillors on my list right now, so she's going to have to wait. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Wait a minute, was it?
Do you need some?
Is it a point of order? It's not, well, yes. Sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, my apologies. Shelter, instead of saying shelter locations, can we say shelter providers?
I think the desire is locations as opposed to providers. And in that case, it is agnostic to who the provider is. Doesn't matter if it's the region running a shelter, doesn't matter if it's a third party like the Hope Center or Shepherds of Goodwill, like whoever the provider is, it's specific to every location.
Okay.
Can we open up Councillor Stevens' microphone again?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Lindell has done a really good job at this, and we had a lot of phone calls, and I mean, our ward is right there at the border as well. And I guess one of the main reasons is, I gotta watch what I say, because I know we all don't like the region, and this is one of those reasons why. Oh, I shouldn't have said that out loud, but that they go ahead, and we found this out through social media, of all things, and the whole point of this whole thing about working together with the region and the city, there was nothing. And to find this out, somebody leaked it out, obviously, up at the region, and I'm sure they're not happy with this, but this just goes to show you how that level of government isn't working with this level of government, and that's why things need to be changed. So, and I've heard from staff that we've offered a bunch of locations that were probably more suitable, and another level that the region just didn't want to look at that. Of all the places to go, it's got to be one of the furthest away from all the resources that they use, like Quest and Start Me Up and everything else. It just doesn't make any sense. So And well, there's just so much to talk about, but the other main thing would be, and our main concern is that they've learned from the mistakes of Riordan, and we have to ensure that that doesn't happen again. We've heard people speak here that were at the shelter and said that it's not doing what it's supposed to do. So that's what this whole thing is about, is that we hope that they've learned, and wherever it goes, hopefully in the appropriate area where all the resources are, that they've learned from their mistakes and get it right. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's maybe building on Councillor Stevens and the decision. Has this been formally chosen as a decision? Because I haven't seen that yet.
No, the region has made no formal comment or statement with respect to the location.
Yes, thank you. That was my first question. The second was, is there I don't know who to ask this to, is there a committee who is making this decision? And if so, who's involved?
It's a staff decision at the region.
Regional staff, okay.
Yeah.
That's the part that was missing for me. Thank you.
And I should say, and that's part of the reason why the motion was spurred by the social media post that was put out there and a lack of communication from the region. But as I said, this motion is agnostic to the location. This motion is very specifically a list of the things that we have learned over the last couple of years from hosting shelters here in St. Catharines, and things that many of us now deem to be requirements in the situation where a shelter is sited anywhere in the city of St. Catharines. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was one of my questions or my concerns as well, was how this came to be, how we found out about it, and how we didn't find out about it and stuff like that. And then I'm just wondering if we could, for myself, I think that item number 17, if we could expand on that. I think that it says on here that we would at least have annual visitation from them to present updates, answer questions, and feedback from the city. Could we actually put something in there that would be more significant, like not at least twice? Like, let's say we want them to come to this council and tell us what's happening there more than at least twice.
So that would be once every 6 months.
I understand that, but it just says at least twice. It's not saying that they come twice. And
so it's saying a minimum of twice. That's what at least means in that context, is that it would be a minimum of twice.
Okay, so
they can come more often, and we have requested. I would ask, we made the change, and I think Councillor Harris was 100% right in the request for his change. I would ask we not make too many alterations to the motion, just because it has already been given to the region for me to try and deal with tomorrow afternoon. Okay. So
maybe when you're speaking to that, you could say something.
And I will, Councillor, I will take that as direction when I'm speaking tomorrow, assuming this goes the way I believe it will. I will make the point that we are not shy about wanting to see regional representatives here to be able to answer questions when it comes to this issue very specifically. So I will make that point. But the reason it's written the way it is to ensure at least twice in a year, at a minimum, we have someone coming and answering questions.
Okay, I didn't read it that way, I'm sorry.
No, and I can appreciate that.
And I just kind of feel like how it's been presented, like when Councilor Lindell, she texted me about it, and I said back to her, are you kidding? Because it just didn't make sense to me at the time. So I think it would be more important that we hear stuff more formally about something that is important as this.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I think this is a perfect indication of the lack of communication problem we are trying to fix.
I agree 100%, and I hope this works.
Okay. I have nobody else on the speakers list, so I am going to turn things over to Councillor Lindell to close debate.
Mr. Mayor, I want to start by thanking the people who have helped with this motion, especially city staff, who through you have documented all of the things that need to be changed with what's happened at the temporary shelter at Riordan, so we can see what recommendations we should be making. To you, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for helping to write this motion, and we thank you for taking it to the Public Health Board meeting tomorrow. To Councillor Stephen for seconding it. To Councillor Mako for helping me with some data, which I found very important, like people won't walk more than 500 meters to access their supports, all of which are in downtown St. Catharines, a 35-minute walk to Start Me Up Niagara alone. I want to thank all the residents that are here, All the businesses that reached out to me to tell me how afraid they are for their properties, their retirement, which is in their homes, especially the CAW Retirement Village, and for the safe space. That was Douglas Park. Everything in this motion is important, no matter where our homeless shelter is placed. Security at the shelter and through the Niagara Regional Police, city engagement on a regular basis through bylaw and city workers to make sure that garbage is cleaned in a more timely fashion, community engagement with the region, and having a number people can actually call to get immediate and timely answers and help, with someone actually answering the phone, and making sure that the people in the shelter are taken care of on site so that they aren't taking one step forward and two steps back by facing the same challenges they face every day from people who don't want them to succeed and transition to bridge housing like they have been at Riordan. They have meaningful supports they need at their disposal rather than having them so far away that they may never be able to access them. I also want to mention transparency. This particular location was mentioned in Facebook, as we've talked about. Councillor Stevens, Townsend, Miller, and myself, councillors who are most affected from this decision, found out this way. The region did not say anything to us or give us a heads up, but we did get messages and emails and calls from people around the neighborhoods, and we had no idea how to answer. They said nothing to the people who use that park 50 meters away from the shelter, that take their kids to school 850 meters away, businesses that just opened brand new and expanded into St. Catharines in that area, businesses that are trying to sell property because they're ready to retire, owners who have owned that land since Meatland was there and are now worried what will happen to them and their properties. This seems to have been done behind closed doors in meetings with no thought to the people they are moving or the people that they're going to be living next to. In a recent article by Karina Walter about the movement of the shelter, Commissioner of Community Services Henry Koenig said in his statement that the Niagara region is committed to working collaboratively with our local municipalities, community agencies, and other partners to ensure Niagara homelessness response system meets the needs of the people experiencing homelessness while supporting safe, healthy, and welcoming communities for everyone. Ward councillors did not get talked to. There was no meaningful documentation. Did anyone go to the site and look at how close to the park this is? Doug Ford is currently running commercials about not having shelters and drug use near parks as a cornerstone of community safety. Did anyone take note that they would be moving this shelter in the middle of a construction zone for the twinning of the Skyway, putting people at risk who would be living there, having marginalized people who don't like loud noises being not given the choice of hearing it daily and nightly? Did anyone look to see if there was a school down the road? Did anyone consider how far away places like Start Me Up Niagara are? Did anyone check out about coyotes in the area, causing safety hazards to those in the shelter, especially with the excess garbage? Community engagement, municipality engagement, and discussions with ward councillors. This would have answered all of those questions. As a ward councillor for the Riordan Street shelter and of the proposed possible location again in Meriton, all of these things would have been brought to the attention of those making the decisions if there was transparency. I know this past week I heard every one of those problems. I'm sure the people in those areas would have loved to have given them to the region. No matter where this shelter goes, before we even think about the things that are in this motion, there should have been public meetings. There should have been public engagement. And hopefully there was engagement with places that service the people that need it the most. But I have no idea. People fear the unknown. Like all of us at this horseshoe, in the city offices and the employees who are working on the streets, the region of Niagara work for the people who pay taxes. They should at least listen to those people. Let them be heard, and even if in the end they decide to move the shelter there, at least those people know what they should be mitigating and try to address concerns because these people have expressed them and they are valid. This motion is asking the region to do what needs to be done to protect the people who need the shelter, the people of the neighborhood it ends up in. We don't want another situation like what is happening at Riordan Street. Everyone deserves the right to be safe and to live safe. Everyone. And I hope everyone here will support this motion. so that whatever the shelter lands in, we at least are looking at the community it goes to and the community that will live in it like human beings, not just pieces on a chessboard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Folks, I'm going to ask for 15 minutes to extend. This needs to be unanimous, but 15 minutes should be enough time for us to finish up, as that was the last speaker on this item. 15 minutes, unanimous. All those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous. Wonderful. All right, so we do have the motion on the floor. I'm not going to speak long. Councillor Lindell has echoed a lot of my thoughts. I appreciate the work that city staff did to try and pull this together, as Councillor Lindell said. I appreciate Councillor Lindell and Councillor Stevens moving this motion, and I appreciate the support I believe I will be getting from council to push this at the region tomorrow and later on down the road. And with that, I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens. Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Phillips.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Mako.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, notices of motion. Any notices of motion? Seeing none. Committee and task force minutes. Can I have a motion to receive and file the minutes? Mover is Councillor Phillips, Councillor McPherson. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now, we have a closed session scheduled tonight related to fire services, labor relations, negotiations update. If there aren't any questions on the report and there is not a need for discussion, we can avoid going into closed session and just approve the minutes and the staff recommendation during open session. With that in mind, does any member want to go into closed session to discuss this matter? Seeing none. Then can I have Councillor Williamson, you're going to move it. Councillor Stevens, second. Sorry, I had to jump forward. That report CSS 109-2026 regarding fire services, Local 485, labor relations negotiations update, and fire grievances 2026-01, unjust discipline, and 2026-02, vacation WSIB, be received for information. I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Williamson. Yes. Councillor Phillips. Yes. Councillor Stevens. Councillor Townsend.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge. Yes. Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Mako. Yes. Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, bylaws, A to H, save and accept for B and C. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Lindell, Councillor Harris. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Adjournment, Councillor Stevens, Councillor McPherson. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.